Okay. Okay, so basically what I was discussing, whenever I'm discussing a code of ethics with you, please make sure we are focusing on CA Act. CA Act, okay, we are focusing on CA Act. CA Act is our main concern. Okay, but what is the code of ethics? When we discuss about code, please do understand, code compromise with multiple acts together. Whenever say, okay, there is a code, you remember there will not be only one act, there are multiple acts. Okay, example, if you ask me code of civil procedure, you ask me code of criminal procedure, it means it involves multiple acts. Okay, so whenever we discuss about the code word, it means it will be having an act, not only one act, it will have multiple acts. So first keep this point in mind, that you are having multiple acts when we are discussing about code of ethics. Code of ethics, it's okay, it's our syllabus, but our main concern is about which act? CA Act. CA Act has been multiple times has been designed and upgraded. So in code, they have included multiple points, multiple acts which has been brought by CA Institute. But our main concern will be our original act, CA Act 1949, where the schedules are taken care. So whenever I discuss about the code, please understand, this is overview of code of ethics. This is not overview of CA Act. So don't get mixed up that this part 1, part 2, part 3 or whatever we are discussing right now is of CA Act. It is not of CA Act, it is of code of ethics. So code of ethics will be having 4 parts. Part 1, part 2, part 3 and independent standards related part 4A and 4B. Yani what part 1 says? Part 1 says every CA need to comply with the code, fundamental principles and conceptual framework. Part 1. But this is part 1 of code of ethics. It is not a part 1 of CA Act. So don't get confused in schedules. First schedule, part 1 or something like that. Don't get confused. And don't link this concept directly with anything. This is code ka structure which has been given by institute only at a starting point. So code will be having part 1 which is saying comply with the code, fundamental principle and conceptual framework. It says part 2 is applicable to professional accountant in service. It says part 3 is applicable to professional accountant in public practice. And it says part 4 is applicable for independent standards. 4A is independence for audit and review engagement. And 4B independence for assurance engagement other than audit and review. Okay, so to be very precise, and if you remember we have discussed this yesterday, for related services you don't require independence. Therefore you don't have a 4A, 4B, 4C. You have only 4A and 4B. Independence for audit and review, independence for other than review, for assurance services. That's how this code has been defined. Remember this part as per code of ethics. If I ask you code of ethics, how many parts are there? 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4A, 4B. That's it, you forget here only. MCQ point of view, remember this. That's it. Don't mix this with CA Act, which we will be studying in next part. The next step, we are studying a CA Act. We are not studying code of ethics completely. So our portion, don't get mixed match with this point. But if I ask you, okay, what is the structure of code? What is the structure of code or overview of code? You will say the overview of code is in 4 parts. Part 1, fundamental principle. Part 2, service. Part 3, practice. And part 4A for independence. Part 4B for independence. Okay, that's how things are compared. And the last point is glossary. Each section of the code. What is meaning of each section of code is structured? Yani this code, whatever we are discussing above, it has been structured in 3 materials. One is introduction material, second is what is the requirement, and third is application material. So this is how the code has been drafted. You forget this all, I'm telling you, you forget this all, matlab don't apply now next whatever we are discussing next pages. This is only to be understood from a code of ethics point of view. If any time I ask you code of ethics, okay, how many code of ethics parts are there? This is your answer. That's it. Code of ethics is structured in which format? This 3 format. What are the 3 format? Introduction, requirement and application material. Yani everything, example, one part, you go in one part, it will have 3 material. Introduction material, requirement material and application material. That's it. That's end here, don't mix match here. That's it. We have done with code of ethics. Now we are entering into CA Act 1949. The CA Act, okay, now we are going on certain sections of CA Act. Remember this all section. Okay, do you remember fundamental principles of CA, fundamental principle which need to be complied with an auditor also? What are the fundamental principles which need to be taken care by auditor? Integrity, confidentiality, integrity, objectivity, professional behavior, professional competence. If you remember this 5 points. Okay, is this things taken care only by auditor or even but the person who is giving related services? Only by auditor. The person giving related services need not take care of these 5 things. He is also required to focus on fundamental principles. Read 4400, 4410. We have discussed the person is required to focus on fundamental principle except independence. Independence is not compulsory in that related services engagement. So make it sure what your understanding is very clear. So when I am saying fundamental principles, these are the 5 principles. Now the question comes, okay, please make it sure you understand very clearly. One thing which we have discussed yesterday, okay, whenever in yesterday's lecture, whenever I used a practitioner, please understand this is nothing to do with tax practitioner or any other. This practitioner is a chartered accountant who is in practice. And he is not giving audit services. So if I am telling a practitioner in audit syllabus, if I am using the word practitioner, don't assume, oh, tax practitioner, the person who is not a CA and doing tax practice. Okay, this all things are applicable only to a CA. The standards on auditing, standard on review, standard on related services, standard on assurance is applicable to whom? CA in practice. Even CA in service is not required to comply with the standards. So make sure whenever I am using the word practitioner in auditing standards, so what is your interpretation? The person is a CA who is in practice. Okay. So my question, a CA who is in practice, he may give audit, he may give review, he may give assurance, he may give related services. What are the fundamental principles to be taken care by him? 5. Confidentiality, integrity, objectivity, professional behavior, professional competence. Who told need to be complied by this? Who told we need to comply with this ethical requirement of fundamental principle? It is Code of Ethics, CA Act 1949. Okay, these are the fundamental principles which sections are covering. Okay, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115. So section 111, section 112, 113, 114, 115 are taken care for all this element. First point, I do think everybody is aware about integrity. Sir, what is the integrity? Whenever he is dealing any business relationship, he should do the fair dealing. He should do which dealing? Fair dealing and truthfulness. That is called integrity. He should be always be doing a fair dealing. That is called concept of integrity. Second, okay, is objectivity 112. Integrity section number 111. Objectivity section number 112. Okay, in objectivity, which require an accountant not to compromise professional or business judgment based on bias, conflict of interest or undue influence. Means whenever you are giving an opinion, don't be biased, don't have conflict of interest and don't do undue influence. Sir, what is the meaning of objectivity? A basic example, if my brother is doing an audit of mine, okay, do you think he will be objective or subjective? He will be objective or subjective? Objective. My brother doing the audit of mine, he will be subjective, he will be biased. What is meaning of subjective? Becoming biased, having conflict of interest. This is subjective point. So what institute says, one of the fundamental principle is be objective. Okay, keep yourself outside of bias. Keep yourself outside from conflict of interest. Keep yourself outside of undue influences. That is called a concept of objectivity. Okay, after objectivity, one more concept comes is professional competence and due care. Section 113. It says which require an accountant to attain and maintain professional knowledge and skills at all level required. What is the meaning of competence? I require knowledge of that particular engagement. If I am not having any knowledge of that engagement, I should not accept the engagement. If you remember factors of audit also we discussed CCRT, competency and capability. So unless until you are not competent enough, you should never accept the engagement at all. Okay, so that is, and they say act diligently in accordance with applicable technical and professional standards. You are required to comply with standards on auditing. You are required to comply with regulatory requirements, whatever it may be. So you should be competent enough. You should be taking due care. If you are not taking due care, okay, you are gross negligence of professional misconduct. Make sure. This is section 113. Section 114 is very important. That is called confidentiality. Okay, so probably in next 1.5 hours, we'll be discussing one of the clauses where the confidentiality requirement comes into picture. But make sure, which I have discussed with you earlier also, okay, you are not required to share the data or information of client to outside world unless and until it is required by law. Or client give the consent. If client giving the consent, I can share it out. If client is not giving a consent, okay, I cannot share. And the consent can be get in 2 parts. One is explicit consent and one is implicit consent. We'll discuss once we go in the second schedule. Second schedule, first clause will be taken care by it. Okay, but confidentiality is very important, which requires an accountant to respect confidentiality of information acquired as a result of professional and employment relationship. And along with confidentiality, one very important behavior is professional behavior. Do you think professional behavior comes wearing a t-shirt, wearing a shirt, tie and everything? No. What is the meaning of professional behavior? Don't indulge in such thing that you bring disrepute on us. Don't indulge in any other things that you will bring disrepute on us. Because whatever you do, okay, now people will not say that it is done by Amit Tate. People will say this is done by chartered accountant. Now you are not only a name, it is a CA, and that will don't ever do something which is bringing disrepute on this scenario. So please understand, when I am saying professional business, professional behavior, it requires accountant to comply with relevant laws and regulation and avoid any conduct that accountant knows or should know might discredit the profession. Anything bringing discredit to profession should be avoided by you. That's it. This is professional behavior. So basically, overall, a professional accountant might face a situation in which complying with one fundamental principle conflicts with complying with one or other fundamental principle. In such situation, accountant might consider consulting with others within the firm or employing organization. You may consult with your partner, or you may consult with employing organization. You may consult with TCWG, you may consult with institute, you may consult have a legal concept. Sir, what is this saying? They say it may happen during the engagement. Okay, to ensure one thing, you may require to compromise one thing. It may happen. Example, professional behavior. It says I should comply with laws and regulation. It also says that my client should comply with laws and regulation. And I come to know that client is not complying with laws and regulation. Now it is a professional behavior that I should tell the regulatory authority that boss, my client is not complying with laws and regulation. But okay, again it is compromising one of the ethics or one of the principle, confidentiality. Now in this case, what should be done? So they say in this case you can do like this. You can discuss within your firm or within the entity, the person who is appointing you. You can discuss with TCLG, you can discuss with Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or you can take which help? Legal help. Are you getting this point? So this is a separate answer altogether. Make sure you understand this one, that any of the principle you need to comply, you need to take care that complying one of the principle may have compromise on another principle. It may happen, but you need to, in that scenario, you need to consult it out. This is your fundamental principle. So how many fundamental principles are there? 5. But remember with the section. The first section is 111, focus on integrity. 112, focus on objectivity. 1113, focus on professional competence and due care. 114, focus on confidentiality. And 115, focus on professional behavior. Okay, so you tell me, okay, it comes under which head? Okay, if I am sharing client information, which fundamental principle is not complying? Confidentiality. Okay, if I am taking a bribe, objectivity. Okay, if I am taking a bribe, integrity. It's directly hitting integrity, boss. It is directly hitting the fair dealing. You are not doing a fair dealing, boss. Okay, sir, can it lead to objectivity? Answer is yes, but taking a bribe is not compromising objectivity. What is objectivity? Read again. When compromise the profession judgment. Okay, am I discussing about judgment here? So question is not asking about judgment. Why MCQ you are writing this one? So think about technically, make sure this all things are of MCQ. Okay, now while giving an opinion, my brother is doing the audit of mine and he is giving the opinion on audit report. This is objectivity. Now this is objectivity. Acha, I am giving the bribe to someone. I am giving the bribe to someone to do the things. Okay, now it is not integrity. I am not doing the things. Okay, if I am giving a bribe, this is professional behavior. This is not a professional behavior. Make sure I am taking a bribe, integrity. I am giving the bribe, professional behavior. Because this is bringing disrepute on ICI. Make sure. Okay, I do think you got the concept, Malik. Everybody. Acha, I am not having a knowledge of Companies Act. Competency. I don't know the standards. Competencies. That's exactly where competency comes into picture. So I hope you understood all 5 points with MCQ. You just need to tackle it out. Just make sure. Okay. Now my question. Should we comply with this only 5 principle, or along with 5 principle we need to comply with independence also? Okay. Is independent a principle or independence is a status? Status. It is not a principle. How many principles are there? 5. So my question. Okay. If I am complying with this 5 principle which is having objectivity. Okay, why independent status should be maintained then? If principal is saying you need to be auditor, you need to be objective, accountant, you need to be objective, please make sure. What is meaning of objectivity? I should not be biased. And think about, if I am independent, how will I be biased? So technically, I don't know why institute requires complying with its 5 principles also. And complying with this 5 principle is part 1. And they also say part 4, you comply with independent standards also. So what is the logic behind it? What is the logic that even if I am complying with fundamental principles, then also I need to comply with independence? What is the logic behind it? Pardon? Okay, independent auditor, it is SS700. Then let auditor be independent. Then why reviewer comes into picture? Then why assurance services require independence? Let's do that way then. Okay. Now, my question is, if I am objective, don't you think I should be independent only? Then what is the difference between independence and objectivity? That is my question. What is the conceptual difference when I am saying independence? I should be independent, I should be objective. I do think both are same. If principal is saying I should be objective, it is deemed that I should be independence. Oh my God, not aware. New knowledge, yes man. Whenever new knowledge comes into picture to be giving, I am very happy. Yes, because why new knowledge? Boss, okay, whenever we are discussing about 5 principles, objectivity is a principle which is required. Don't be biased while giving an opinion. Objectivity is taken care only during providing an opinion. Okay, when we discuss about objectivity, okay, when we are giving a judgment, that time I should not be biased. Independence is a status which is required throughout the engagement. If I am appointed on 19 June and I am giving a audit report on 28th April, I should be independent throughout the period. But I should be objective while giving a judgment here. Objectivity relates to judgment. Independent is a status which is required throughout. Example, you can't be objectivity throughout because you are not passing a judgment every day. Okay, so please do understand, whenever we are discussing about objectivity, it is when you are taking a judgment. Example, you are taking a judgment about materiality, be objective. You are taking a judgment about sufficient appropriate audit evidence, be objective. Okay, but independence is throughout the audit. Whenever you are accepting the engagement, I should be independent. Okay, as example, I should not be holding a share. I should not be holding a share. Who told I should not hold a shares? Companies Act. Okay, this is called independence. This is not objectivity. So when you are telling me to accept the engagement, I should be objective or independent? Independent. It's a status. And after I have been appointed as auditor, I will be independent throughout the point. And whenever I am independent, I will be ensuring my one of the principles is achieved. That is called objectivity. Please understand, make it sure this all 5 principles can be taken care when you are independent. If you are not independent, this all 5 principles will be having a big challenge. Okay, so to comply with this 5 principles, what we need to ensure? We need to be, if to comply, I should be a confidentiality. Okay, I should maintain integrity, I should maintain objectivity, I should maintain professional behavior, I should maintain professional competence. To ensure these 5 principles, I require to be independent. If my status is independent, these things will be very easy to comply with it. If I am not independent, I will become biased. Example, confidentiality. Should I share the client information? Should I share the client information? But if I am not independent, example, there may be some relationship with client, financial relationship or something. Will I share the information? Yes. No. If the independence is not there, there may be a probability that I may share the information. So what our ICA says? ICA says to comply with this 5 principles, we should be independence. So independence is a status which you enjoy, because of which this principle can come into picture. Else this principle will not ever work. If my brother is doing audit, he may not apply the professional behavior, he may not apply some of the principle, he may not be objective, he may not be focusing on integrity, because to complete my engagement, he may go with a bribe and other things also. So make sure you being independent. If you are independent, it doesn't matter what you provide an opinion, it doesn't matter only with the principle. That's basically taken care of. So I do think, I hope now the things are clear. Whenever we discuss about independence, it is a principle or a status, and status should be maintained throughout the engagement. I am not discussing audit, throughout the engagement. Independence status should be maintained throughout the engagement. And okay, madam, throughout the engagement. Okay, and principle should be when you are taking an engagement, you are giving an opinion at every element. Okay, now the next portion is basically what you have done in your inter audit also. The inter audit is basically discussing about the threats, evaluation of threats and safeguards. Now what is this portion? This portion is basically there may be a threat to a fundamental principle. You need to identify the threats which can have the impact, and if you identify the threats, you address the threats by eliminating them. So there are three things: identify the threats, evaluate the threats, address the threats. Okay, so please understand how will I address the threats. I do think if you remember I discussed this point earlier also. Okay, if you find out the threats are there, threats to the independence are there, or threats to principles are there. Okay, so what you will do? First of all, you will try to eliminate. If you are not eliminating, try to bring it at acceptable level. And if you are not able to bring it acceptable level, do not accept the engagement. These are the 3 points. Always make sure you understand. Now the question is, okay, how many threats are there? I do think, okay, the threats is a very clear what you are discussing in your intermediate. There are 5 threats. What are the 5 threats? One is self-interest, one is self-review, one is advocacy, one is familiarity, one is intimidation. Sir, what are these 5 threats? First, self-interest threats. Okay, money is involved. In my client, my money is involved. This is called self-interest threats. Self-review. I have done the work. I should not review my own work. That is called self-review threats. Sir, advocacy threats. Advocacy threats means I am promoting the client to the extent that my independence is compromised. I am promoting the client in such extent that my independence is compromised. So in that case, don't take the engagement. Example, suppose Ganesh is my client for some services and I am promoting Ganesh. Example, okay, Ganesh is bringing IPO. Okay, so for that IPO in prospectus I am signing it out. Now I should not take the Ganesh engagement as such. Why? Because it will have a impact. I should not take an audit engagement. Why? Because I am promoting Ganesh. Promoting Ganesh, I am telling investors, take the shares of Ganesh. And later on, if I am the auditor, 101%, I will be giving a third opinion. Why I will be giving a third opinion? Because if I don't give a good opinion on financial statement, the investor will be in loss and they will claim against me. Example, suppose, okay, madam is my client. I told madam, please invest in Ganesh company, X Limited. You invest all your money. Now tell me, if Ganesh audit comes to me, okay, I should accept or not accept? Answer is no. That is advocacy threats. What is meaning of advocacy? Advocating client. If I am promoting the client, now if he is having a fraud in financial statement, will I disclose? No. Why? If I disclose, she will be losing money. And if she is losing money, she will file suit against me. So in such kind of engagement, I should not accept. This is called advocacy threat. I should not accept such kind of engagement. Advocacy, where I am promoting the client. I am promoting the client should not be accepted. I do think you understood, Malik, advocacy? And next is familiarity threats. I do think you are aware about the familiarity threats. Okay, becoming a familiar. That is called familiarity threats. And last point is intimidation threats. What is meaning of intimidation threats? Okay, client is forcing. Sir, why? How client is forcing? Forcing in many ways. Example, client is forcing to reduce the fees. Now my question is, client is forcing to reduce the fees. Now you tell me, okay, if you don't reduce, you think that client will go to some other auditor? Therefore, you reduce the fees. You reduce the fees. Now, when you reduce the fees, what is the problem? You will have an impact on quality of audit work. So when you find there is an intimidation threat, client is forcing you to give unmodified opinion, and client is forcing you to reducing the fees, do not accept such engagement, boss. Okay, or you are accepting, make sure the threats are reduced. So whenever you are accepting the engagement, you focus on these 5 threats to be focused on. Well, take care of these threats. And if threats are not present, accept the engagement. But if these threats are present, ensure you do 3 things. Eliminate. Okay, if you are not eliminating, okay, reduce to an acceptable level. And if you are not able to reduce, do not accept. These are the 3 things to be taken care of. Now the question I am discussing, few of the example, please listen carefully for these 5 threats. Again, MCQ point of view, I am discussing 5 threats. First, self-interest threat. What is the self-interest threat? Where financial interest is there. Example, okay, I am a shareholder of the company. I am a partner of the partnership firm which is coming for an audit. Okay, I should not accept such engagement. Why? Because there will be compromise of self-interest threats. Okay, self-interest basically money, paisa. Money is involved in that particular entity whose engagement is coming to you. Okay, that is what you need to understand with respect to your first point, self-interest. Second, okay, why director cannot become an auditor of the company? Why employee cannot become an auditor of company? What is the reason why employee is not becoming auditor of company? The self-review threats, because the person who is preparing financial statement, if he is doing the audit of that financial statement, he will be giving a good opinion only on it. Therefore, because of self, which threats? Review threats. The employee should not be auditor. The director should not be auditor. That's what exactly our discussion comes into picture. I hope the things are clear. Advocacy, I explained you advocacy. What is advocacy? Okay, promoting a client. Example, if you are the signatory to the prospectus, if you are signatory to the, do not accept the audit engagement of that client. Do not accept the audit engagement of that client. Make sure you understand this. Are you getting the point, Malik? Okay, and if this is understood by you, this is a technical term or technical things which you can understand with respect to this particular threat. And familiarity threats is basically, okay, don't become more familiar with the client. Okay, and to be very precise, when I am saying familiarity threats, make sure you understand familiarity threats. Even if you are working for more number of years, familiarity threats will attract. This is what we discuss in cooling period also, na? Why cooling period is required? To avoid which threats? Familiarity threats. Aja, taking gifts from clients. Should you take a gift from client? No. Why? Which threats will attract? Familiarity. But if Diwali gift is given by the client and it is given to everyone, accept it. No problem. But if Diwali gift given to everyone was basically a diya. Diya. What we say? Diya? Diya. Diya. Okay. Diwali gift is given as diya. Okay. And he is giving a Jaguar to you. Okay. Now you will say Diwali gift na given to everyone I took. Okay. Now do not accept familiarity threats. It is compromising your independence, boss. Okay. This is what exactly you should understand. And if you accept such gifts, na, sir, if I accept the gift, then what will happen? Okay. First thing, please make it sure you understand. I always say this in Hindi. I am telling in Hindi and I will try to convert in English. Pakada gaya to chor. If you caught, then only you are thief. If you are not caught, okay. Now, example, if I am accepting the gift, how institute will come to know? My question is this. Now I will tell institute I am accepting the gift. Please, guilty, guilty, guilty. No, somebody will be going complaining the institute. All discussion, what you are doing in next 4 hours, it's basically somebody going to the institute and complaining about us. If somebody is going to the institute and complaining, then only these things are discussed. Okay, don't say, oh sir, how institute will come to know if this threat is there. Somebody has complained. Somebody has complained. Some other C has complained, or some other client has complained. Given the gift has been given. Some employee has been given an intimation notice to the institute. Informed to the institute. And institute disciplinary committee come into picture. And disciplinary committee says, oh, boss, gone. So make it sure whatever you understand. Pakada gaya to chor. If caught, then only thief. If you are not caught, doing a chori. Doing a chori means doing what is it called chori English? Robbery. Doing robbery. But if you are not caught, you are not thief. You are a good gentleman. Do the robbery, but don't get caught. That is the best task when we are discussing about this. So whatever you are discussing in this particular next point, make it sure if you are caught, then only a concept comes into picture. Now my concept comes, okay, how you will come to know, acha, what should be done if you find these threats? If you got these threats in engagement, if you are having these threats to engagement, okay, what you should do? If these threats are there to engagement, what you should do? Basically, you should do 3 things. First is eliminate. Second, if not eliminate, reduce. Reduce to which level? Acceptable. And third point, okay, is basically do not accept. But now my question comes, what is an acceptable level? What is an acceptable level? Okay, can I be indebted to the client? Can I be indebted to my client? No. Companies Act, boss, read Companies Act 141 subsection 3 yaar. Okay, disqualification. Okay, indebtedness, my relative, my partner can be up to 5 lakhs. There can be an indebtedness, 5 lakhs. That what is meaning of 5 lakhs? Acceptable level. That is called a concept of acceptable level. Okay, so bring risk to an which level? Acceptable. Okay, so what is meaning of acceptable level? Acceptable level means, okay, so what I am giving an opinion, if third person would have come, he would be giving an opinion, that is called acceptable level. Third party giving an independent opinion, the same opinion I will be giving, this is called an acceptable level. Example, can I do the audit of my friend? Why no? Which threat is there? Familiarity. But I cannot do, that is not a question. I need to understand whether I can give a opinion which third party would have given. If I am independent, so independent, I can accept the engagement, no worry. Because in Company Act, nowhere written, okay, friend cannot accept the engagement of other friend. Okay, who cannot be auditor? Okay, so you have given me a partner, person, relative, employee. Where it is written about friend? Acha, in relative also, the relative is given. If you are aware about the relative list in Companies Act, I don't know how many of you are aware, but it is father, HUF, father, mother, spouse, my son, my daughter, my brother, my sister, my son's wife, and daughter's husband. Okay, but my brother's wife's, okay, or brother, wife will not come here. My sister's husband will not come here. Okay, example, my wife's brother will not come here. Na? What if my Sala is director in the company? If my Sala is holding shares of the company, I can accept engagement. No problem. My Sala can hold the shares. What is the problem? There is no problem in Company Act. But make sure your independence in mind is there or not. Yani if I am okay, my Sala is having shares and I am not disclosing any facts to him, okay, the things are good. No problem. You go ahead with the engagement. But if you think you are forced by your Sala, are you getting the point? If you are forced by Sala, you are influenced by Sala, do not accept. That is what your next point. Okay, so how should we evaluate the threat? How should we evaluate the threat? Evaluation of threat is very important. After that, you will address the threats. So how should we evaluate the threats? The condition, the policy, the procedure described above might impact the evaluation of whether the threat to compliance with fundamental principle is at acceptable level or not. How you will note the acceptable level? Read the acceptable level answer. Acceptable level. Reasonable and informed third party test would be likely to conclude that accountant complies with fundamental principle. So which test I need to perform? Which test I need to perform? Reasonable and informed third party test. Now the question is, reasonable and informed third party test means where the same conclusion would be likely to be reached by I hope you understood this point. Okay, Yani, what is the third party test? If I am not doing audit, some third party would be doing the audit. He is giving the same opinion which I am giving. This is called evaluation of threats. If third party is coming, he would give a different opinion and I am giving different opinion. It means there is a threats. Now, how should I address the threats? I discussed this with you. How should I address the threats? 3 steps. What I need to do? Either eliminate the circumstance. Second, apply the safeguards. Okay, after applying safeguards, bring the threat to acceptable level. And if not, then what you should do? Decline or end the specific engagement. So 3 things are there. Eliminate, okay, safeguards or decline. Eliminate, this all 3 will be either or. First, either eliminate, or second, address safeguard. Applying safeguard. Applying safeguard is why? To reduce risk to reduce threat to an acceptable. And what is the acceptable level? What is the acceptable level? Reasonable and informed third party taking the decision. Okay, same decision I will be taking. This is called acceptable level. I hope you are getting the point. My question, how to evaluate the threats? How to evaluate the threats? Okay, reasonable and third party, informed third party. Reasonable and informed third party conclusion. This is first evaluation of threats. Next, how to address the threats? By 3 things. What are the 3 things? Eliminate, okay, safeguards or okay, decline. Okay, eliminate, safeguard means what? Reduce. And last point is decline. So you will be doing all 3 or any of the 3. Any of the 3. Na? If I am eliminating, it's good. If I am not able to eliminate, reduce. If I am not able to reduce, decline. Now the question comes, okay, eliminate, what is meaning of eliminate? Okay, breaks all relationship. Okay, give the divorce to your wife. Over, no Sala. Okay, eliminate the threat. Threat is eliminated, biggest threat. Hey, jokingly, bhai. There is no agenda, hidden agenda here. Just I am jokingly telling you. It's a jokingly point. But what is the best example to eliminate the threats? Example, if you are having an indebtedness, okay, pay everything. If you are having a shares, eliminate. Okay, are you getting the point? This is what you need to understand, eliminate. But if you are not able to eliminate, example, your relative is holding shares. My papa is holding share. I told papa, sell the shares. Papa say, hey, for your engagement, I will sell Reliance. Hey. Okay, then what I will do? Reduce the threat to an acceptable. Okay, sell those shares to the extent which is permitted. Okay, if you are aware, 1 lakh, my relatives can 1 lakh of face value for face value, market value nahi. It is face value, mainly face value. Okay, so technically you can do that. And most important, declare, if not possible, Papa is telling, I will not share. I will not sell the share. Do not accept the engagement. That's it. Now the question is how to bring the safeguard. They have given, okay, if you are, one more element, if focusing on safeguard, one more element can be, you don't accept the engagement because there is a compromise of threats. Tell your partner to accept the engagement. Send the qualified engagement team there. Send the professional person there. This is something which is called how to put the safeguards. These are the safeguards which are given. What is the safeguard? Okay, assigning additional time. Okay, you assign additional time there. You have an appropriate reviewer. Use which partner? Different partners. Involve which firm? Another firm to perform the engagement. Even you can focus on separating the teams when dealing the matters with which matter? Confidential. So please make it sure what we are discussing are clear. You are having a clear. Anyway, this third page is very basic, but I want that understanding with your end. First question, if I ask you, okay, if I ask you how many threats are there? 5. How to evaluate? Inform third party. Evaluation is inform third party. How to address? Eliminate. Okay, everybody clear? And how to put the safeguards? These are 5 points. Everybody clear? If these things are done, you are okay with it. Then comes his NOCLAR. NOCLAR is basically non-compliance with laws and regulations. Now it is not about I am non-complying with laws and regulations. This is my client not complying with laws and regulations. Now this is very basic agenda or very important agenda in every point. If my client is non-complying with laws and regulations, please make sure, am I required to inform regulatory authority? Okay, if you are informing regulatory authority, please make it sure you are non-complying with one of the clause which is called confidentiality. And this will be a biggest challenge for you. Therefore, I am very clear. Okay, so this particular point, NOCLAR, please make sure NOCLAR ka full form is non-compliance with laws and regulation. Very favorite concept of ICA. Very favorite concept, NOCLAR. Now, please understand. Okay, so if client is not complying, I am not responsible here. Make sure. I am not responsible to investigate. I am not responsible to ensure compliance with laws and regulations. Whose responsibility is to investigate non-compliance? Client. His responsibility. I am not responsible. Make sure. Okay, second, am I expert of law? Am I expert of law? I am expert of only accounting and don't define me. I am an expert of law. I should know everything. Okay, institute gives these guidelines. Don't worry. There are certain matters which is out of your purview. Law is one of the out of the purview. Just make sure you comply with 250. Remember 250? Acha, 250. How many laws are there? How many laws are there? 2 types of law. One is direct effect. One is not having direct effect. Okay, now my question, who will be telling which laws are to be complied? Which laws are there which are applicable to entity? It's not Amit Tated who will be taking care. Ganesh, you need to comply this law also, this law also. No, this is out of my purview. He will be telling, sir, which laws are applicable to us? Okay, Companies Act is applicable, FEMA is applicable, okay, the IT Act is applicable, this is applicable. They will be telling. I will not be saying, oh, this law is applicable. No, this is out of my purview. 250 is very clear. Start with inquiry, understand with them. Okay, so make sure there are certain things which are out of your purview. Don't bring within your purview. Okay, sir. And sir, should we disclose with the things which are not complied by our client? Please do understand, depends on how your compliance with clause take place. Example, if client has given you a explicit consent or implicit consent, you can disclose. If client law is forcing you to disclose, you need to disclose. Example, I am telling you, in certain Companies Act matter, I don't know how many of you have studied that one. Okay, in old syllabus, company law, even if you are going with the self-paced module, you will be having that company law wala portion. Okay, there is an investigation which can go against the companies. Okay, if you are aware, the investigation comes, or inspection, inquiry, investigation comes under section 206, 207, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 15, 16, 17 till 2229. If you are aware that 229, okay, they have given the what we say resort to 2 persons. One is basically a lawyer and one is banker. What does it suggest? It suggests the lawyer is not required to inform the any inquiry or investigation. If lawyer or banker has been called for investigation, they are bound to give only basic details. That's it. If I am calling a banker for investigation of the company. If I am calling a banker for investigation of company, okay, banker can give detail of name of the company, address of the company, where is operations are taking place, and what are the transaction which has been done. Detail of transaction is not required to be shared. This is support given there, but there is no name of chartered accountant. Means suppose investigation take place and chartered accountant been called for investigation. Now a chartered accountant is bound to share the information. Now here, if he share the information, he will be guilty under professional misconduct if client goes to the institute. Because investigation is not an consent. Don't tell me investigation is required by law. It is not required by law. So whenever investigation happens about the client, suppose Ganesh investigation is taking place and they have called me, I should take a legal help. How much should I tell? Okay, inspector may ask a search warrant, and if he is bringing a search warrant, I will be telling, but I should take legal help. How it will impact if he goes to ICI? This is something which non-compliance with laws, which is required as such. Therefore, you just make it sure whenever the things are happening. Achha, chalo, suppose it may happen like that. Suppose I am an employee of Ganesh, a CA in service. And I may be aware about the non-compliance also. Okay, that CAB is also called, the CA in service. Now, if he does, even he will be guilty of professional misconduct, because CA in service also need to take care of confidentiality. Second schedule again, but part 2. Okay, that's exactly where the biggest problem starts for us. So, they gave this concept of non-compliance. So, you can read it out, just a particular point and nothing more than that. This is NOCLAR. NOCLAR means non-compliance, and this should be read in conjunction with 250. Just make sure. SA 250, okay, for auditor. If the person is not auditor, then 250 is not required, only NOCLAR will apply. Okay, so what it says, okay, during the course of providing a service, he is not required to investigate nor responsible for ensuring complete compliance. Are you clear? Second, expertise of law is not required. Third, certain matters expressly out of purview, which sections are, which compliance is applicable, not applicable, not my area, and disclosure which is contrary of law is not required. Basically, I am not required to disclose anything which is contrary to law, unless and until two things not happening. What are the two things? Consent of client is there, or okay, required by section. Till that I am not required to give any disclosure. Sir, applicability of NOCLAR, they have given two things: responding to non-compliance with laws and regulation, applicable to professional accountant in service, section 260. This section is of CA Act. Okay, so applicable to senior professional accountant in service being employees of listed entity. Now question, okay, same logic which I told you. Okay, non-compliance with laws and regulation, if it is applicable to professional accountant in service, CA in service of listed entity, they are required to report the non-compliance only to the extent which is required by SEBI, which is required by law and regulation, else he is not required. Same logic happens with responding to non-compliance with laws and regulations applicable to professional accountant in public practice. So, applicable to audit engagement of entities of shares which are listed on recognized stock exchange in India and having net worth of 250 crores, then only you are required to inform about non-compliance. So, they have given these are the scenario of informing non-compliance in India. So, everything is not required to inform. If there is a non-compliance, example I told you, if you remember the example, non-compliance of tax audit. Okay, am I required to inform tax authority? No. The only thing what I need to take care is I should not support him also. I should not give him sign audit report. That is what exactly technical point comes into here. Okay, that's non-compliance, applicability of non-compliance. You can read it out, not a big deal. Just make sure you just need to take care what you should understand the matter. You should address the matter. You should take the advice, suitable advice from lawyer and how it need to be reported. Okay, so non-compliance is basically point. Then few of the sections which need to be remembered, 2-3 sections will be so important, which I will be telling you. Remember thoroughly few of the sections. You can just read it with me and ignore it. One section is section 19, which says membership of institute. Okay, to become a member, you need to inform ICI and they will enter your name in register of members. Section 19 says this one. Okay, to be very precise, why it is very important. Please make sure, okay, in next half an hour, we will starting with the clauses. Clauses are applicable only to members. If you are not a member, these clauses are not at all applicable. Member may be in practice, member may be in service. Okay, these clauses are applicable to only member. Suppose tomorrow you become a CA, and after that becoming a CA, you join the job, but you are not member of ICAI. Don't worry, nothing can be harmed. Certain sections may be attracted, but clauses will not be attracted, because clauses are required to be complied to whom? The clauses should be complied by members of ICAI. Suppose tomorrow you start a business. Now you are using CA Amit Tated. So no worry. The problem comes where I am using CA Amit Tated, chartered accountant. This is what interpretation goes wrong. Okay, this if I write anywhere, it means the CA Amit Tated is doing a practice. So whenever we are mentioning anybody, if I am not a member, I am not anything. Okay, I will be mentioning only CA Amit Tated. Sir, if I am a member and in practice, I will be mentioning CA Amit Tated, chartered accountants. Sir, if I am a member and I am in service, what I will mention? Will I mention chartered accountant? No, you cannot. You will not write this, because this can be written only by whom? Practice. So what you will mention? You mention always ACA or FCA. What is ACA or FCA? Associate member or fellow member. This is how it is represented as member. All clauses is applicable only if you are a member. So tomorrow, okay, so after becoming a CA, you go to institute, you say I want to become a member, enter my name in your register. You need to apply a form. Section 4 is there. Section 4 you apply the form, not given in the syllabus. But section 4 you apply the form, you give the form. After becoming a member, you submit the form. They take fees, they enter your name in register of member as per section 19. Once your name is entered in register of member as per section 19, you become member and you are bound by, okay, so all code of ethics, whatever we are discussing. The section 19 is about register, make sure. Second, okay, section disability of purpose of membership. Which person cannot become a member? So section 8 is there to be ratified directly. Who cannot become a member? First, the person who is age less than 21, he cannot become member. Second, the person who is of unsound mind. But yaad rakhna, remember this, unsound mind should be my friend is telling Amit, you are of unsound mind. Okay, now so you cannot become a member, because it is to be told by competent court. Next, if you are undischarged insolvent. Okay, next you are discharged insolvent, or you have not obtained any certificate from court that your insolvency was just because of misfortune. So who cannot become a member? 21 years age, unsound, undischarged insolvent. Insolvent which is discharged but not obtained a certificate from the court. Okay, that the insolvency only because of misfortune, not because of your misconduct. Fifth point, okay, you have been convicted. You have been convicted by a competent court within or outside, without India. Within or without India means within or outside India. Okay, convicted, involving the offense of moral turpitude and punishment with imprisonment. Okay, or of an offense which is of technical nature committed by you. So next point is convicted by the court. Convicted by the court. Make sure convicted by the court does not involve only imprisonment. Even transportation is taken care here. What is meaning of transportation? Tadi par. Do not, you should not be seen in this area for next 2 years. This is also transportation. So it does not focus only on imprisonment. If you are convicted by court for transportation also, you are not, you are disabled from becoming a member. And last point, if he has been removed from membership of the institute. Okay, now what are the ground to be that your name will be removed from the membership of the institute, which we will be discussing later on clauses. Okay, so these is direct sections which need to be remembered. I don't know, I don't agree that this question will directly come in an examination. It is a part and parcel of your syllabus, but make sure MCQ may arise. Which section disable the membership of the institute? So you need to remember the section 8 is the basically disabling section. Then comes is types of membership. How many types of membership are there? 2. One is associate and one is fellow. Sir, what is the difference between associate and fellow? Seniority. When you become a member of ICAI, first name will be given associate membership. Which membership? Associate. Become an associate member of the institute, that's it. That is your first scenario. Second, okay, after because if you work for continuous practice in 5 years, or you are working in any other area by which council thinks that I can give you the fellow membership, okay, the fellow membership can be given to you. So associate, okay, a person whose name has been entered in register of members shall be deemed to become associate. Deemed, deemed. Once your name is entered, you are deemed associate. But to become a fellow, an associate member who is in continuous practice for 5 years, or a member who has been associate for continuous period of 5 years and who possess such qualification as may be prescribed. Prescribed by whom? Council. Who is council? It is I say council means who? We have appointed them. Once you become a CA, once you become a member, you will also vote. Okay, so one you are voting for your country, the other two voting for your mother body. So, but for voting also you require to we have a membership. Without membership you cannot vote. Then only council people comes into picture. The council comes into picture. Out of council, okay, one become president, one become vice president. Okay, so we vote 32 members. 32 members vote in themselves who should become. This is how happen. This is how the structure happens. The same logic how voting is happening in India. So that's what exactly becoming membership. Sir, what is the difference between? Acha, one thing is very clear. Okay, once your name is entered in membership, you become associate. It is a deemed. It is a deemed. Okay, FCA is not deemed. FCA you need to apply for fellow membership. Sir, what is the difference between this? Only membership fees. Sir, any other facility ICI will be giving you ghanta. No other facility you will be getting. Okay, because you are fellow. Oh no, you will come first. Associate be last. No. Associate fellow will be treated at par only. No problem with ICI. But in accepting, in getting the engagement in industry, fellow will be having more preference because he will be known as experienced person. So that's how the concept of types of membership comes. Section 4 is basically who can apply for a membership. So my question, a CA, okay, who didn't clear examination right now, can you apply for membership? Can you apply for membership? No, not now. Can you apply for membership? Who is stopping you? Okay, see here, it is not written here. It is not disabled of membership. Section 8 is not written. You are not CA. Disability of membership, where it is written, you should be a CA. So any person can apply for membership? No, section 4. Section 4 is the main section which says the person who clear CA examination can apply for membership. Or there is one more announcement. Okay, basically our country is having MOU with other countries. MOU? Memorandum of Understanding. Example, our ICAI is having MOU with Australian Institute. Now if any Australian CA wants to practice in India, he requires a membership of our ICAI. Now he comes here, he will be giving 2 examination of tax and law and he can apply for membership. Section 4 will be having this provision. The same, but this happens 2 ways. It is not happening only one way. Okay, we are not bringing them only. We also permit, their institute also permit our CA, and we also require to give 2 examination. One is tax laws of Australia and one is company law, like company law paper of Australia. If we give 2 examination of Australia, we become a member ICI of Australia also. Okay, so it's basically where you need to practice. So section 4 discuss about membership. So make sure you remember. Okay, next point. Can your name be removed from the register? Answer is yes. What are the reasons? 4 reasons. First, Tata, bye bye. Life is over. The person is dead. Okay, the second, from whom request has been received to that effect. The member is saying, okay, I don't want to become a member now. Please remove my name. Okay, the third, the person who has not paid, very important point here. Okay, very important point. Fees is not paid by you here. And the last point, the person who is found to subject at any time, his name has entered in register of member, who at any time thereafter become to section 8 applicability. Yani section 8 is attracted. Okay, so section 8 matlab, okay, you are a member, then you become unsound mind. Okay, you become a member, then you become undischarged insolvent. Then the name will be removed. So what are the 4 circumstances where name will be removed? Dead. Okay, second is received, request is received, who has not paid the fees, and disability. Now the question comes, okay, if I want to restore my membership, what is meaning of restoration? Restoration means I want my name to be entered again. So first of all, pay the fees, na? Okay, so now the question, if your membership is removed because of not payment of fees, if you pay the fees in that year itself, your name will be entered from retrospective date when the name has been removed. But in any other case, your name will be entered from your disability is over or something else is over. Suppose institute is told you are disabled, you should not become a member because of guilty in professional misconduct. And institute told you will not be become a member for 3 years. So when your name can be entered in again back into register after 3 years. That's a restoration of membership. Again, this is section 20. This one, section 20 only. Continuation of section 20. Application for restoration, requisite fees have been made within the same year of removal. If it is in same year of removal, restoration shall be effective from the date when it has been removed. Removal of the name, okay, under the order of Board of Discipline, Disciplinary Committee or Appellate Authority or High Court, okay, restoration shall be in accordance with such order. Example, how many years? 3 years. In any other case, restoration will be effective from the date on which application and fees has been received. Okay, example, I told remove my name. Then after 6 months, I told enter my name. So pay the fees, okay, your name will be entered on from that date. But if your name was removed, okay, if application is made in the same year, then it from the date when it has been removed, it will be from retrospective. Are you getting the point? That's the scenario. Okay, next section 24, a very basic section. Okay, falsely claiming a CA. Suppose you are a CA, okay, and you are not telling, okay, you are telling to everyone, you are not a member, you are telling you are a member. You are not having a, you do not have a representative membership, you are telling you are having a member. You are using a designation chartered accountant. Now what is the meaning of designation chartered accountant? It's not CA Amit Tated. This is not designation, huh? This is initial. CA Amit Tated. And if I am writing chartered accountant, make sure you remember, you understand this very clearly. Because clause 6 and 7 does have these implications only. If I am mentioning chartered accountant below my name, okay, this is designation. If I am not a member and I am using this designation, if I am not a member and I am telling I am a member, if I am not having a COP but I am telling I am having a COP, okay, section 24 attracts and 24 will be having a penalty of 1000, okay, and if it is a subsequent, yani second time you are doing, okay, subsequent conviction, it will be 6 months of jail or 5000 or both. Sir, what are the 3 criteria here? What are the 3 criteria here? What are the 3 criteria? First of all, listen carefully. What are the 3 criteria? You are not member. You are telling you are member. You are using designation CA. You are not having COP, but you are telling you are having COP. Then this section is attracted. What does it mean? In simple term, it means I am not ACA and I am telling I am ACA. But, star mark. If I am not FCA, if I am ACA and I am telling that I am FCA, is this also guilty? Yes, in the first schedule of third part, which is applicable there. We'll come to know and I will compare you this one with this point. So make sure if I am not a ACA and I am telling that I am ACA, section 24. If I am not an FCA, I am telling FCA, okay, it's clause. Make sure you understand this very clearly. Just to make sure your differentiation can take place, what you are doing it out. What is the section 24? Falsely claiming to be a member. So what are the false claim? How many false claim are here? 3. 3 false claim. I am not a member, I am telling I am a member. I am not a member, I am using designation. I am not having COP, I am telling I am having COP. Okay, so what is the penalty? 1000. Okay, so 1000. And subsequent penalty? 5000 or 6 months or both. So then let it be na, 1000 right now we can pay. But let me be clear, make you clear. This is not only attract this section. In examination, this is what you need to take care. This is not attracting only section. If in examination question is asked only on section, this is the answer. But if we asking of a clause, remember, you will remember right now only 1 to 2. Later on I will tell you what is 1 to 2. If I am discussing about clause, it is 1 to 2. Clause 1, Part 2, second schedule. Clause 1, Part 2, second schedule. Okay, you will be guilty because in 122, Clause 1, Part 2, second schedule, it says if you don't comply with the sections of ICAI, if you don't comply with the guidelines of ICAI, you are guilty of professional misconduct. Means my question is, if I am not a member, I am saying member, I am a member, how much penalty is there? 1000 rupees. But am I guilty under professional misconduct also? Yes. Under 122. 122 is basically clause 1, part 2, second schedule. So once I go there, I'll discuss two things here. Okay. One will be, I am not FCA and I am telling FCA. I'll make you recall that one. Bharat Mata ki, everybody clear, Malik? Then comes one more significant of COP. Now this is very important section. I don't know how many are aware about this section. Section 6, very important. Sir, what is the significance of COP? Okay, that is very point to be taken care. And then we'll be discussing about cancellation and restoration of COP because of fees. Okay, branch. Okay. What is the main question of significance of COP? Listen carefully. So listen carefully this concept. I am explaining this concept, and this explanation, reading this will not only make you understand, matlab completely. So listen carefully, ekdam aaram se. Okay, and section 6 says what? Section 6 says it is a COP is a significant matter in every CA's life. After becoming a CA and you are a member, okay, you can practice as a CA only. And to practice as a CA, you are bound to take certificate of practice from institute. Example, suppose tomorrow Ram becoming CA and after that Ram want to practice as a CA. He is a member of ICAI, but he has not taken a COP. Ram cannot practice. This is what institute is saying. Now Ram is saying, I don't want to practice, but I am just preparing a trial balance and ledger for the shopkeeper beneath me. It's a trial balance ledger which can be done by even BCom student. It does not require an expertise of CA. Our ICAI says, once you are a member, you are bound by the code. Even if you are giving us services which does not require any specialization knowledge of CA, then also you need to take COP. That's it. That's a matter of end. Okay, example. Now, okay, now see, understand how much technical this point is. Okay, Ram is a CA. Ram took the COP of ICAI. Okay, but Ram did some professional misconduct. Because of professional misconduct, ICAI told, okay, is guilty and told, suspended 6 months. Now Ram was suspended for 6 months. During these 6 months, Ram went to income tax officer. Sir, for what? Okay, it's only about discussing some representation about tax matter. Now, representative tax matter does not require a CA degree. It can be done by anyone. A BCom also can go with an income tax expert degree. It does not require a CA only to go with income tax officer. Okay, Ram went to income tax officer, represented where he was suspended. Okay, ICAI called. Okay, now you are more suspended. Why? The concept of significance of COP, listen carefully. If you are suspended, now you cannot do anything, okay, without COP, which a basic CA can do. Even CA knowledge is not required. Then also you are bound by COP. Example, okay, now when he was suspended, means he cannot take a trial balance also. He cannot prepare trial balance also. Sir, what if he is doing this? More guilty. His suspension will increase now. Earlier he was suspended only for how many months? 6 months. Now 6 years. And suppose he is not listening only. Okay, again, if he is not listening, okay, he is having COP, he may discuss like this. Okay, your name would be removed from register itself permanently. Lifelong, your degree is wasted. Imagine what efforts you have put, everything wasted. Everything wasted, everything. So you need to understand, if you need to do the practice, you need to take COP. Okay, even if, yeah, I am making very clear, this is only when you are becoming a member. If you are not after becoming a CA, you don't want to become a member, ghanta you do whatever. There is no concern for institute. Institute is concerned only when you are a member. So any member can do any work only after taking COP. And if you are doing any work without taking COP, but you are a member, you will be guilty of professional misconduct. I don't think you understood this concept. So if any question comes in examination and it says the membership was suspended and during that time he is doing trial balance ledger, he is going to income tax officer, okay, is he guilty or not guilty? Yani not guilty? Guilty. No, member is there but he is suspended, na? Suspended from taking COP, not suspended from membership. He is yet a member. He is yet a member but he is suspended. What is suspended? COP. You cannot practice for 6 months. If COP is suspended, you cannot, even if that does not require any technical knowledge of CA, make sure you understand this. Okay, you may debate, okay sir, whatever CA will require, a basic knowledge, you will not do that work. So sir, what will I do in that 6 months? Okay, open a shop, sell Cadbury, chocolates, dairy milk. Okay, I hope the thing is clear to you. Huh? I hope and you understood what I am explaining it. So this is very important agenda. Make sure section 6. Okay. Pardon? Yes. But that employment should be without COP. But you should not do any work which is requiring COP. You can do any employment which should not be related to practicing point. Employment there is no problem. I am telling not to practice. That's it. Not to practice. That's it. Okay, no member of institute shall be entitled to practice whether in India or elsewhere unless he has obtained from the council certificate of practice. Every such member shall pay annual fees and the certificate of practice obtained under subsection 1 may be cancelled by council, okay, on such circumstances as may be prescribed. I hope the things are clear. Huh? Okay, the more concept I have not written here but I have explained you what is the concept beside it. Okay, the important is that without COP you will not do anything. So you need to take a COP. Even when you are required to take a COP, when you are a member. If you are a member of ICA, if you want to do any work, take a COP. Even if that work does not require talent of CA. Example, CA ka talent not required means what? The expertise of CA is not required. You are doing the accounting work. Where can be done by BCom also. Now you may say, I am not doing any extraordinary work where CA talent is required, but I am a member. Then you should say, if you are a member, it just say, take COP, do that work. That's how section 6 work. Huh? Can your COP be cancelled? Acha, can your name be removed from register? That was above answer. This is cancelling COP. This is not cancelling membership. This is cancelling COP. So what are the ground for cancelling COP? The name of the holder of COP is removed from register. If your name is removed from register, your COP is automatically cancelled. Certificate was issued on the basis of incorrect or misleading information or false information. You have given the false information or misleading either by mistake or inadvertence. Okay, a member has ceased to practice. A member has not paid which fees? Annual fees. Till how much day? 30th September of relevant year. Till 30th September of relevant year, you have not paid the annual fees. That's it. These are something where your name may be removed from COP. Yeah? Again, I am telling you, your name may be removed from register. 4 points above. If you are a member, you are dead. You applied that remove my name. Okay, if you remember that 4. And if I tell you what are the ground for removal of COP? This 4. Remember difference between this. These both are different. Next concept comes is very important point. Member deemed to be in practice. When I am discussing about member deemed to be in practice, this is more of reading process, which I'll be telling you to read. But this is mainly a concept which you need to understand technically. Please listen carefully. What is the meaning of member deemed to be in practice? Member deemed to be in practice means, okay, if you are giving this all work, and if you are a member, if you are giving the following work, if you are doing the following work, if you are a member, if you are doing the following work, if you are a member, you are deemed to be in practice. Even if you are not taking a COP also. Okay, you are doing the following work. If you are a member, you are deemed to be in practice. Now this section, okay, is section 2.2. This section is section 2.2. This should be looked out in 2 ways. What are the 2 ways you should look out? First, okay, the person, the member who are in practice, what they can do and what they can't do and don't can be get from this answer. And second, okay, one more angle can be discussed here is the person is a CA, is a member but not taken COP. Okay, not taken COP because he is telling I am not in practice. Okay, example, right now I am a member of institute. I am a member of institute. I am a FCA. I am a member of institute, but I am not taken COP because I don't want COP only. But if I am doing any of the following work, I will be deemed to be in practice. Yani CA is there, member is there, has not taken COP, but doing following work will be deemed to be in practice. Now the question comes, why sir, what is the problem if deemed to be in practice? The main agenda is, now we go into clauses. In next 10 minutes we will be going into clauses. Once we enter into clauses, we will come to know that clauses there are total 34 clauses. How many clauses beta? 34 clauses are there. Out of 34 clauses, almost 28 clauses, 26, 28 clauses are 28, 29 clauses are applicable to CA in practice. Almost 30 clauses, something 2 clauses and 3. 31 clauses are applicable to CA in practice here. 31 clauses are applicable to CA in practice. Now, to be very precise, okay, if I am a CA, I don't take a COP, I am not CA in practice. Okay, so I may do the following work and later on, okay, institute is finding me guilty because I have not did the work correctly. Institute says you are guilty. I will say on what basis? Institute say because you are practicing CA. I will say where I have taken a COP. Institute say, oh bhai sahab, okay, brain is there with us. Okay, from our section 2 point of view, you will be member deemed to be in practice. And which clause can be applied on me? Which clause can be applied on me? The clause which are applicable to member in practice, CA in practice. That clause are applicable to me then later on. Even if I don't take a COP. Therefore, this particular section matters a lot. Acha. Okay, so again I am reading that content, but one important point again will be discussion comes here. Suppose I am a CA in practice and Ram is also a CA, but he is in job with CA in practice. Yani example, he is in job with me only. He is in CA firm. He is in job in CA firm. My question, will Ram be treated as deemed to be in practice? Okay, section 2 says yes, but only for the purpose of articles, not any other purpose. Any example I am telling you, listen carefully. Now here Amit Tated is there and Ram is working as CA in firm. Now one clause is there, okay, one clause is there, okay, listen carefully what I am discussing. One clause is there, CA in practice shall not solicit the client. CA in practice shall not solicit the client. Now assume Ram has solicited, okay, Ram has solicited Ganesh because Ganesh is his friend. Ram solicited Ganesh and took the work. Now Ram took the work. Ram brought that work in the CA firm. Are you getting the point? Now when I am discussing Ram, okay, now my question, the clause of soliciting the client will be attracted to Ram or not? Answer is no. Because here Ram is not deemed to be in practice. Ram is deemed to be in practice only for the calculation of articles. This clause will be applicable only to Amit Tated, not to Ram, because Ram will not be treated as deemed to be in practice. When Ram is deemed to be in practice, when Ram is himself having office or Ram is a partner in my CA firm. If Ram is a partner in CA firm, he can be deemed to be in practice also. But if Ram is my employee, he will be deemed to be in practice for only appointment of articles. What does it mean? Example, Amit Tadir can appoint only 10 articles. How much article? 10. And I am having a Ram as employee, okay, who is a CA. Now I can appoint how many articles? 20. So Ram is deemed to be in practice only for appointment of article, and this is where Big Four uses us. Big Four, okay, appoint CAs mainly for the reason of appointment of articles. So CAs are deemed to be in practice. If you are working in Big Four now, suppose you are employee of Big Four, you are employee of PwC, you will be deemed to be in practice, but only for appointment of article. Okay, no other you will be deemed to be in practice. So which clause will be attracted to us then, sir? In that case, if we are in service with Big Four, the member in service. You will be attracted a member in service. Okay, suppose you join Big Fours and Big Fours, you say, I don't want to become a member of ICA. Big Four will not make your appointment. It's a compulsion. Once you join Big Four, it is a compulsory to be a member of ICA. Then only Big Four will appoint you. If they are appointing you as an CA, if they are not appointing you as a CA, then this concept does not work only, Malika. I hope this thing is clear at your end. Everybody? Paka clear? Okay. So now the question is, now please understand, look out two angles. One, what practicing CA can does, and one, what a CA is doing will be deemed to be in practice. So what are the things he will do? 4 things. If he is doing accountancy work. Second, he is doing auditing and verification work. Third, he is doing professional services or assistance in related to accounting procedure and render such other services. 4 points. If you are doing accountancy, if you are doing auditing, verification, you are doing professional services, you are giving such other services, which is called as management consulting services, you will be deemed to be in practice. You will be deemed to be in practice. Everything. No, this auditing and verification of financial transaction will be deemed as this particular point, and internal audit will be deemed as other services, management consulting services. Yes. No, not required. Why he should take COP? No, he is in service now. See, even in Ram, I told Ram should take COP or not. If Ram is my employee, whatever, in CA firm, if Ram is in CA firm, he is my employee, then only Ram will be deemed to be in practice. If suppose I become a CA, I being a member, and I am joining HDC Bank in internal audit department, I am not required to take a CA. I am required to take a COP if at all, if I am working in which firm? CA firm. And that also if my CA firm required to appoint an article. If my CA firm, my boss is a CA and he does not want to appoint an article, even if I don't take COP, it's okay. My boss will tell me to take a COP, but that COP will be used only for taking an engagement? No, it will be only for appointing an article. Even this example may be clear. If Ram is my employee who is a CA, I can take only 30 audit engagement, but I cannot take 60 because Ram is on one more CA. I can take only engagement, how many? 30. That's it. My limit is of 30. Sir. Oh, yes. 20 limit is of Companies Act. Our ICI guidelines say 30. 20 is Companies Act where you don't consider OPC, dormant company, small company, private company of 100 crore. So 100 crore I can take 100 companies. As per Companies Act, I can take 100 companies audit. I can take of 90. Suppose taking an example, I am having 500 companies with me whose paid up share capital is 90 crore. As per Companies Act, I can take any number. All 500 I am taking. Or I say how you will allocate the resources once? No. 20 is the limit of Companies Act. 30 is limit of ICA. So when I am taking about 20 audits, the Companies Act says you can't take, you are not required to consider 4 companies in that 20 limit. OPC, dormant, small and private company of 100 crores. Share capital of 100 crores. In the 20 limit. So 20 limit will include listed, public companies and private companies which are more than 100 crore. 20. But instead then say, if logically speaking, then I can take any number of 100 crore, less than 100 crore company, I can take any number. Or I say says no like this. Total audit can be 30. Excluding OPC and dormant. OPC can be any number, dormant can be any number with the audits. So maximum 30 audits can be taken from ICA point of view. And even if you apply SEBI, we can't take 20. Technically speaking, as per Companies Act, we can take 20 audits except OPC, small company, dormant and private, which is 100 crore. This is what a logic it is. So I can take 20, get 20 listed, but SEBI says you can't take 20 listed. There is a restriction of 6 to 10 depending on scenario. So you need to check out all restriction to keep in mind. So if I say, let me clear this one first agenda. If I say, okay, let me give you clear now. This please bring this clarity with you. If I am a CA firm, and suppose I am only one partner, ATN company, and Ram is my employee who is also a CA. My question is, ATN company is having COP? Yes, and he will be deemed to be in practice as per 2.2. And Amit Tatir can take how many engagement? 4. What are the 4 engagement? Accounting, auditing, okay, professional services and other services. Okay, now Ram, who is an employee with CA firm, okay, is he required to take COP? He can take COP, but this COP only for the purpose of article. No other purpose will be served with this COP. No other purpose will be served with this COP. Make sure you understand this. So with this, okay, if suppose Companies Act and combining code of ethics, I discuss about 30 audits. Suppose I am taking 30 audits on my name. I can't do 30 plus 30 because Ram COP is of no use for this. But if I make, okay, CA firm, ATN company, if I make Amit Tatir plus Ram as a partner, now we both are 2.2. What is 2.2? Deemed to be in practice. And how much audits we can take? 30 plus 30, 60. Okay, the article says automatically appointed. Article is deemed now. But this scenario and this scenario, I hope both are clear. Now, if suppose, okay, HDC Bank is there. In HDC Bank, okay, Ram is getting employed. Ram is CA. And Ram is working in accounting area or auditing area, whichever, internal audit or energy audit, something like that. Okay, and Ram is a member. No way there is concept of 2.2. Nor Ram will take COP. If we are, suppose if Ram wants to take COP, there is a big blunder, because if Ram takes COP, he cannot become an employee without a permission. Yes, 11 will be attracted. You are entering into other occupation along with certificate of practice. Okay, so no, cannot be there. ATN company, he can be a sleeping partner, but this need to be taken a permission. If he is an employee, then I am discussing. Permission. Whichever partner you be. Okay, if you are having a COP, okay, and you are doing a job, ask me first. You take a 11. If you want to do even a temporary job, only what thing you can become, you can become a director in any company. You can become a director. There is no restriction of director. You cannot become MD. Okay, and make sure you cannot become MD in your interested firm also. Okay, in our life we are aware that auditor, I cannot become an auditor of the firm where I am having significant interest. Okay, but you cannot become a MD also in that firm with permission also. Permission is not granted at all. ICI says no, you can become a director of that company. You can hold shares of that company. Significant means how much? 20%. You can have the 20% stake. Suppose in one company you have 25% stake. You become director. No, don't ask with us. But if you want to become an MD, okay, ask. But in the company which is having more than 20% stake, though you cannot become MD any point of time. But in some other company, I want to become MD. Ask us, I will permit. Okay, but I will check in the CA firm, because you took COP na, in your CA firm, whether other partner is there to support you. The office should not be empty na. You are working as an MD there and our CA office is empty. Okay, some client is coming and saying, Kaisa, how office it is, nobody is there. Disrepute. We don't want that. So that's what exactly. But here, in this third case, if you understood, if I am working in a HDC bank, whichever department, okay, Ram is not required to take COP, and if Ram takes COP, he requires a permission to do the employee. Even if you are doing an employee of accounting, doesn't matter. Suppose I am having a COP. Suppose Ganesh is my client now, auditing client. Ganesh told, sir, do one thing, become employee of mine. I will give you 5 lakhs rupees per month, 60 lakhs rupees. Okay, only come part time, sir, and do all accounting work with us. Don't do audit, leave audit. We'll appoint some other auditor. Okay, do only accounting, only part time. Become our employee. Okay, if I am saying yes, I need to take a permission from ICI under clause 11.1.1. 11 part 1 schedule 1. That's it. Pardon? फर्स्ट क्लास के लिए नहीं, बिकॉज वो practicing है ना. If you are working, that is generally permitted. So 11.1.1, what is 11.1.1? Clause 11, part 1, first schedule. I'll discuss in point. Clause 11, part 1, first schedule. 11.1.1, clause 11, part 1, first schedule. It says you need to take a permission from institute in two way. One is general permission, one is specific permission. So if you want to work, okay, if Ram want to work an employee in CA firm, it is generally permitted. Not a problem. Pardon? First case. No, consultant doesn't matter. You can take COP, you can practice in your own name. You can't sign in my name, my firm name, even if you are a consultant. You, whatever you do in individual, consulting you can do anything. Na? That is what we are discussing. Na? Fourth point, other services, consulting services. Or you can become liquidator. You can become insolvency professional. You can become debt recovery consultant. You do any consulting services. There is no problem with us. If you are having a COP, what I am telling, you can't do job. You can't become MD. CA can do this all four. What is four? Accounting, auditing, okay, professional services, and other means what? Consulting. A list is there. Read that next 2 pages, completely list. What you can do, that has been defined here. Okay, so as this is what overall scenario I discussed with you. As and when we go ahead, I'll discuss more detail in this particular point. But this is how the structure works. So coming back to the question. Okay, so help me out. A CA will be deemed to be in practice and doing how many works? 4 works. 4, rectify this answer. Okay, after that, read this explanation. An associate or fellow who is salaried employed of chartered accountant in practice or a firm be deemed to be in practice only for limited purpose of training article, only for appointment of article. I hope this point is clear. Now we are discussing in fourth point, other than accounting, auditing, verification. In fourth point, what are the things which are coming? In fourth point, it is called management consultancy and other services. It is called management consultancy and, okay, shall not include the function of statutory or periodical audit, tax, both, okay, representative or advice concerning acting as liquidator, trustee, executor, but shall include the following. Yani example, all this, okay, you are acting as a advisory subtoach. This is a part of professional services. So what you can do, okay, this is a reading process. You can read out whatever you can do. Okay, I'm just highlighting some of the points. Okay, read this one. Next page, may read this one. I can do personal recruitment and selection. What is meaning of personal recruitment and selection? Okay, can I select employee for my clients? Yes. Okay, Ganesh is saying he wants some CAs or he wants some good trained people with him. Okay, Mawla, don't worry, I can do for it you. Okay, give me 10 lakhs rupees. Mawla, okay, I can do this. I can do this work as a practicing CA also. What we are discussing, what CA can do within practice. Suppose tomorrow I open this office as a CA in practice. What I can do, that is what I am discussing. I can do this all things which is a list here, but I want only few of the things which is altogether outside the box of CA. So for first more what I discuss, can I recruit the personnel for my client? Yes. Can I help in selection? Yes. One more important point. Okay, can I give the advice acting as an advisor? Can I give an advice or consultant to an issue? Suppose tomorrow prospectus is coming. Can I act as an advisor for that prospectus? Yes. Can I be consultant? Yes. Very important. I can draft the prospectus. I can publicly budget. Okay, whatever it can be there. Okay, I can focus on advice on post issues also. But very important, explanation has been given. Remember this explanation. For removal of doubts, it is hereby clarified that activities of 3 things cannot be done by CA in practice: broking, underwriting, and portfolio management services. So as a CA, what you cannot do? You cannot become a broker, you cannot become an underwriter, you cannot be portfolio management services to your clients. My first question, please make sure your client is X Limited, a company. Okay, they are issuing prospectus. Can you be advisor to prospectus? Can you be advisor to issue? Can you be consultant to issue? But you cannot be broker, you cannot be underwriter, you cannot manage portfolio management for your client. Remember directly. Okay, remember this directly. If any time in examination question comes that you are CA in practice, if question comes you are CA in practice and you are giving, if you are CA in practice, make sure you understand this. If you are a CA in practice and the question comes and says that CA in practice is giving brokerage services, or he is giving portfolio management services to his client, he is giving underwriting services to his client, okay, your answer should be he is guilty under professional misconduct. Now the question, how is he guilty? So your answer should come like this. Your answer should come like this. You will write this one. As per section 2.2, he can give this services. Okay, your answer will come like this. And then you will say, okay, in the last 4 services, such other services, okay, the service come is advisor and consultant to an issue. And then you will write, the CA in service cannot give brokering, underwriting or portfolio management. And therefore, in current case, Amit Tated has given a portfolio management services to his client. Therefore, Amit Tated is guilty of professional misconduct. Everybody clear? Okay, so can I become an advisor? Can I become a consultant? But I cannot become 3 there for issue. Acha. One more point. Okay, in below line, you check this one. Next page 20.9, you check this one. You check this paragraph. Very important paragraph. Very good paragraph actually. Read this paragraph. A member shall be deemed to be in practice if he, in professional capacity and neither in his personal capacity nor in capacity as employee, act as a liquidator, trustee, executor, administrator, arbitrator, receiver, advisor, representative, forecasting, financial, taxation matters, take up an appointment with central government, state government or court of law or any legal authority, act as a secretary unless his employment is on salary cum full-time basis. Means what? My question, can I become a liquidator? Answer is yes. Just make sure that you are a liquidator, but you should not be employee. You should not receive a salary. You should receive a professional fees. Read it again. It's a negative version. Read it again. Very important. What it is told, a member shall be deemed to be in practice if he, in professional capacity and neither in personal capacity nor in his capacity as an employee. Yani you are not an employee. You are acting as liquidator. Leave every other line. You are acting as liquidator. Okay. Okay. Unless leave all other line. Unless his employment is in salary cum. Unless his employment is on salary cum full-time basis. Yani if his employment is on salary cum full-time basis, then he will not be deemed to be in practice. He will deemed to be in service. So if you are practicing CA and you want to become a liquidator, you can become a liquidator, but make sure you are not employee. You are not charging, okay, as a salary. You are charging as a professional fees. So what is this logic? I don't know if you are aware, but central government or state government, they keep the panel. I do think you are aware about panel of liquidator. Okay, if that panel of liquidator is maintained by them and you become the CA, okay, CA in that panel, they may give you salary every month. Okay, what is the logic behind it? They may tell you, they may have work, they may not have a work, but you will be getting a fixed salary. How much, okay, asset you sell doesn't matter, you will be getting a fixed salary. If this is the engagement, you are not deemed to be in practice. A practicing CA cannot take such engagement. But they may take your name on the panel and they tell, okay, you will be getting amount based on how much asset you are selling. Okay, how much asset you are selling, that will be an amount you will be received. Okay, now here a practicing CA can do this. So my question, can practicing CA become a trustee? Yes. Can become a liquidator? Yes. Can become an arbitrator? Yes. But that particular thing should not be based on, he should not be employee, nor he should receive a salary. He should receive a professional fees. Then he will be deemed to be in practice. So 2-3 things what you need to remember with this agenda. Okay, first thing, my question, can a CA become an advisor to an issue? Can CA become a consultant to an issue? But can he be a broker? Can he become underwriter? Can he become portfolio management services? No. The same way, can I become a liquidator? but I should not be a liquidator who is in employee or full-time employee or salary basis. I should not be a full-time employee or salary basis. I can work as a liquidator, but I should not be full-time or salary basis. That's exactly you need to understand. Yani I cannot become a liquidator full-time with them. Then what about the practicing CA then? What about the firm? Who will taking care of the firm? Okay. One more question, which is I do think you are already aware what you discussed in your earlier era. Okay, if I am an auditor of company, I cannot give the following services to my company. Okay, I cannot give following services to my company, holding company or subsidiary company of my company, my client. Okay, which are the services? 8 services. First, I cannot give accounting services. I cannot become a internal auditor. I cannot design financial system for them. I cannot outsource financial services. I cannot give investment advisory. I cannot become investment banking. I cannot give actuarial services. I cannot give management services. 8 point. Remember this. Okay, so section 144 services cannot be given by whom? Auditor of a company. Yani suppose, if I am a CA in practice, can I become an auditor of a company? If I am a CA in practice, can I become auditor of company? क्या मजाक कर रहे हो यार? Yes or no? Okay, can I become an auditor of company? Yes. Okay, but if I am an auditor of that company, I should not give 144 services to that company, that holding company and subsidiary company of that company. What are the 144 services? 8 point. Ratify. Okay, what are the 2? Remember this. Accounting, internal audit. These are first 2 points. Next, financial. What is financial? One is outsourced financial services. One is financial systems. Next, investment. What are the 2 investment? Investment banking, investment advisory. And next 2 is actuarial and management services. Remember this 8 point with doing this all 2 points. Everybody clear, Malik? Okay. Companies should not be engaged in accountancy. Section 25 says, if you are a company, okay, you should not do a CA in practice. Okay, there can be a corporate form of practice. Remember this. What is meaning of corporate form of practice? Basically a network firm. I can create a company, okay, and where I can be a MD of that company and I can give the consulting services. Other than, okay, the main question is other than what a practicing CA as a chartered accountant can do as an auditor. Example, I cannot give assurance services. I cannot give assurance. When assurance, one more important point is audit services or review services. So corporate form of practice is permitted, but make sure you can't open a company to give a COP or something like that. The company should not engage in accountancy. Don't link only this keywords. Company will not be there, okay, with accountancy. I can form a company which can give accountancy services. But I cannot become an auditor, I cannot become a reviewer. I can't get COP from institute for company. But LLP can be done, except LLP. And if the LLP is also having a company as a partner, then cannot be done. So you need to understand. So section 25 says, CA Act, no company shall practice as a chartered accountant. Okay, and if any company contravenes shall be punishable with fine on first of 1,000 and 5,000. The same logic. Okay, so make sure, okay, so tomorrow if I say after becoming CA, I want to open a company, okay, to practice. Can I open a company to practice? No, but can there be a corporate form of practice? Yes, but that will not require to take a COP from institute. That will be a consulting company. If suppose 80 company, 80 private limited I create tomorrow, that 80 private limited can give consulting services to you. Which services? Consulting. It will not give auditing services. It will not give review services. I can take COP. If I approach COP institute and I say, institute, I am a 80 private limited, give me COP. Institute says, cannot give. Okay. So tomorrow if you Amit Tated take a COP on Amit Tated name, and Amit Tated, instead of opening a CA firm, I am opening a company for that COP. I'll be guilty. This will be attracted when? This will be attracted if I open a company which is giving consulting, okay, audit services or review services. So my question, can I open a company as a CA? No. If I'm a CA and CA in practice, can I open a company? Yes. No problem with opening a company. Haresh, you can invest, you can be investor, but make sure that company should not be practicing as a chartered accountant. Yani suppose tomorrow I open a company A.T. Private Limited, I will not write chartered accountants. Make sure you understand this, writing chartered accountants beneath it. This is what I am discussing. I can open A.T. Private Limited and I can write management and consultancy services. Okay, where C. Amit is a director. No problem, no problem. And to become a director also, I don't require any permission of ICA. Make sure, remember this very clearly. I can become director without asking anybody. No concern. Next, member in practice is prohibited from using designation other than CA. Okay, I'll discuss this one later on when I do the clause 7. Okay, I discuss this clause 7 ke saath mein. And the last concept is maintenance of branch office. Now this is again a very important concept, a traditional concept actually. A traditional concept which I say is basically from old history point of view. Now please understand like this. If this is my office, which is A.T. and company, okay, chartered accountants. I don't think you are understanding now what is, when I say office, it means A.T. and company, and beneath it I have written chartered accountants. And suppose I open a branch. Institute says, as per section 27, Institute says, if you open a branch, there should also be appointed a chartered accountant only, a CA, who can be your employee or who can be your partner. That branch should not be left unattended. That is our agenda. Okay, as per section 27. Now this section 27 will be dealing in multiple way. First way, if this office, AT office, okay, is open, okay, then you can have a branch, but branch should have employee or partner. Now example, okay, suppose I am staying in Hyderabad, suppose I am staying in Mumbai. Okay, my head office is in Mumbai. I open a branch in Hyderabad. Okay, if I open a branch in Hyderabad as a AT and company, chartered accountants, I need to ensure this branch will have a CA, and that CA should be my employee or partner, and any other CA cannot be there. Suppose Ram is there in Hyderabad, I am telling Ram, just go there. Ram is not my employee, Ram is not my partner. This will not done. There should be one employee or partner. Now the question is that employee should be full-time employee. Okay, now you can keep any employee, you can keep any partner, institute says. But institute says, how will confirm that the partner and employee? See, what is the main agenda? Why they are saying that there should be C appointed there in a branch? Okay, unattended, and that branch should be taken care of. Now what I do, okay, I will do like this. I am Amit Tated, and suppose one more my friend is Vinod Reddy. Okay, we stay in Mumbai. I open a branch in Hyderabad. I told Vinod Reddy is taking care of branch, whereas Vinod Reddy is in Mumbai. Are you getting this concept? There is a problem. The institute says, oh, we are not. Okay, so here institute says, whoever is your employee or whoever is your partner, he should stay 182 days minimum in that branch. He should attend that branch minimum how many days? 180 days. This is first concept. I hope you are clear with first concept. Then institute says, section 27 says, if there are certain exemption. What are the exemption? If suppose for this exemption is for what? This exemption that you can have a branch without a CA. You can have a branch without a CA. Okay, now this exemption, how should be calculated? First, okay, if is your HO in hilly area. Now please do understand, this is not we are discussing of Hyderabad or Mumbai or something like that. This can be discussed in Uttarakhand. I don't know how many are aware about Kedarnath, Badrinath. Right now, if you focus on that Gauri Kund, every other area, that is completely closed now. Why that Kedarnath, Badrinath is closed right now? Because it is beneath the ice, snow. A complete area of Uttarakhand is beneath that snow. So if I'm practicing in such kind of hilly area where in winters there is a snow, okay, so now I will not be practicing there because no client will be. So they say you can open the separate office, a branch office in area of plain. Plain means the area where there is no snow. You can have a one branch, okay, which you can take care. Just make sure that you are using that office which is in plain only during winter season, not more than 3 months. Only in winter season, not more than 3 months. In all your stationery, you will not mention that branch name. You will mention only in HO name, which is in hilly areas, and you will inform institute that, okay, that I am opening this office as a branch for the 3 months. And make sure, okay, in branch, okay, you will have the name board of CA only during the 3 months, not other months. Then you are not required to appoint any CA. This is hilly area concept. Yeah, acha. When I say nameplate means what nameplate I am discussing? A.T. and Company Chartered Accountant. Make sure you are very clear with what I am discussing this. A.T. and Company Chartered Accountants. Everybody clear? This can be used by you. This can be used by you only for 3 months. This is one concept which is for exemption. One more concept, if your branch, this is my HO and this is my branch. If my branch is in same premise where my HO is there, no requirement of another CA. Why? I can go above here. The second, it says if your HO and your branch is in the same city, no requirement of another CA. Why? You can travel easily. Okay, or if your HO and your branch is within 50 kilometer of the municipal limit of HO, okay, then the things are very clear. Okay, you don't require to have another CA. So 3 conditions. What are the 3 conditions which are discussed here? First, okay, whether your office HO and your second office is in the same premise, okay, exempt. No CA required to be appointed. If it is second office is in the same city, no CA required. If HO is there, and suppose this is municipal limit of HO, make sure you understand this logic very clearly. Municipal limit of HO, suppose HO and its municipal limit is of 15 kilometer. Yani this is municipal limit. This is municipal limit. HO is here and the municipal limit is 15 kilometers from HO. The second office can be in distance of 50 kilometer from municipal limit of first office. So what does it say? If suppose the office B, this is second office is in some other municipal limit. And this municipal limit, okay, some other municipal limit is like this. Suppose this is 15 kilometer, okay, this is municipal limit of second area, and this is the distance of, assuming 30 kilometer, this is again 15 kilometer. Now you will not add 15 plus 30 plus 15. This 15 will not be added at all. Why? Because the distance 50 kilometers is from municipal limit of first office. So ignore this one. You will calculate this total, and if it is below 50, you are not required to appoint any CA. Okay, but if it is like this, suppose you are saying like this, suppose if it is 45 kilometers, the road between is 45 kilometers and this is 15 kilometers. Now you can't say, sir, it is below 50 only because second municipal limit is connecting within that 50 kilometer. No. Okay, what the content is saying, it should be 50 kilometers from the municipal limit of first office. So here the total will be 45 plus 15, which is 60. Okay, you require another CA for this office. That's it. Okay, one question which is very outside the box, not relevant here as such, not relevant from your examination also. Just one casual question which comes into my mind. How this kilometer is calculated? Okay, is it calculated like this? Suppose this road is road. Aerial, why aerial? Aerial should be calculated. Why not road? Who told? Who told why aerial should be calculated? Why not road? My question is very simple. There should be somebody who is saying this. Na? Our CA Act says no. Our CA is 50 kilometer. Okay, who says this? This is always one act. I don't know if you are intermediate, you remember TGCA, the General Clause Act. There is one General Clause Act. Wherever anything is applied, TGCA comes into picture. TGCA says whenever one section 12 is there for TGCA. It says whenever you go with a distance, if any act is saying, what is TGCA full form? The General Clause Act. The General Clause Act. The General Clause Act applied to all acts. So TGCA says, if any act is saying, section 12 of TGCA says any act is there, and if it's saying there is a kilometer of distance to be measured, it should be aerial one. It should not be by road. It should not be by water. And this concept we applies. Let's take an example, one more example now. Once we complete this one, if we read this content of CA Act, we will always start with this word. See, listen carefully. We always start with this word. A CA in practice is deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if a CA in practice is deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he. Now the question is he. Suppose, Sakshi is doing some misconduct and Sakshi is caught. Now Sakshi says, oh, institute, I studied CA Act. There was he only. He includes she. Who told? Huh? This is not done by any other act. It is because of TGCA Act. And it's standard apparel. If the TGCA is very clear, if any other act is defined a muscular gender, if defining a muscular gender, it will include a female gender. But if they want to be very clear, the act will say muscular gender. So if any act, example, if suppose, this is not relevant here, but I told you not relevant. But if any act is saying, bullock, it will not include, cow. But if any act is saying he, it will include she. If it is saying she, it will include he. But if any act is saying men, it should be constructed in the same way because it is saying men only. This is how TGCA interpret. This is how interpretation of act comes. Because on the basis of this, we can go in the court because the word is he. Why will assume any other word here? So that's how the structure works. But nevertheless, section 27, I hope section 27 is clear to you. Section 27 says, to be very precise, section 27 says branch office ka maintenance. Everybody clear? Acha, in my office, at my home, can I put a nameplate? At my home, can I put a nameplate? Answer is yes. You can put the nameplate of mentioning as CA Amit Tatir, but you cannot put a nameplate of firm. Firm means what? CA Amit Tatir, chartered accountant. This should not be nameplate at your home. If this nameplate is used at your home, it's guilty of professional misconduct. Guilty, not permitted. Who told? Section 27. This is section 27. So what I explained to you is section 27. I hope section 27 is clear at your end. So section 27, make it sure this is section 27. You can read it out section 27 as such technically. Along with section 27, one more concept is there, KYC norm. Every CA in practice, whatever work he is taking, should always obtain a KYC. Of his client. So they have given KYC, for the client who is, if your client is individual proprietor, these are the KYC. If your client is corporate entity, these are the KYC. If your client is non-corporate entity, these are the KYC. KYC means, if you forgot also KYC, name, address, PAN number, business description, type of engagement. This is KYC. If it is a corporate, you will also take a DIN number, director identification number, and other detail of director also as a KYC. So KYC, again a basics of KYC. And then we start with a guilty of professional misconduct or clauses. Now we discuss about the clauses. Before going on the clauses, let me tell you how the things work. The complaint is received by ICI. The complaint is received by ICI, okay, and it is received either by another CA or by the client. Okay, once the complaint is received by ICI, means who? It is received by Disciplinary Directorate. It is received by whom? Disciplinary Directorate. Disciplinary Directorate prima facie will decide whether he is guilty or not guilty. If Disciplinary Directorate decide not guilty, okay, it will submit all information to Board of Discipline. Board of Discipline will decide whether, okay, Disciplinary Directorate was okay or bias. If it is okay, not guilty, okay, they will close the matter. But if Board of Discipline decide, okay, no boss, Disciplinary Directorate, okay, sir, rethink, okay, Board of Discipline reject, then it will advise Disciplinary Directorate to rethink on the matter, and they may decide whether it should go into first schedule or second schedule. Okay, this is when it is rejected. But if Disciplinary Directorate consider the matter, if complaint is received by Disciplinary Directorate and they consider, they will send this matter either in first schedule or second schedule. If it is sent to first schedule, it will be given to Board of Discipline. If it is sent to second schedule, it will be given to Disciplinary Committee. Once again, the complaint is received by whom? The complaint is received by Disciplinary Directorate. Then Directorate decide whether it should be sent further or not. If it is sent to further, if it is in first schedule, it will send to Board of Discipline. If it is in second schedule, it will send to Disciplinary Committee. If they reject, they cannot directly close the matter. They will send the rejection point to Board of Discipline. Board of Discipline thinks, okay, reject, cancel, close the matter, not required only, then they can close the matter. If they don't think not to be close to matter, they will say Disciplinary Director, reconsider, or they will keep the matter with themselves if it is in first schedule, and if it is in second schedule, they will send this matter to Disciplinary Committee. Yani how many authority are there? 3. One is Disciplinary Directorate, Board of Discipline, Disciplinary Committee. Board of Discipline, first schedule, Disciplinary Committee, second schedule. Everybody clear? First and second. This is how the structure works. Okay, if Disciplinary Director rejects, then it goes to Board, and Board will decide again whether it should decide. So there will be 2 persons. If complaint is received, Director will not alone decide. Once he decides to reject, Board should also reject, and if Board reject, then it is rejected. But if it was rejected, then the authority goes like this. So first of all, okay, complaint is received, then it goes to complaint is received. Complaint is received by whom? Complaint is received by Disciplinary Directorate. Okay, if Disciplinary Directorate thinks this complaint is worth discussing, he will send to 2 persons, Board or Committee. Okay, Board first clause, first schedule, Committee second schedule. In first schedule also, if Board thinks, okay, whether we should consider or reject, that will be 2 things. One is accepted or after hearing. This is done after hearing. It is accepted, they will conduct inquiry. An inquiry, if they found guilty, then they can do 3 things. Reprimand member, remove the name for 3 months maximum, and they can impose a penalty of 1 lakh. And if they rejected, close the matter. They will close the matter. Okay. If Board Disciplinary Committee comes into picture, and if they accepted, they will conduct inquiry, and if found guilty, they can do 3 things. Reprimand, they can remove the name permanently or for any period, and then they can impose fine of 5 lakhs. This is something which is 2 things can be done. So what is the power of Board of Discipline? Reprimand, remove for 3 months, 1 lakh. Disciplinary Committee, reprimand. Reprimand means giving a warning. If, okay, can there be appeal against this order? Yes. Appeal can be done to appellate authority. Appellate authority, okay, can be done. But who can do the appeal? Remember this one. The appeal can be done by any member, Disciplinary Directorate, Board of Discipline or Disciplinary Committee. This can be preferred appeal within how many days? 90 days. So 2 persons can do the appeal only. Who are 2 persons who can do the appeal? Okay, one member can do appeal, and second, disciplinary directorate or committee, they can do the appeal in 90 days. Nobody else can do the appeal. And suppose, okay, suppose one client has complained against me, okay, to the institute. Okay, institute says Amit Adar is not guilty. Amit Adar is not guilty. Institute means either board of discipline or disciplinary committee. Now that director cannot go to appeal. That client cannot go to appeal because he is not a member. So appeal can be done only by member or this particular persons. No other person can do the appeal. Make sure you understand this. Everybody clear? So who can do the appeal? Okay, it will be member, okay, disciplinary directorate or disciplinary committee. Okay. 90 days they can do the appeal. An appellate authority will be there, and what appellate authority will do, that is again a very basic point. He can confirm the order, he can set aside, he can modify, whatever it may be. This can be done very basically. Okay, now this is basically a structure to be remembered. I hope this structure is clear to everyone. Everybody? So my question, first complaint is received by ICI, then it is sent to board of discipline or disciplinary committee. After board of discipline or disciplinary committee, okay, so disciplinary director, there will be either guilty or not guilty. Whether it is guilty or not guilty, appeal can be done by whom? Member, disciplinary directorate or committee. Board of discipline does not come into picture. And that can be done in 90 days. And then appellate authority, answer is closed. If appellate authority says guilty, means guilty. If this says no guilty, no guilty. That's it. Now the question comes, okay, so how many schedules are there? 2 schedules. But before going on 2 schedules, let me give you a clear idea. How many types of misconduct are there? There are 2 types of misconduct. One is professional misconduct and one is other misconduct. Suppose Ram is doing some other misconduct in his, not his in professional capacity. Suppose Ram become a CA. Okay, Ram become a CA, and after that, okay, just for a joke, for a joke, okay, suppose Ram great grandfather is living, great grandfather, great is living. Ram is doing seva. Okay, because great grandfather is having a biggest property in Telangana, in Banjara Hills. Now Ram is doing seva. Seva means understood, na? Seva. So Ram is doing seva out of the emotion that he will be getting a property. Ram is having one elder brother, younger brother also. The great grandfather, okay, while he was resting, he told Ram, you did a seva, I am very happy. Okay, but you are so kind person. Okay, what you require? Take this 100 rupees note, keep lifetime, you will enjoy life. And let this all property go to the younger one, the Lakshman. Okay, go to the younger one, let him enjoy. Ram got frustrated. Bola, what is this? I did complete seva. What Ram did, understand. Ram took the property paper, he put some ink and forged the signature of great grandfather. Okay, after great grandfather reside in peace. Okay, now Ram says to his brother, oh listen, this complete property is of mine. Brother file a suit against Ram. And comes to the, after investigation, it comes to know that Ram has forged the papers. Okay, Ram is held, court told Ram, okay, you are done wrong. Okay, Ram says, okay, now institute calls Ram. Ram, come here. Ram, you did that, forge the paper. Ram says, what does it affect to ICI? Huh? What does it matter? How it does it matter to you? What is the problem with you, ICI? Okay, that is my professional capacity. Had I did that as a CA? No, it is my personal capacity. Whatever I can do in a personal. Institute say, whatever you want to do, you do in personal, but remove the membership then. Okay, other misconduct. Now, the people are not saying Ram has done. People are saying, because he was CA, therefore he did forge. Now, the disrepute is bringing on institute. Therefore, I am held guilty. And remember, you will not be held guilty only on professional terms. Don't assume that I am doing anything wrong in office, I will be held guilty. Even in your personal life, you are doing wrong and it is bringing disrepute to the ICI. You can be held guilty. So, there are 2 types of misconduct. What are the 2 types of misconduct? Professional misconduct and other misconduct. I hope both points are clear. Okay. Now these are, there are, how the things are done. There are two types of schedule. One is first schedule and one is second schedule. In first schedule we have 4 parts. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, Part 4. In second schedule we have 3 parts. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. First schedule, first part, it is applicable to professional misconduct related to CA in practice. Part 2, it is applicable to professional misconduct in relation to member of institute in service. CA in practice, nahi, service. So my question, part 1 is attracted by whom? Practicing CA. Part 2 is applicable to whom? Servicing CA. Part 3, professional misconduct in relation to member of institute generally, means either you are in service or you are in practice. Part 3 is applicable. Then what is part 4? Other misconduct in relation to member of institute generally. Again, you are maybe in CA in service or CA in practice. Okay, but other misconduct. So what is the difference between part 3 and part 4? Professional misconduct, other misconduct. Example, okay, forgery done by Ram will be in which part? Part 4, not in part 1, 2, 3. Part 1, 2, 3 is professional misconduct, professional misconduct, professional misconduct. Part 4 is other misconduct. Now second schedule, you have how many misconduct? 3. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. Tell me part 1. Practicing. Part 2, professional misconduct in generally. Part 3, other misconduct generally. Bharat Mata ki jai. Everybody clear, Malik? Everybody? Okay. Now before going ahead, okay, we are starting a first schedule. Just let me give you some few tips so that you can remember and we can close the answers. First of all, okay, my question, how many schedules are there? 2 schedules are there. In 2 schedules, how many parts are there? Part 1 will be having 4 parts. Part 2 will be having 3 parts. Okay, and there will be clauses inside this. Okay, so first schedule, okay, first part will be having approximately 12 clauses. Okay, next we will be having 2 clauses. Next we will be having 3 clauses and 2 clauses. Now main point in professional ethics, if question comes on this particular item, okay, the first agenda, first you need to understand, you need to answer it correctly whether he is guilty or not. The first agenda, you understand the concept and decide whether he is guilty or not guilty. So deciding factor will be guilty or not guilty, guilty or not guilty. Okay, so first crack that correctly. So understand concept, okay, understand everything, crack that correctly. That is the first agenda. Second, to score more marks, you need to have the correct clause number, the correct part number, the correct schedule number. So first of all, you need to remember a complete code of ethics with respect to clause, schedule and part. So whenever I use this, okay, I'll be using like this. Remember this. This is how I remember, okay, and I tell you to remember. Okay, it is based on like this. Example, if suppose, okay, how many clauses are there? 12 clauses are in first part. And I am discussing first clause. I will always say like this, 1, 1, 1. What is 1, 1, 1? Clause 1, part 1, first schedule. If I say 10, 1, 1, clause 10, part 1, first schedule. If I am saying 12, 1, 1, clause 12, part 1, first schedule. If I am saying 2, 1, 2, clause 2, part 1, first schedule. Okay, second schedule, second schedule. If I am saying 1, 2, 2, clause 1, part 2, second schedule. This is how numberings will remember. Yani after our content is closed, okay, around 2 o'clock, okay, we'll be discussing something like this in fast narrations. Fast, 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 fast. 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 4, 1, 1, 5, 1, 1, 6, 1, 1, 7, 1, 1, 8, 1, 1, 9, 1, 1, 10, 1, 1, 11, 12, over. This is how the numbers should be remembered and quickly you should remember. Revise, to revise. This will help you to revise or remember the clause with the numbers. First thing. Second, whenever you are writing an answer in examination, first of all, okay, you need to understand, whenever I am using, I will be saying like this only, 12, 1, 1. Okay, I hope this is now understood. But while writing a clause, you should understand, you will be writing in number. When you are writing in part, okay, second one, that part, you will be writing in Roman. And whenever you are writing a schedule, you should write in letters. Words, first or second. So if I am mentioning a clause, it will be number. If I'm mentioning part, it will be Roman. And if I'm mentioning schedule, it will be in words. Whenever you are starting any answer of professional ethics or code of ethics, your answer should be as per clause 1 of part 1, okay, of first schedule, okay, first schedule. Remember, okay, after that you will not write, okay, the of CA Act, it will be to CA Act. CA Act 1949. Remember this, you are writing to or not of. See, it is what we are writing. Okay, we always see, whenever you are writing the word, we always say section 14 of Companies Act, section 121 of Companies Act. But whenever we say act, okay, CA Act, we always say to. But why? Because we are mentioning a schedule. Okay, so you never say schedule 3 of Companies Act, schedule 3 to Companies Act. Schedule 1 to Companies Act, Schedule 2 to Companies Act. We never say Schedule 1. If you are saying like this, it is incorrect, Malik. So here it is first Schedule to CA Act. Make sure you are writing this word clearly. After that, a fixed answer. A CA in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. A CA in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he, this is what you should ratify clearly. Now just make sure you will be modifying this answer to the extent when customization is required. What I have written this answer, look at the screen, what I written this answer. A CA in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Okay, if he deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct, if he, okay, whatever we'll be discussing, if he, okay, enter into an agreement, okay, pays a commission, whatever discussion comes, we'll be discussing this one. Okay, but question is, if it is about CA in service, what the answer will change? If it is about part 2, the answer will be, okay, as per the clause, as per the clause, a CA in service shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Sir, what if it is about the part 4, other misconduct? You will be writing, a member in a service or practice, whatever, shall be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct, not professional misconduct. This will be a fixed one, but few things need to be modified. Whenever I go in that part, I will discuss with you how the things should be modified. That take care, your things is clear. So this is something which your first portion, okay, is to be done. Take time out. Okay, so after break we'll start with a schedule. The second slot will be covering a schedule. We'll be covering all the schedule. After schedule, the pending will be only guidelines. So after break, we'll be completing 34 schedules as such. Okay, Malik. Okay, Malik. Okay, Malik. So basically, before the break, we have discussed, okay, is that how the schedule clauses will be written. So first of all, whenever we are discussing about any clause, which we will be discussing in the next point. Okay, so remember, you always mention a CA shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Okay, if he. Now remember this word, and accordingly we'll go ahead. Okay, so first of all, we'll be starting your first schedule. First schedule with will be focusing on part 1, and part 1 will be for 12 clauses. Okay, remember first schedule ka first part and second schedule first part are actually cumbersome. Cumbersome means lengthy. Okay, lengthy means somewhat taking time. All other parts are very easy. It's hardly few minutes. But the part 1 of this schedule and part 1 of that schedule is again very time consuming or discussion points. Now, to before start with discussion, make sure, okay, whatever words I have written, you just need to mention something ahead of that word whenever we are discussing about this book, because this book is giving a pointer. What should be done will be the next step to be discussed here. Okay, so let's start. I'll show you. How I go. I'll show you. So first of all, we are going on first schedule. We are going on first schedule. Okay, and in first schedule, we are focusing on. In first schedule, we are actually focusing on. Okay, so first part 1, professional misconduct in relation to CA in practice. The first point. A CA in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he. Okay, one question can arise in your mind, sir, why we are using deemed to be guilty when the things are actually guilty? Okay, whether he is guilty or not, board of discipline or disciplinary committee will decide. You and me will not decide. We always say deemed to be guilty. So you are required to use the word deemed to be guilty. Okay, you are not directly telling guilty. Guilty is a word, but we always say deemed to be guilty. And last, while concluding the answer, okay, you will be writing he is guilty. Okay, so whenever we write the answer should go in 3 formats. First, you will be writing a bare content. Bare content means whatever we are reading here. As per clause 1, part 1 of first schedule to CA Act, a CA in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he allows any person to practice in his name. If he allows any person to practice in his name. Okay, this will be your first paragraph. After that second paragraph, write the fact of the case, whichever question has been coming. Example, Amit Tated has allowed Mr. Samir to practice in his name. You will write this one, okay, who is not a CA. Okay, you will write this. And last, conclude, therefore Amit Tated is guilty. So while writing a first paragraph, you always say deemed to be guilty. While closing the answer, you will be saying guilty. Make sure. So whenever we start any content, whenever we are starting anything about this particular paragraph, we always say deemed to be guilty. But while writing a concluding answer, you will be writing guilty. Okay. So first of all, first point, a CA in practice shall be guilty of professional misconduct if he allows any person to practice in his name as a chartered accountant, unless such person is also a chartered accountant in practice or is in partnership with or employed with him. Means what? Okay, so what this clause says, if Amit Tated is in practice, let's take an example, Amit Tated in practice. If Amit Tated is in practice and he allows some other person to use his name to take the work, and he is doing, some other person is practicing. Suppose Ram is not a CA now, and Ram is using Amit Tated name, okay, to practice. Now Amit Tated will be guilty. So it means, sir, Amit Tated cannot give his name to use for a practice. Okay, he can give, okay, only if conditions are met. What are the condition? First, he can give his name to a CA in practice, and that CA in practice should be in a partnership or employed by him. Now, it should be think about in both the angle. Suppose right now Ram is not a CA and Ram is my employee. Can he practice in my name? No. Okay, it is not only employee, it is CA and employee. So make sure you understand. So if a Ram is a CA and he is practicing in my name, okay, I am not guilty, don't worry. But he should be, okay, as partner or employee. So what are the scenarios when I will be guilty? Okay, first of all, listen carefully. Okay, who can be allowed to practice in CA's name? Remember this. Non-CA not allowed. So non-CA cannot practice in my name. CA in practice allowed. But CA in practice maybe condition is there. If CA in practice is a partner, allowed. CA in practice is employee, allowed. Others not allowed. Right now, example, suppose my brother is also a CA. So he is in Mumbai. My brother is a CA and he is CA in practice. So he comes in which category? This first category or second category? If my brother is CA in practice, so first or second? Second way. So my question, can my brother who is in CA in practice, can he practice in my name, Amit Tated and Company? Okay, only if he is a partner or employee. Okay, if he is not partner, not employee, he cannot practice. Everybody clear? This is your first clause to be focused on. So what is 111? 111. Now please understand, to revise the content, we will not remember so long or something like that. To revise, I told you to revise every clause number. Okay, I will be always remembering like this. Whenever I say 111, you say allows to practice. Whenever I say 111, allows to practice. 211, next answer. 311, this is how we will be creating some code to remember the answer. Okay, so 111 allows to practice. So it means I cannot allow any other person to practice in my name. Does it mean like this? I cannot allow any other person to practice in my name? I can allow, but that person should be CA in practice. First is CA in practice, and then he should be either partner or my employee. Okay. Everybody clear? Second. Now please understand what second clause says. When 211, now I am focusing on 211. A CA in practice shall be, first line is very common na? What is that line common? A CA in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he, that is first line is common, if he pays or allows or agrees to pay or allow directly or indirectly any share, commission or brokerage in fees or profits of his professional business. Okay, so this is what your first line to be remembered. Yani help me out. In second clause, when I will be guilty? If I pay or allows to pay or agrees to pay or allow directly or indirectly any share, commission or brokerage in the fees or profit of professional businesses. And my question, when I am guilty? When I am guilty, if I pay, if I allow, I am not paying but I am allowing. I am telling you I will pay, don't worry. That will also make me guilty. Or I agree to pay or allow directly or indirectly. What? Three things: share, commission or brokerage. Okay, from what? Fees or profits. Okay, from fees and profits of professional business to any person, I will be guilty. But there are exceptions. I can pay. Okay, if this clause is read only in 2 lines, it will be a biggest trouble, because if we are in a partnership firm, don't you think in partnership firm I will be paying the profits from my professional business only? Okay, it will be a problem. Therefore, there is other than, any person other than. So now I am going on other category. Other than. What does it other than means? Other than matlab, okay, in these cases I can pay or I cannot pay? I can pay. Other than, okay, this. Other than this, if I am paying, I will be guilty. Other than this, if I am paying, I will be guilty. So who are where I will not be guilty? Okay, so where I will not be deemed to be guilty? Where I will not be deemed to be guilty? Okay, first, if other person is a member of institute, or he is my partner, or he is my retired partner, or he is my legal representative of deceased partner, or he is member of any other professional body, or with such other person who is having such qualification as may be prescribed for the purpose of rendering such professional service from time to time in or outside India. So my question, to whom I can pay the brokerage share or commission? To whom I can pay brokerage share commission? Share commission brokerage I can pay to whom? First, I can pay to member of the institute. Second, I can pay to partner. I can pay to retired partner. I can pay to legal representative of deceased partner. I can pay to member of professional bodies, and I can pay to specific qualified person. This is what I am using small keyword to remember. This is I am remembering as member of professional body, and this is I am telling specified qualified person. SQP, specified qualified person. So now question comes, who are the member of professional body? Who are specified qualified person? That has been given in below. So member of professional body, okay, the council says the following are the person who are the member of professional body, you can pay the commission to them. So example, okay, who are the member of professional body? CS, cost and work accountant, advocates, architects and actuarists. Yani any person who are the member of these 5 bodies, I can pay them commission. Any person who is member of this body, okay, don't interpret like this. It means, sir, only I can pay to the CS. No, please understand. I am discussing member of professional body. Here it may happen that CS Institute may give membership to some non-CS also. It may happen. I told you in our CE also we have MOU with Australian Institute, Australian Institute of Institute. This may happen. So we can pay to any person who are the member of this 5 institute. What are the 5 institute? CS, CMA, advocate, actuaries and architect. Okay, but other than that, if some person is there who is not a member, but he is qualified, I can pay a commission to him also. Who are they? The council says these are the person who are qualified. Who are the qualified? CS, cost accountant, actuary, bachelor of engineering, bachelor in technology, bachelor in architect, bachelor in law and MBAs. Sir, what is this logic behind it? Okay, see, understand. Okay, the simple logic is that I should not go to the pan shop and tell pan shop wala that many customers are coming to you, okay, for smoking. Okay, anybody who is a big shot, okay, give it to me. Okay, any audit come to me, I will give you 10% commission of that fees. This is guilty. This is not correct way. You get the work on your name, na? You are a chartered accountant. Why you are worrying? But the question comes, okay, by opening an office, sitting in the office, okay, I will be putting a makhi, okay, mosquito. So I need to do some networking. So they say we permit networking, but we permit networking only with some people only. Who are that people? Who are that people? One member of our ICI. If somebody is there, suppose she is a member of ICI, I am telling her, madam, okay, any work you get about technology, I am a CA expert in technology, you give it to me, I will handle it. Okay, and 10% commission I will give to you. Okay, it's okay, permitted. Okay, suppose I and Ram are in partners. Okay, no problem, I can share a commission with partner because some work I am getting from because of him. Okay, I can share with a retired partner. Okay, Ram left, retired, but I told Ram I will be using our brand name. Okay, I will be using our goodwill. Okay, no problem. Okay, I can use that one. Retired partner, I can do it out. Okay, next come is legal representative of deceased partner. Let assume, now he is not the person. One more partner is Mr. A, who is deceased. Now wife of that deceased partner, can we pay to him, pay to her? Answer is yes. But here make it sure, it is a twist. Just make sure you remember this point. Legal representative of deceased partner can be paid only if agreement permits. If partnership agreement does not permit, then we will not paying. Now tell me, if example, suppose we are in partnership firm, I died. Okay, now you will be paying to legal representative means my wife is a non-CA. Okay, so they say, institute say, if you are paying to a legal representative of your deceased partner who is a non-CA, you will not be guilty. Don't worry. But what is the condition? Your partnership agreement should include this clause. That after the death of partner, you will be continuing to pay the professional profits. Then you are not, no worry, don't worry about this responsibility. You will not be held guilty. Are you getting the point? I'm now suppose my wife is not a CA. In that case, okay, no worry. Okay, you can pay to them. So this is your 211 to be focused on. Now one more concept they have discussed. Understand, in some cooperative society audit or some government audits, it may happen that government may ask you to deposit some money or to give some commission. But that commission amount which government is asking is not for giving the work. The government is asking that amount for administrative expenses. Okay, administrative expenses. Government is saying, I'll allocate the work, but to allocate the work, we require some admin cost. Okay, so you need to deposit 5% of your receipt as an admin cost to us. Now, question arises towards the council. In this case, what should be done? Because without this, without you can't get the work only, na? If I don't give that money to government. Council told, no worry, in such case you will not be guilty, don't worry. But make sure you are giving only an admin cost. Okay, it should not be you are earning 1 crore and 50 lakhs to them. 50 lakhs cannot be admin cost. If you are giving an admin cost, it is allowed as a, see, acha, my question is to whom the payment of commission is allowed? Payment of brokerage is allowed? Member of our institute, partner, retired partner, okay, legal representative of DC partner if agreement, and member of specified qualified person and member. This we have discussed. Specified qualified person and member of professional bodies. I can pay the commission to them. Other than them, the question arises. Okay, so one was I discussed you pay to my wife. So I told you legal representative is done only if agreement. One question comes is basically, okay, so with respect to government. If government contract I need to receive, there is a condition that government require that admin charges. Am I guilty here? Answer is no. Okay, so please understand, if we read clause barely, you will be holding me guilty for giving the percentage to commission to government. But that's what how case law has been defined. These are all case laws. The outcome of case laws. Okay, is that government is saying no worry. Council is saying you can pay to the government. So that read this portion. The council considered the issue, and while noting that government is asking auditors to deposit such percentage of their audit fee for recovering which charges, admin expenses incurred, the council decided that there is no bar in code of ethics to accept such assignment where percentage of professional fees is deducted by government to meet admin charges. I hope this is clear. Just make sure this admin charges should be admin charges. If this amount is big, large enough, if the CA institute, suppose in your question paper it comes like this, okay, the government is giving the work and government is charging 58% as admin charges. Now you need to tell he is a guilty. Now you will be telling is guilty because not permitted. What is the permission to be given? Only admin charge. Admin charges cannot be 58%. Right? Then how you will recover your charges? Yani first you are recovering admin charge. Then you will recover your charges. And then if profit is pending, then you will earn. Then why are you doing this work? There is no agenda only. Na? So that is exactly what they have discussed in 211. I do think everybody clear 211? So first point 111 allows to practice. 211 pays or agrees to pay. Pays or agrees to pay. Now, if I cannot pay, I should not accept also. If I cannot pay, I should not accept also. And that is 311. So 311, if you accept or agrees to accept the commission, okay, from accept that list what you have discussed in 2 also. If you accept commission or percentage, you will be guilty of professional misconduct. Okay, sir. So that is your third point. Clause 3 says, a CA in practice shall be guilty of professional misconduct if he accept or agrees to accept any part of profits of the professional work of a person who is not a member of institute. So example, if I am having some work and I am giving this work to Ram, who is a CA in practice, and I am charging 10% commission. Can I charge this commission? Yes. Okay, it's to a Ram because I am giving this I am giving the work to him. Na? See why I will give work to Ram? Nahi, the technical reason, if some work is to me, I will be doing the work. If I am not competent enough, but I will tell somebody to do that work. If I don't tell, that client will go to somebody. Rather than client is with me, okay, I will be telling Ram, and Ram, I will be telling Ram, but at the same time I will be taking commission. Na? Okay, are you getting the point? If one CA is giving work to another CA, so one of the CA is taking commission, one of the CA is paying commission. So 211, 311, this is how it is attracted. So if you cannot pay the commission, if you cannot pay the commission, you should not accept the commission also from others. But you can accept the commission from member of ICI and all person to whom you are paying commission. Are you getting the point? You can accept the commission from that person also to whom you are paying a commission. So they say provided that Nothing herein contained shall be considered as prohibiting a member from entering into profit sharing or other similar arrangement, including receiving any share, commission, brokerage in the fees with a member of professional body or member qualification as referred in item 2. What is item 2 means? Clause 2. So clause 2 may, if you are aware, who are the specified qualified person and member of professional bodies? This 5 and this 8. This 5, 8. These are 5 plus 8. You can take commission from them also. An example, suppose Ganesh is coming as a client to me. Ganesh is saying, sir, do the audit. Okay, I am doing. And while casual discussion, Ganesh was saying, sir, I want to do some interior decorating my house. Well, don't worry, I have one friend, architect. Okay, assume she is an architect. Okay, my friend is there, she is an architect. Don't worry, Ganesh, very good house will be there. Ganesh will don't, okay, show me who is an architect. I told madam, okay, I am making you understand the Ganesh. Okay, design the house, whatever money come, 10% commission. Is this permissible? Yes, because I can do this with architect. B.Tech, architect, engineering, I can enter into a partnership. Even we can be a partner, okay, as a firm, AT company, as a partnership firm, which can be a form of LLP. So technically it's good enough. So they say, to whom you can give commission, you can receive commission also from that person to whom you can give commission. Aja, one small question, very panchat. Yak means yak. Just a question. I want a room in Hyderabad now. Okay, I went to a broker. Okay, I told broker I want a room in Hyderabad. The broker told okay. He showed me this room. I liked it. Okay, the broker told okay, require a brokerage. Now how much? Well, 1 lakh rupees brokerage. Now 1 lakh. Am I guilty? If I am paying a brokerage, na, and broker is not covered in this, na? Huh? Basically, this all commission sharing and receiving is out of professional services. In personal life, ghanta farak nahi padta. Whatever you do in personal life, you can do. Okay, this is about which? Professional business they are discussing. Professional business. To get a professional business, you should not do. Suppose one broker is there. I am telling him, your account, somebody's account is there. Do let me know. Broker, some client comes only. Okay, broker come to me and say, sir, I am having one client whose audit should be done. 10% to me. My question, can I give to the broker? No. Unless until broker is this categories. If he is in this category, there is no problem only. Na? Okay, so this is what exactly our institute agenda is. So you should get the work on basis of your qualities, your degrees, specialization. You take the commission, but only from your same regime, same element, same standing. We should take the work. We should ask the work. That is called clause 3. Everybody clear? So clause 3, clause 2. What is 1-1? 1-1-1? Allows to practice. 2-1-1? Pays or agrees to pay. 3-1-1? Accept or agrees to accept. Commission share brokerage. Commission share brokerage. Now the comes is 4-1-1. Okay. It is in line with 2-1-1 and 3-1-1. Okay, sir. If you are aroused to pay commission, if you are accepting commission, 101%, you can enter into a partnership also. So 4-1-1 says, what 4-1 says? You are CA in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he enters into partnership in or outside India with any person other than chartered accountant in practice or such other person who is member of any other professional body having such qualification as may be prescribed, including a. Now this is very tricky. This is very tricky. I don't know how many of you are able to crack this one. Including a resident who, but for his residence abroad, would be entitled to be registered as a member under clause 4, or whose qualifications are recognized by central government or council for the purpose of permitting partnership. Now read carefully. My first question: can I enter into a partnership? Answer is yes. With whom? I can enter into partnership with whom? First, I can enter into partnership with chartered accountant practice. Second, I can enter into a partnership with a member of professional bodies. You are already aware, member of professional bodies. Okay, but remember here, member of professional bodies will be having one more extra added element. Okay, so here they also include earlier. Acha, make sure in 211, 311 and 511 member of professional bodies are same. Member of professional bodies are same for 211, 311, 511. 411 member of professional body will include one more element. Okay, member of professional bodies were this 5. If you remember 211, 311, but in 411 member of professional bodies, list of member of membership, CS, cost accountant, okay, as advocate, engineer is coming into picture. Are you getting the point? Yani, okay, an architect and actuary. So, yani all 6 membership. Earlier it was how many memberships? 5. So, in 211, 311 and 511, how many institute memberships are there? 5. In 411, how many institute memberships are there? 6. Baki specified qualified person is same. Now you may say, sir, specified qualified person, if the person is engineer, okay, I can to enter any partnership as a specified qualified person. But let me give you a clear idea. I told you membership is different and degree is different. A person who is not a CA can also become a member of ICAI. Criteria are there. Criteria, section 4, read section 4 direct. Okay, the person, he need to do something. Okay, help me out. Who was the first CA? Okay, if there was no ICI only, there was CA, no, but the CA were defined by government of India. And the first CA was without exam. Help me out, unless until there is no council only. Who is taking exam? If there should be an examination, who is taking our examination now? ICI. ICI is a body. There would be some person. Who was the person? Council. Who selected council? Members. Unless until there is no member only, how the council will take examinations? So initial year there was no concept of examination. There concept of diploma certificate. Okay, some government certificate was there, and if you are giving that, okay, you are becoming a member of ICA. So that member of ICA, so understand, I may be discussing a long year back, but understand this, what happens with memberships. A person may not be CA, but person can be a member. Person may not be CS, but person can be a member of that institute. So in clause 4, how it is different? In clause 4, engineer who is a member of engineering institutes, but not an engineer, can also become a partner. Okay, so nevertheless, the 411, 511, 211, 311 and 511, answer is same. For what? Member of professional bodies. In 411, professional bodies member are 6 points. Here also specified qualified person are there. Specified qualified person will be 8. Same will be there. So my question, to with whom I can enter into partnership? First I can enter into partnership with whom? CA in practice. Second, I can enter into member or specified qualified person. Okay. Now third, okay, read from this one. I can enter into a partnership with qualification recognized by or council. So 3 points. I can enter into partnership with whom? Pataphat, quickly. I can enter into partnership with CA, member of professional body or specified qualified person. Okay, any qualification which is recognized by central government or council. But my question comes again, what about this? Can anybody help me out with this, reading the red portion as such? Okay, including the resident who, but for its resident abroad, you can enter into partnership with whom? You can enter into partnership with, okay, I am highlighting now keyword, pink color. I can enter into a partnership with resident who, but for his residence abroad. The person who is resident in India, but now staying abroad, would be entitled to be registered as a member under section 4. What does that mean? Okay, with membership of ICI, you can practice only in India, not abroad. Okay, so you can practice only in India. If you are staying abroad, you are required to submit the membership. You are not required to take the membership with you. Okay, so you can't take. Suppose, sir, I want to practice outside India. I can't take that membership outside India. Outside India, you need to have that their institute membership. Now, suppose I go to England and Wales and I tell England and Wales Institute, I want to practice in England, London. So England says, okay, you can practice. Okay, so you can become a member and you can practice. Okay, so I told, make me member. Bole, what is the basis? I qualified CA. Bole, okay, CA qualified. First, you become a member of ICAI, and then only I will give you a membership in London. So I approached ICAI. I told, make me a member only for the purpose getting membership in London. This is, and the person is practicing where? So I can enter into a partnership with a person who is practicing outside India, but having a membership in India for the purpose of practicing outside India. I hope it is clear. If it is not clear, leave. No problem. But are you getting the point? Yani you can enter into a membership with a person outside India, okay, who is member in India for the purpose of practicing outside India. Yani where the person is practicing? India or London? London. Okay, so now question is, can I enter into a partnership with London member? Okay, but on the ground, if he is member of ICAI. Now the question comes, sir, can I enter with a partnership? Okay, with such kind of point, I have not mentioned here. The technical point is this: our institute says, if their institute permits partnership with us, you can enter with partnership. Example, suppose I go with a Canadian institute, Canada, and I am asking one Canadian person, okay, enter into a partnership with me. Who is that? Institute of Chartered Accountants of Canada. I am telling, enter into a partnership. Okay, our institute say you can enter. Condition is that their institute permits the partnership. I don't have any restriction, because this is what the answer is here. Qualification recognized by council and central government. Council says, if that institute permits a partnership, I don't have any problem. We will not go. Let their institute say, you can enter your partnership with CA. I will not tell you enter into partnership with them. So this line, this last two line which I am discussing, okay, central government and council. Council says which qualifications? All qualification, but their institute shall permit to enter into partnership. Okay, I hope things is clear. So with whom I can enter into a partnership? 4 names. First, CA. Second, member specified qualified person. Third, a person who is a resident but has member because of non-resident. And last, okay, any degrees which are permitted by central government and council. 411. So my question, if any examination question comes, can a person become, listen carefully, can a CA in practice become a partner with a chartered accountant of England and Wales? Don't write directly yes. But if the Institute of England and Wales permit such partnership with Indian Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, he can become a member. He can become a partner. You will never ever write directly, go ahead. You are not council. Okay, understood? So you will say, what will be your answer? Okay, now I am discussing another question. Suppose Ram was in India, okay, he was practicing in India, now he left India. Now he is practicing in London. To practice in London, he want to become a member of Institute of London and Wales. To become a member of Institute of London and Wales, he is a member of Indian Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Can I enter into a partnership with Ram? Okay, yes, but for the purpose of non-resident. He is not practicing in India. So he is in London. That is your third point. Pink color. I can enter into a partnership without asking council. I am not required to focus whether Institute of London and Wales, even if Institute of London and Wales does not allow, I can enter because he is my member. Okay, Baki, other than that, if question comes, Australian CA wants to enter into a partnership with Indian CA, can he enter? Provided. Okay, and out of this point is what? Last one. Qualification permitted by council. So what council permits? If their institute provides permission, if your institute permits permission, then it's permitted, else not permitted. I hope this is clear. 411. 411 means 411. Acha, 111. 1111 allows to practice. 211 pays or agrees to pay. 311 accept or agrees to accept. 411 allow enter into partnership. Enter into partnership. Okay. 511. Now this is a technical point. Okay. Now starts very theoretically. Understand very correctly in this 511 era. 511 says a CA in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he secure either through the service of a person who is not an employee of such chartered accountant or who is not his partner, or by means which are not open to a CA any professional business. You will be guilty if you are securing any work or services, okay, any work or services through any person who is not an employee of a such CA or not a partner, or by means which are not open to a CA. So what is the meaning of this? First of all, please understand, secure means what? Asking for the work. Asking for the work. Okay, if you have any work, please give it to me. That is called securing the work. Securing. Understand? 511, 611, 711. All three are different elements. 511 is securing, 611 is soliciting, and 711 is advertising. All 3 points are different. Now 511 is securing. Securing means what? I am asking you, if you have any work, do give me. I am telling, okay, suggest them my name. That is called securing. Securing, I am taking the work. So my question, can I secure the work? Okay, the answer is yes. But you cannot secure the work from any other person except. So my question is, you can secure the work from? How you read the clause? My first question, can you secure the work or not secure the work? You can secure the work, but from whom? First, can you secure the work from your employee? Yes. Please understand a very technical point. When you are in 2111, 311, 411, okay, so 211, 311, you are not allowed to pay the commission to employee. 311, you cannot accept commission from employee. But 511 says you can secure the work from your employee. Understand, if the employee is a chartered accountant, I don't have any problem in any of the clause. See, understand, basically I can do any work with CA. There is no worry with this particular, any work about CA. There is no problem with any work about the CA, Malik. Are you getting this concept? There is no problem with any other work for CA. That is exactly where technical concept comes into picture, Malik. Now, first of all, my discussion comes, can I secure the work from my employee? Yes. Okay, please do understand, but I cannot pay the commission. Suppose Huli's uncle is there, whose factory is there. I am CA in practice. Huli is not a CA. I told Huli, your uncle may be requiring a tax auditor. Tell your uncle my name. Okay, Huli says, okay. Is this permitted? Yes, because I am doing it with my employee. But I tell Huli like this, listen carefully. I tell Huli like this, you tell your uncle to give me the work, okay, and out of that fees, I will pay you 10% commission. So 511 I am okay, lekin 211 I am attracted now. So please do understand, I can secure the work from employee, but I cannot pay the commission to employee. Okay, make sure you understand this. So you can secure the work from employee. Next point, can I secure the work from my partner? Yes, okay, no problem. And I can secure the work with the means which are open to CA. Now my question is, what is means which are open to CA? Is basically 611 and 711. 611 and 711 are the means which are open to CA. Example, can I advertise? Can I put a hoarding? Okay, Amit A.T.Academy chartered accountants giving PAN card in 100 rupees. This is not permitted. This is attracting of 611. 611, not permitted at all. Can I give a Times of India newspaper at first page? Oh my God, a beautiful chartered accountant. Not permitted, boss. A best chartered accountant, a smart chartered accountant. No other so much of expertise. This chartered accountant is having best expertise. We can't compete with each other. The means which are open to CA. What is the meaning of means which are open to CA? The means which are open to CA is clause 611 and 711. My question, can I advertise in Institute Journal? Yes. Who told this? 611, 711. The means which are open to CA, you can use for securing the work. If the means which are not open to CA, you cannot use the work. So reading the clause 5, what comes to in my mind first of all? First of all, clause 5 says, you can secure the work, you cannot secure the work from any other person except employee CA or employee CA, employee partner or means which are open to CA. Okay, so my question, okay, can you secure the work from your employee? Can you secure the work from your partner? Okay, can you use the advertising mechanism? Okay, to the extent complying with 611 and 711. If I comply with 611, 711 means open to CA, I can secure the work. I don't think everybody clear? Okay. Sir, if I'm allowed to pay the commission, if I'm allowed to accept the commission, okay, acha, think logically, if I'm allowed to enter into a partnership, if I'm allowed to pay the commission, okay, don't you think I can secure the work from them also? Example, suppose she is CS in practice. I go to her, okay, any work related to CA, do let me know. I will give you 10% commission. Is this permitted? Is this permitted or not? Where 211 was okay, na? 211 say I can pay commission to CS also. So where is the problem in securing the work from CS also? So securing work, don't read this plain clause. It says provided that you can secure work from clause 2, 3, 4 also. Yani all person in 2, 3, 4. All person in 2, 3, 4. You can secure the work. So my question, you can secure the work from whom? All people. Okay, so what you are discussing 2, 3, 4. What are the 2, 3, 4? If you remember, member of the institute, partner, retired partner. Okay, so you can secure. Legal representative is not there permitted. Don't worry. It is only because the agreemental. Arey, legal representative, what I suggested? Legal representative only if agreement suggests. So there is no concept of legal representative anywhere. It is only agreemental point. I told you, na? Even if it is given LR, council is very clear. It should be only through agreement. They will not be securing any work from legal representative. Okay, next point. Can I secure from member of professional bodies? Yes. Can I secure from specified qualified person? Okay, now more from whom I can secure? Okay, employee. Can I secure from partner? Already done. So here one more concept added in 5 which was not there in 2 and 3. Employee. You can secure the work from employee, but you cannot pay the commission to employee unless an employee is not a chartered accountant or that category. If that particular employee is a CA, there is no restriction for 211. Huh? So if I am telling you like this, Huli wala example, okay, what you will tell? I secure the work from Huli and I told him I will pay the commission 10% to him. So how you will write the answer? My question is how you will write the answer? I am on discussion of answer. You will mention how many clauses? 2. First of all, you will say a CA which in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he pay commission or accept other than this. A CA in practice shall be guilty of professional misconduct if he secure the work other than employee. Make sure you are keeping the things relevant. Now, in this case, you will tell Amit Adar has secured the work from employee, which is no issue. But paying the commission to Huli, okay, so is an employee who is not a CA, is not permitted under 211. Hence, concluding, last line, Amit Adar is guilty of professional misconduct under 211, not 511. 511, Amit Adar has complied, securing the work. I hope this thing is clear. Okay, so 111 allows to practice. 211 pays or agrees to pay. 311 accept or agrees to accept. 411 okay, enter into partnership. 511 securing the work. Everybody clear? Securing the work. Now question comes is 2 biggest clauses. One is 6111 and 7111. These all are panchayati clauses. There will be having a wholesome quantity of case studies. So you will be having a pointer. Just listen and close that pointer at your mindset. First of all, what 611 says? Acha. Okay. And what is the mean open to CA? I already told you. Mean open to CA is 611 and 711. A CA in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he, okay, solicit client or professional work directly or indirectly by circular, advertisement, personal communication or interview or by any other mean. Matlab, what does it say? You are soliciting client or professional work either directly or indirectly by circular, advertisement, personal communication, interview or any other means. Yani my question, can I give the advertisement? No. Can I give the circular? No. Can I give personal communication? Not permitted. Interview? No. But it should not involve in soliciting. Now my question means, what is meaning of soliciting? Huh? Acha, what is meaning of securing then? Securing basically asking for the work and receiving that work. Okay, influencing. Soliciting means, okay, I am ensuring you are giving the work to me only. Okay, and now help me out. If you have two competitors, how will you give the work to me? Only if I say I am having something best, na? That is exactly soliciting. Okay, in CA, okay, you can never say you are the best because all CAs are best. It does not depend on attempts. Okay, make sure. So once a chartered accountant becomes a CA, he is a CA. Don't distinguish between rank holder and another thing. So a practicing CA, if he's saying I am an AIR 1, which is differentiating from all other practicing CA, I am telling. Okay, practicing CA cannot say like this, that I am a best than others. Okay, you cannot solicit. That is not permitted at all. Nor you can solicit through advertisement, circular, nor in personal communication. Suppose client meeting and my meeting is going on, and in personal communication I am saying, you know, I am a chartered accountant who is a rank holder. Nobody else, no other CA is at my level. Then personal communication not permitted, 611. Now you may ask me, sir, how institute will come to know this has happened? I already communicated in morning. Okay, if caught, then it is theft. Else it is not there. That's it. So first of all, please make it sure. This is all panchayati point. Okay, so first of all, sir, can I solicit or not solicit? Not solicit. But they have discussed some exceptional. Two exceptions are there. One is soliciting is permitted to another CA. Example, I will going to another CA and I am telling him that I am best in this area. I can solicit to another CA for getting the professional work. An example, okay, acha, can I ask the professional work from another CA? Can I ask the professional work from another CA? So I can solicit him now. So that CA, towards another CA, suppose she is a CA, I am also asking a work, Ram is also asking a work. Okay, she is interested in commission. She is interested in commission, but I will solicit her. Okay, I can solicit her, I will give you more commission. Okay, I am best in your point. Your client will not be dissatisfied. I will ensure your client giving a good services. This is possible. I am a best one rather than him. He is not best. I can solicit to CA. So proviso, first point, provided that nothing herein contained shall be considered as preventing or prohibiting. It is not prohibiting. What? Any CA for applying or requesting for or emanating, securing any professional work from another CA in practice, not CA in service, CA in practice. So I can solicit myself to another CA in practice. So I can go to another CA who is in practicing CA. I can tell I am a best system auditor. I am a best CA. Nobody else will be having so much of experience. I can aram say. I can do this thing aram say. Understood? And secondly, when you are responding to tenders. When you are responding to tenders, when you are responding, you can solicit. Sir, what is the meaning of tender? I do think everybody is aware there is a concept of tender. Okay, when you want a CAG audit, CAG will be deciding which auditor should be doing a government audit. Okay, it is given based on tenders. Now, the concept here, okay, it is very, very simple of concept. Just remember, a member from responding at tenders, you can respond. No worry, lekin there are certain conditions which we will discuss in guidelines also, but make sure you listen here only. Okay, I am mentioning here, please make sure you are listening here for tenders. So 3 points should be remembered for tender. If these tenders are for CA only, you will not respond. If this is for CA only, exclusive for CA, you will not respond to tenders. Because everybody will be having fair equal chance to get that work. It is exclusive for CA. So help me out, what I will do to get the tender work to me? Usually what we do to get the tender work to me? Kam paisa. Okay, I will be quoting a less price. And because of less price, don't you think quality will be compromised? Therefore, they say don't respond. Because one of the CA will be getting that one. If it is exclusive to CA. But they say, if this is exclusive to CA only, but minimum price has been defined. What has been defined? Minimum price. Now you respond. Bindas. Now you tell. Because minimum price is defined, na? Okay, now you cannot quote lower than that. Nare. So minimum price has been defined, so you can respond bindas. And third, if tenders are for other experts also. Other experts, matlab tender can be for CA, CS, CMA, MBA. Okay, they say respond first. Let that work come to us. There are 3 conditions to be taken care of mind. So, sir, if tender is exclusive for CA, if you respond to the tender, 611 is attracted. You are solicited. Okay, if tenders are exclusive for CA and minimum price is quoted and you respond, 611 is not attracted. And if tenders are for other experts also and you respond to the tender, okay, 611 is not attracted. So when 611 is attracted? First case. Baki other than that, 611 is not attracted. I hope this thing is clear. And one more word, keep in mind, roving inquiries. Which inquiries? What is meaning of roving inquiries? Again and again. Okay, again and again the person, okay, is calling, had my name came here, had my name came here, had my name came here. You are trying to penetrate your name in that person's mind who is doing the selection process. Okay, so please make it sure you should respond to the tender. If it is exclusive for CA, you will not respond. If it is for CA, minimum price is defined, you will respond. Even whether you keep a tender or not, to inquire that also you are guilty. Huh? Example, okay, some person is keeping a tender, you are not aware. You are not aware. Example, one officer is keeping a tender or not, you are not aware. And you are calling that officer, hello, officer XYZ, are you keeping tender? This is also guilty. Okay, so if you are asking whether you are keeping a tender or not, is also guilty. Second, you are aware XYZ is keeping the tender. Okay, and you are responding in this 3 circumstances, no problem. Basically how it is done. But if you are doing rowing inquiry, you are calling, officer, has my name came? No. Next day, morning, officer, has my name came? No. Has my officer, my name came? Okay, guilty. Rowing inquiry. 611 attracted. These are the things to be kept in mind for tenders. I hope tenders is clear to you. Okay, this is something which you need to understand about the tenders. I do think tenders is clear at your end. Okay, after tenders, okay, some of the council decisions are there for next 2 pages. You just need to understand and you need to say yes or no. That's it. Okay, and every point there will be either yes or no, whether guilty or not guilty. So let's discuss few of the case studies which has been discussed by council. So what are the few of the case studies? First of all, clause is over. Okay, and make sure in next 2 pages we will be discussing this only before going on clause 7. So in next 2 pages we will be discussing whether guilty or not guilty, but answer to be written will be this clause. This one. So while writing any answer, you will be remembering you should ratify what? This black portion. This black portion. Main ratify all this black portion. Baki all everything, all other things are panchayati. Okay, even right now, if next 2 pages you forgot, you are not required to remember anything. Only understand the concept, yes or no. The question will come, you answer yes or no. But while writing the answer, you should remember this clause. That's it. I hope you understood, huh, Malik? Everybody, a few of the discussion of the cases. First of all, can a member give an advertisement and note in press? Not. We have discussed clearly. But what if my partnership firm address is getting changed? Now address is changed, I need to give the advertisement. So this is permitted. So what they are permitted or not permitted they have given. But make sure it is only statement bare of fact. It is only you are giving fact. If there my partnership firm is dissolved and I am form new partnership firm, I need to give the ad now that firm is dissolved. Now the firm is dissolved, newspaper mein ad diya. Okay, is guilty 611. Arey, firm is dissolved, who is guilty? Okay, but make sure you understand this one. So what they are saying, members should not advertise personal canvassing or canvassing for clients or previous employers through with the help of employees are also not permitted. The exceptions for the above are, what are the exceptions? A member may request another CA in practice for professional work. We have discussed this one. I told another CA, madam, I am a best CA. A member may advertise changes in or dissolution of firm. Any changes you can advertise. A member is also permitted to issue classified advertisement in journal or newsletter of institute. I told you, in institute, journal and newsletter you can advertise. It's our only, na? Okay, who go with ICI journal? Only members, na? So you are actually soliciting only members. That is what an agenda is. You can solicit. So you can advertise in which journal? Our institute journal, institute, regional council journal, whatever journal are there, you can advertise there, no problem. But you cannot advertise the outside newspaper world, Times of India. In Times of India, you can give the advertisement about changes in partnership firm or dissolution of partnership. I hope things are clear. Okay. Second, okay, this is what we have discussed already. Application for empanelment. Application for empanelment for allotment of audits and other professional work. However, it would not be proper for chartered accountant to make which inquiries? What is meaning of rowing? Again and again. Repeated inquiries. Responding to tender. I do think this is we have discussed clearly. C wala point is everyone aware? Responding to tender. We have discussed all things. When you should respond, when you should not respond. Okay. Publication of books and articles and presentation. Can I publish books and articles? Answer is yes, you can publish, no problem, but make sure, okay, not permissible for member to mention in a book what, okay, any professional attainments. What is meaning of professional attainments? CA Amit Tated, chartered accountant. This should not be there. Mention CA Amit Tated. Mention firm's name, A.T.Academy company. No problem with us. Don't mention A.T.Academy company's chartered accountants. This will be soliciting. This is advertising. I can mention CA Amit Tated has drafted this book. I can mention Amit Tated is a partner in partnership firm. But don't mention that partnership firm as a chartered accountant. Okay, I do think you are clear now. Professional attainments, understood kya? Professional attainment means don't mention as chartered, but it does not mean that I will not be writing CA Amit Tated. I can write CA Amit Tated. I can write the partner. I am a partner in that firm. No problem. But I cannot mention designation. Are you getting the point? Professional attainment. That is exactly where our agenda should be there. In short, what you should not mention? Acha, everywhere can I mention CA Amit Tated? No problem. But don't mention. I do think you are getting the point. Chartered accountant means what here? Okay, can I issue greeting cards and invitation? Council does not approve. But if Diwali or something is there, council may say you may give greeting cards, no problem, but greeting cards should be given to only your near and dear ones. An example, your client, your family member, friends, that's it. One case, I don't know, it's you are aware or not, one case is of 1960s, 1970s. One CA was there in Mumbai. That time Chhatrapati Shivaji Terminus was there, CST station. And one CA has put the Diwali card, okay, Happy Diwali, and put his CA firm name and telephone number. That time telephone number were there. And he was giving Happy Diwali to everyone standing on station. And that was lead date soliciting. That time CA was called. Oh, CA, what are you doing? Okay, well, yes, sir, Happy Diwali. But Happy Diwali you will wish to near and dear one. So card is permitted to given, but only to friend, families, and everything. See, if I am not able to give the card also, you are completely destroying my social life. Not to give card also. Happy Diwali also not to be done. No, I'll give no, not permitted. No Happy Diwali. What are you doing? See, Happy Diwali, once again I am telling, if I give a card Happy Diwali Amit Tated, there is no soliciting at all. If I give card Happy Diwali Amit Tated to everyone in the world also, no soliciting. Where soliciting comes, if the card is Happy Diwali, CA Amit Tated, chartered accountants. Now the problem starts. Please make sure you understand clearly what we are discussing in 611. We are soliciting our firms. Doesn't matter, CA, prefix CA can be used anywhere. No problem. CA Amit Tated is not soliciting. It is not advertising. See, if I do CA Amit Tated, chartered accountant, now you as a different chartered accountant, you will say, now Amit Tated highlight is what? But you are saying CA Amit Tated, how it is highlighting? CA Amit Tated can be anybody. Firm is not attracted. Na? Firm should not. This everything what we are discussing about? Firm. Make sure you are understanding this clearly. Here I will be mentioning about firm. In 711, it is about me. In 611, understand, everywhere Amit Tated, chartered accountant, this is the problem. This should not be there. In 711, Amit Tated, okay, member of parliament, not there. Amit Tated, okay, by member of this one, not permitted. Amit Tated, cost accountant also, very best one, not permitted. Amit Tated, income tax consultant, not permitted. 711. 611 and 711, this is the biggest difference. 611 is basically I am soliciting my firm. I'm advertising my firm. I'm telling you, oh, chartered accountant firm is there. 711, Amit Tated. Amit Tated is different from other. Okay, so 611 is basically advertising. Okay, so my question, and think logically, technically. In 611, okay, can I advertise or not? Acha, can I respond to tender or not? Tell me, give the answer. Can I respond to tender or not? Yaar, बेवड़े हो क्या तुम लोग? Can I respond to tender or not? Yes, but if tender is exclusive for CA, I am not required to respond. If tender is for CA with minimum price, respond. Now my question, in response, can I write anything? I am best, nobody's this. Can I write this? This is where 711 will come. What I can write in that is 711. 611, whether I can advertise or not, this is discussion. And what can be advertised is a part of 711. I hope this both are clear. If this both are clear, the things is done. 611, 711. I am telling you, one of the biggest problem many students will face, how to differentiate between 611 and 711. So 611, because many times it thinks it is 611 also 711. Aisa nahi hai. Think logically. If it is about advertising the firm, designation, chartered accountants, 611. If it is about Amit Tated, some other degree, okay, advertising Amit Tated. Now, where advertising permitted? Acha, can I give the advertisement in journal of the institute? Yes or no? Yes, permitted na. Likha na Amit Tated can, CA firm can be done na? Okay, it's journal na. Which journal? Here, it is written na bhai. Here, newsletter of institute. Can I give classified advertisement? Page number 20.16, this one. Everybody with me? Can I give classified advertisement in a journal or not? Acha, theek hai. Can I advertise for dissolution of firm in newspaper? Can I advertise about changes in partnership in newspaper? Now, in that changes, am I right? Can I write Amit Tated, member of parliament? Amit Tated, expert in best? This is what our discussion in 711. 611 is basically what is permitted, what is not permitted. 711, what is permitted in 611, but that should comply with 711. If they are saying you can advertise to the extent, you can advertise, but you can't advertise, you need to keep in mind in 711. Okay, that is what criteria in 611 and 711 difference. I hope the things are clear, otherwise you will come to know how the discussion close it with. Okay, but I do think everybody clear. So if I am giving greeting card, can I give? Can I give the greeting card only to near and dear friend families? Okay, but in that greeting card, what should not be given is 711. I hope you are clear. Okay, so if I am giving a greeting, if I am giving a greeting card, bhai punter log, if I am giving a greeting card, CA Amit Tated only, no discussion only. The problem comes when CA Amit Tated, A.T.Academy company, chartered accountants. Now, is this permitted? Yes, but you give greeting card to near and dear. But while giving near to dear one, you don't write, okay, it's one of the best chartered accountant in the world. You can't say you are having a best one. Okay, this is what 711 will take care of. Okay, I hope the things done. Okay, next. There is a silver jubilee, silver jubilee, golden jubilee, platinum jubilee, senatorially celebration. Example means what? Okay, basically my firm has scored 10 years, 25 years CA firm, 50 years CA firm, 100 years CA firm. Okay, institute was a point ke don't advertise. But keeping social meeting in line, it's a best part. You can give an advertisement on that. You can give an advertisement, but make sure while giving in newspaper or newsletter, okay, it should not involve in soliciting. It should be only purely, okay, celebration, jubilee celebration. It should not be soliciting. Example, 25 years to our firm. So it means our firm is the best firm in this area. But 25 years, congratulations to everyone. Okay, Amit Tated, chartered accountants, permitted. This is what the permission goes on. Everybody clear? Sponsoring activities. Okay, not permitted. Okay, not permitted. If you are doing any sponsoring activity like CSR, CSR means corporate social responsibility, but don't think about section 135. Corporate social responsibility, example, you are giving Ganpati Chanda, Ganpati, or you are giving some festival. I don't know what happened in Hyderabad. Hyderabad Ganpati Bappa festival is there. You give chanda, what it says? Donation. Okay, in donation, if you give more donation, your name comes. Name comes. No, you can do that, but make sure you are not putting which name? Firm's name. Firm cannot sponsor any activity. Firm cannot sponsor any activity except, okay, the activities of ICAI. Firm can sponsor only activities of ICAI events. Okay, that is also permission is required from CPE committee, Continuing Professional Education Committee, whether it is permitted or not. Baki, other than that, personal capacity, CA can do anything. If I am going to one temple, I thought now donation should be given. I'd give donation and they put my name on the board. Okay, thanks to CA Amit Tated. Permitted. But thanks to CA Amit Tated, okay, AT company, chartered accountants, not permitted. Sponsoring activity, not at all permitted. Firm name is used only for sponsoring activity. Which game? ICAI events. That's it. No other events. Next point. Okay. मेरे ख्याल से everybody clear? A and B? Clear क्या? A. Permitted to sponsor an event. May sponsor an event conducted by Programming Organization Unit of ICAI. Understood क्या? Member sponsoring activity related to CSR may mention. What can they mention? They can mention their firm name? No, only their personal name. Advertisement and teaching or coaching activities. I do think this is very clear now. Okay, as example, you are seeing the photo of faculties. The photo of faculties board. Okay, as I told you, you come to Pune, you will come to know what is actually an advertisement. Okay, as example, a big advertisement on the road and everywhere branding is done. Big advertisement. There will be hoarding covering this building itself. Complete building from this floor to ground floor. This much photo will be there. Okay, I will send the photo on 15th of May, 10th of May. I will share the photo. Our V-Smart and Expert, how they collectively do the photo. I will share you the how so large 2 floor, 3 floor photo. Now imagine if I am in a practice. Now this is something soliciting, and this is the biggest problem. So institute has given clearly, and this was actually a case law with one of the Delhi faculty, very famous faculty of direct tax. Okay, there was a case of that because he was in practice also. Okay, and Vinod sir, okay, Gupta sir. So VG sir, it's older sir, he's in direct access. So he was taking care of this one. This case was on that particular point. Okay, teaching and training activities and other coaching. So they say members are advised to abstain from advertising their association with coaching or teaching institute through holdings, posters and banner. Sir, what if I am into teaching? I need to tell I am teaching. Okay, you can just place one poster by your name in the front of door. That's it. If you are in practice. So technically, if any practicing CA is into teaching a private institute or organization, they should ensure they should not put hoardings. Any photo should not be there. Okay, audit by CA Amit Tated. Sir, I am not mentioning any firm name. Okay, not permitted. Not permitted. Institute is clear. Only mention in the front of door where the coaching institute there or your office that I am associated with this coaching institute. That's it. Okay, this is what a clear cut. Sir, can I share my firm with sharing the firm profile with prospective client? Not permitted to share firm profile unless until I do think you are aware about the two words. One is push and one is pull. It should be always on pull model, not on push model. Sir, in television, can my name appear or movie credit? Answer is yes. But make sure your name is not mentioned differently. Example, Shah Rukh Khan name is coming very small. And, oh, CA Amit Tated. Shah Rukh Khan is telling, oh my God. Okay. Okay, soliciting the professional work by rowing inquiries, not permissible. Rowing inquiries, not permissible. Seeking work from professional colleagues. Can I seek the work from professional colleagues? Yes. We have discussed, this is securing the work. Okay, this is very important scope of representation. It is basically section 144. Sir, what is 144? Please make sure you understand this one. 140 subsection 4. Okay, where company want to remove you as a auditor. Company does not want you as an auditor. So if company does not want you as an auditor, if they want to remove, okay, from auditor position, okay, they want to remove you from an auditor position. Understand this. Okay, if you are aware, section 140 subsection 4 gives you an opportunity of being heard. Now you cannot solicit there. Make sure. Don't go there on the podium and say, I am being a best chartered accountant. Our firm is the best, which were identifying the fraud and error in your company. Now you going with a mad chartered accountant. Not possible. Not to be done. Soliciting not permitted. Okay, our CA firm. Okay, opportunity not being abused to secure needless publicity. This is a very important point. Acceptance of original professional work by a member emanating from the client introduced by him by another member. Member should not accept. Make sure this very clearly. Sir, what is this end point? See, understand. I went with Ganesh. Okay, Ganesh was in requirement of statutory auditor. I told, okay, I am ready to become a statutory auditor. I started some work. After that, Ganesh told me he required internal auditor also. Suggest someone. I told, okay, then suggested Ram name. Okay, I told Ram, okay, Ram is a CA. Ram, he requires internal auditor. Okay, whatever remuneration you receive, give me 10%. Now this arrangement is okay because I can charge a commission from CA. So Ram told, okay. Now Ram is meeting Ganesh. Ram and Ganesh is meeting. I don't know what happened in that meeting. Okay, once meeting is ended, okay, Ganesh called me, Amita said, Tata, bye bye. You are not statutory auditor. Now Ram is statutory auditor. Okay, Ram should not accept such kind of engagement. I don't know what happened in this point. This is something. So if you read E point, acceptance of original professional work by a member emanating from the client introduced to him by another member. Emanating means that was with another member. He introduced you to the client and now that work is with you now. You should not accept. Acha, if you remember, can I tell another CA to give me the work? Now imagine what will happen if this clause is not there, if this point is not there, end point is not there. If, okay, madam has given me the work. Okay, I went to the client. That client also has given some work to the madam. Okay, I will tell something to client. The client will not give work to madam and now he will give work to me. This should not happen. Huh? So therefore, if anybody, any CA in practice is introducing you and you are getting the work which was given to the person who has introduced to you, you are not required to accept the work. If you accept, guilty of misconduct in 619. Means you did soliciting. You did, I will do the work at lower cost. You did something that our firm is having this expertise which madam firm is not having. Are you getting the point? So this is what soliciting comes into picture. Sir, can we give public interview? Answer is yes, but it should not result in publicity. Okay, sir, firms who, members or firms who publish advertisement under box number, not permitted, violation. Box number is one concept which is, if you are going, now it is a traditional concept. If you are aware, old scenario, there was a telephone register, diary, yellow pages, I don't know whether you are aware or not, where all telephone number were mentioned. Okay, and there was a box number, means page 3, where anybody going on page 3, okay, a box number means special payment and my number would come there. A CA is not permitted to use that box number concept. Okay, sir, can we put educational videos on YouTube and other things? Answer is yes. Make sure you should give no reference, okay, about firm. You can say only CA Amit Tathed. CA Amit Tathed, chartered accountants, soliciting. This is 611. I hope 611 is clear. If 611 is clear, so you can focus 100% focus on 711. What is meaning of 611? You cannot do this, you can do this. Now what I can do this, in that what I cannot do is 711. So 711 is advertising, okay, professional attainments or services. So read 711. A CA in practice shall be guilty of professional misconduct if he advertises professional attainments or services or use any designation or expression other than chartered accountant. Don't mention any other thing other than CA on professional documents, visiting card, letterheads or signboards unless that degree is of university established by law in India, recognized by central government, or title indicating membership of ICI. I can put the title indicating membership of ICI or any other institution that has been recognized by central government or council. Means what, sir? In 711 says, I should not advertise my professional attainments. Sir, what is the meaning of professional attainments? I am best as income tax consultant. I am best as, okay, GST consultant. I am best, I am expert in GST. I am expert in company law matters. I should not, okay, advertise like this. Okay, this is not soliciting, this is about advertising. Please make sure. 611 was about soliciting, 711 is about advertising. Advertising, professional element. Soliciting the work. Soliciting the work. You are giving the work to me. This is soliciting. But I am telling, okay, that I am best. Okay, I am having multiple things. 711 is attacked. So, sir, means what? Okay, again, giving the same scenario. Provided that member in practice may advertise through write-up, setting out the services provided by him or his firm, particulars to the firm, subject to guidelines issued by council. An example, okay, I can give the write-up. Sir, what is the meaning of write-up? Any idea? Achha, how will you respond to tender? If tenders are there, how will you respond? You will respond to the tender, na? It means you are giving a write-up. Write-up means you are responding to tender. The point is that, can I give the write-ups? Answer is yes. But it says, condition is that focus on institute guidelines. And if you want to focus on guidelines, I will tell you write-up guidelines. Go to the last page. Do one thing. Go to the last page. I will show you this guidelines. Write-up guidelines. Close this write-up guidelines. Come to page number. Page 20.32. 20.32. Come to the page 20.32. Got the point, Malik? Everybody? Okay. Now help me out. The guidelines. There is one guidelines which is called write-up. The write-up shall comply with the following condition. Make sure what are the condition. It should be honest and truthful. Okay. There will be no exaggerated claim. It must not make disparaging references. By comparing references. Disparaging, comparing. It should not be in nature that bringing a profession to disrepute. It should not contain testimonial. Some clients are saying very good, you are good. I should not mention that one. It should not contain any information about achievement or awards. You are receiving awards. You should not mention anything. Okay, if you are receiving Bharat Ratna, don't mention. You are not required to mention. Okay, because you are mentioning, it will giving a privilege. But institute say, when you go to get a Bharat Ratna award, that time tell you are chartered accountant. And while taking a work, you should never tell you got the Bharat Ratna award. But when you are taking that Bharat Ratna award, tell them that I am a member of ICA. What is the logic behind? Institute says the benefit should be received to everyone. People will say, oh my God, chartered accountant is receiving Bharat Ratna. It should not be Amit receiving Bharat Ratna. But while only when we are looking out work, we should not fight in between. That I am a Bharat Ratna, I am a best only. They are not, okay, they are which Ratna, I don't know. Okay, so this is exactly, I do think you are understanding this concept. So don't mention anything. Monogram, okay, not any catching word. Toad, you will not write that to catchy words. Membership number and FRN number is mandatory. Font size should not be exceeding 14. Remember, whenever you are responding to tender, font size should be maximum 14. It should not be violative of any provision of CA Act 1949. Oh my God. It should not be violative. You can imagine, coming back to the point, this is write-up guidelines. My question, okay, I do think you understood. Okay, can I respond to write-up? Yes, but in accordance with guidelines. Okay, however, services can be advertised in restricted way through the write-up, subject to guidelines. What advertisement was there? I don't know only. Okay, so coming back on the page, okay, so most important, can I use other designations? Answer is no. It is not correct. Okay, it is improper for CA in practice to use other designation. Sir, what is the meaning of other designation? They have given some list. Member of Parliament, I cannot use. Municipal councillor, I cannot use. Any functionary, I cannot use along with CA. Sir, does it mean I cannot become a member of Parliament? You can become. But don't use one stationery where you are saying CA, Amit, other chartered accountant, member of Parliament. Your member of Parliament stationery is different. CA stationery is different. Stationery should be different. One stationery you cannot use for both. That's main point. Okay, it doesn't mean that you cannot become member of parliament. Huh? You can become, but you should use different stationaries. A member impaneled as insolvency professional and registered valuer can mention its IP or registered valuer respectively on visiting card and letterhead. Important. Huh? Along with CA Amit Tated, I can write insolvency professional. Along with CA Amit Tated, I can write registered valuer. No guilty. These two things are permitted. Yani this I can write in one visiting card, one letterhead, no problem. Letterhead visiting card. Permission to mention qualification of certain institutions. Membership of foreign institute of accountancy. They are telling permitted. Okay, certain institution permitted. Example, if I am a member of CS institute also, I can mention membership of CS institute also, no problem. Permitted memberships, not all memberships. Example, if I am writing Amit Tated, C. Amit Tated Chartered Accountant, ACA, FCA, CS, ACS, no problem. But permitted qualification, not all. Which is permitted by whom? Council. Date of setting of practice should not be mentioned. Make sure in your letterhead, in your visiting card, date of establishment. Okay, year 1985, we have set up our practice. Not proper, not correct. But make sure you remember this point line, remember this line. This can be mentioned on, if anybody is aware, mention on website. I can mention this on website, but I cannot mention on visiting cards, stationaries and other things. Sir, can I practice as an advocate? No problem. I can practice as an advocate simultaneously, no problem. I can be a chartered accountant also. I can be advocate also simultaneously. Bar council permits. But make sure your stationery is different. Your one letterhead will not be there. Amit Tated, chartered accountant, advocate, Mumbai High Court. I can have a two stationery, but condition is which bar council should permit me to practice as an advocate. So they say no problem in practice as an advocate, but they should not use designation chartered accountant and advocate simultaneously. And same with CS and CMA. Practice as CMA and CS. Not use designation simultaneously. Means what? What is happening in these two cases? Can I practice CA and advocate together? Yes. Can I practice CA and CS together? Yes. Can I practice CA and CMA? Yes. But make sure you are not using the same stationery for all things. Stationery should be different. Yani on one stationery, if you are giving tax audit report, it should mention Amit Tated, chartered accountants, chartered accountant, company secretary, cost accountant. I can mention Amit Tated, ACA, FCA, ACS. I can mention this, but I will not mention chartered accountant, company secretary, cost accountant, advocate. Not permitted. I hope clear. Okay. So can I practice simultaneous? Yes. No problem. But again, that institute should also permit. Our institute has no restriction. Earlier, our institute were having restrictions. Nowadays, it does not have any restriction. You practice this, but make sure you are not practicing. What is meaning of simultaneous practice? You are not using designation simultaneously means what? Or one letterhead should not be there. Bas. Next. Mention of firm name except on professional documents. You should use firm name only on professional documents. But can I use prefix CA? Yes, anywhere prefix CA can be used. Okay, if one of my article, suppose Ram is my article, okay, and he has become a CA with a rank. Okay, can I publish an advertisement? Congratulations to Ram. Okay, to become a CA with AIR. Okay, can I mention advertise this? Yes, but it should be only mere congratulations. Congratulations to Ram, who has become AIR because of our best services in the firm. We gave so much of holidays. We also ensure that he understood. Okay, that is the next point. Notice in press relating to success of examination should not contain any element of undesirable publicity. Report and certificate. Every report and certificate, audit report, everything, review report, everything should be on letterhead. Appearance of chartered accountant on electronic media, including internet. Can you come on TV and other things? Yes. Just make sure. Okay. Don't go with exaggerated claim or any kind of comparison is not permissible. I am best GST officer, GST person. Okay. Nobody knows GST. Only I am the person who in India knows GST. Because everybody is telling GST is not good. I know GST is good. Okay. Don't do this comparison or exaggerated claim. Publicity is permitted for, read this line, this line, very important. What institute says? Publicity is permitted for appointment to position of local or national importance, or for the views of members on matter of similar importance. When he means what? When you go to take a Bharat Ratna award, mention that you are member of ICA. Mention. Okay, what is the logic behind it? It will benefit not only to you or not only to institute, everyone. So where institute is concerned is to benefit everyone, everybody who is a CA. I hope this thing is clear. Organizing training courses, seminar. Can you organize? Yes, no worry. Writing articles? No problem. Signboard in front of office? Use, no problem. But make sure it is not like traders. What is the meaning of trader? Light board or something like that, big board. Chartered accountants. Small firm, okay. No problem. Shopkeeper जैसे रखते हैं, traders जैसे रखते हैं, not problem. Sir, public announcement with detail of director. Okay, sir, I do think you are aware when a prospectus are issued. Acha, can I become a director of company? Yes. But if I am becoming a director of company, okay, if I am becoming a director of company, no problem. But make sure in prospectus you are not attracting 611 and 711. Okay, help me out. If you are director, will your detail will be given in prospectus? So you need to take care. Once prospectus is issued, then you will come to me. Oh, we don't know. Company did. You are responsible to tell company that 611, 711 should not be attracted. Okay, that's your responsibility. I do think, oh, everybody clear? Okay, can we use the logo of ourselves? Answer is no. Using earlier it was permitted to use your own logo. Later on there were very conflict. So institute told now the new logo should be there. And I do think you are aware the new logo is again changed. Now it is having two ticks and India. India is written. Okay, so but that is a transition phase. So in our stationery we can use which logo? The old logo or new logo? New one should be used, but there is already, if suppose this new logo came in last 2 months back. Okay, before that I was having old logo only. So what if I printed my stationery almost 2 months back then? Okay, if my stationery is having this logo then? Okay, there is a transition period of 2 years. So 2 years, after 2 years this logo will not be permitted. 2 years means now 18 months is pending, 18, 19 months, something like that. So that much is the time. So you complete the stationery in that time, whatever. After that, which logo is permitted? The new logo. CA, 2 ticks will be there. One is orange tick is added and India. Okay, so old logo, new logo. So we cannot use our own logo. We will be using the CA Institute logo. This is, so the old logo is still permitted for certain time. After that, you need to shift to the new logo. I hope the things are clear. So once you become a CA and you enter in practice, which logo should be used? New logo. So if anybody is having a bike and he is using the logo, old logo, till now it is permitted for 1.5 years. After that it will be guilty of professional misconduct. Change is required. Okay, common CA logo should be used. Okay. So मेरे ख्याल से I do think 711 clear, Malik? Everybody? So this is 611, 711. So what are the clauses we have discussed? 111 allows to practice. 211 accept or agrees to accept. 311 pays or agrees to pay. 411 enter into partnership. 511 securing the work. 611 soliciting. 711 advertising. Once again, 111 allows to practice. 211 pays or agrees to pay. 311 accept or agrees to accept. 411 partnership. 511 securing. 611 soliciting. 711 advertising. 811 and 911. 811 is basically NOC, no objection certificate. Without NOC, you are accepting the engagement. That is 811. And 911 is basically you are accepting the engagement without checking the compliance of section 139 and 140. 139, whether your appointment is done correctly or not, that is 811, 911. 811 is basically NOC. Okay, so what is the logic behind it? Very simple. Before accepting engagement, check whether earlier CA who has done the audit, okay, is okay with giving the engagement to you, because there may be undisputed fees which is pending. There may be some fees which is pending of the earlier auditor. You need to ensure. If you don't take care of this, okay, next year you will also be replaced. And your fees may be pending. Therefore, this clause will be taking precautionary for us only. Today, client is coming to you. After tomorrow, he may leave you. So tomorrow if your fees is unpaid, then it will be a big challenge. Who will take care about it? So we together will taking care of it. So read it out. Clause 8 says, accept a position as an auditor previously held by another CA or certified auditor who has been issued certificate under restricted certificate rules in 1922 without first communicating with him in writing. So my question, you should accept the position of auditor only after communicating in writing with whom? Previous auditor. Make sure you are very clear. These words are very clear about auditor. This is nothing to do with other engagement. This is not required to be complied with reviewer. This is not required to comply with assurance services. This is with which services? Audit services. Okay. No, statutory auditor. There was a doubt earlier. Okay, there was ambiguity, but it depends on case to case. Institute always suggests, see, it is mainly focusing in statutory auditor, it is compulsory. For tax auditor, GST auditor, it is internal auditor, it is always suggested healthy practices. Okay, institute says it suggested healthy practices, but institute says you will be guilty. If suppose I am becoming a tax auditor, I am not taking NOC from earlier tax auditor. Okay, institute says it is a healthy practice to take NOC from earlier tax auditor, but if you do not do, you are guilty. But please understand, this is based on case to case. Example, one case come of tax auditor and he has not taken NOC, complaint came, institute has given reprimand and left it. But one case was there where tax auditor came, okay, he has not communicated. In that case, institute told you are guilty. See, it's based on situations, how much complications are there, how much things are there. Because while drafting the standard, the main agenda was only with statutory audit. Later on, purview of other audits are covered here. Okay, so make it sure when we are discussing about this positioning of auditor, we are discussing of stat auditor, but you need to keep in mind in all cases of audits. All cases of audit. And one more thing, this should be in orally or writing. What it should be, orally or writing? In writing. If he says orally, you call Purana auditor, you call the earlier auditor. Hello auditor, I am taking this engagement. No problem. He says no problem. Done. Okay, you accept. You start the work, and he complains to ICI. He took the auditor. He took the audit without NOC. You go to ICI. I ask him on the phone. ICI told what I told you. You take NOC in writing. Do you have a writing? No. Keep quiet. You are guilty. So this is what exactly you should understand. NOCs are to be taken in writing. I hope things are clear, Malik. Okay. Sir, what is the reason? Okay, see, understand. They have given certain things, and this is very important. The existence of dispute as regard to fees may be the root cause of an auditor being changed. One auditor may be changed because there may be disputed fees. I am charging my client Ganesh, okay, 1 crore. Ganesh telling 80 lakhs. Now, no, 1 crore. Now Ganesh training, okay, I'll be looking out for some other auditor. Okay, now this is called disputed fees. Which fees? Disputed. What new auditor should do? He should check undisputed fees has been paid or not. Disputed nahi. Undisputed. What does it mean? Example, suppose Ram is accepting this engagement now. Ram is not required to accept this engagement at 1 crore. He may accept at 80 lakhs also if it is feasible for him. But before acceptance, he should check whether previous year fees has been paid to me or not. Okay, not current fees. Current fees nahi. Previous year fees has been paid or not. That is what Ram's target should be there. Okay, however, in case of undisputed fees having not paid, the incoming auditor should not accept the appointment unless such fees are paid. The professional reason for not accepting audit would be: first, non-compliance of provision of section 139-140. This is next clause, 911. Non-payment of undisputed audit fees by auditee other than in case of sick unit. In sick unit, you can continue the engagement even if undisputed audit fees is not paid. And issuance of qualified report. There may be 3 reasons, okay, why you are not accepting. Why you should not accept. First, the ground can be the fees is not paid. Non-compliance of 139-140. What is meaning of 139-140? Are you aware about 139-140? No. Okay, so, example, if my appointment is done in AGM, there should be AGM OR resolution should be there. If I am been appointed, some other auditor has been removed, So removal section 140 compliance should be there. Okay, 139, 140 का compliance हुआ कि नहीं हुआ, I should check before accepting. Okay, and this is about clause, this is 911, just make sure this is 911. Non-payment of undisputed audit fees, again I am very clear, undisputed audit fees, except in case of sick unit. Okay, if not paid, and last point is issuance of qualified report. It may happen the old auditor has issued qualified report and therefore the client is changing. And therefore client is bringing new auditor. In first two case Malik, okay, the auditor should not accept. If he accept, he will be guilty. In the third case, in the last case, however, he may accept the audit if he is satisfied the attitude of retiring auditor was not proper and justified. If he thinks the auditor was not justified, his attitude was not justified, he can accept the engagement. I hope this is clear. Okay. It will be duty of incoming auditor to ensure the payment of undisputed fees or to retiring auditor at earliest possibility. This is very important. Okay, who will ensure that retiring auditor ka fees is paid? Who will ensure that retiring auditor fees is paid? Incoming auditor. Now my question, what if retiring auditor is not available or his bank account is not with my client? Suppose before me there was one ex-auditor and his fees is pending. Now he is there. Okay, Ganesh is there. Ganesh is approaching me. I am accepting. I took the NOC in writing, but I should ensure the fees of ex-auditor should be paid by Ganesh. Now Ganesh is calling him to pay the fees. He is not picking up the phone. The retiring auditor. He is gone to Haridwar, Ganga Stan, Ganga Maya. Now he is calling him. He is not available. He does not have his bank account detail. Now how will I ensure that his fees is being paid? What should be done by me? What institute says clearly, okay, see, make sure it's your duty to ensure that even if you get the NOC, it's your duty to ensure that his fees is being paid. So what is my question? Okay, he will pay fees if he is meeting with the auditor. But what if auditor is not meeting or the auditor is gone to Ganga or something and his bank account is not there? What he should do then? Oh, okay. So he should ensure, the incoming auditor should ensure DD is prepared in the name of the retiring auditor. Make sure. Remember this concept. Huh? He should be preparing a DD. Okay, in the name of which auditor? Retiring auditor. Okay. Again, when he is sending a letter, how the letter should be sent? So it should be sent by registered post, acknowledgement due. He should not send under certificate of posting. What is meaning of certificate of posting? Only putting a post and not checking only whether the person has received or not. So if I am sending to the retiring auditor that I am joining as a new auditor, can I join? Give me NOC. Okay, I put in post as a COP, certificate of posting. Okay, I am guilty. I should post in under the head registered post acknowledgement due. So mere posting under certificate of posting is not sufficient. Now few points in the opinion of council. Okay, what is the normal course? Okay, so you can give by 3-4 things. One is RPAD, registered post acknowledgement due, or you can give by hand, or you can give acknowledgement in communication for returning email address. Now question is, email address you can get from ICAI, or even you can get the email address from UDIN portal. Say you can get that detail because that person audit report will be there. UDIN number is there. Go with UDIN number, check. Okay, what is the name, email address, and address. Send there for NOC. Now few questions they have discussed. What if I send for NOC and I received the letter back again stating that premises found locked? Okay, the premise was locked. This was stated. So in this case, it is shall be deemed to have been delivered. You can start the work. Premise firm not found at the given registered address, deemed to be delivered. An example: if Amit Tated has sent to Mr. X NOC and the letter came back to Amit, okay, saying firm premise is not found. Amit guilty or not guilty? Can Amit start the work? Okay, these 2 points are the same points. What I am discussing is what is the same point? What is the discussion? What is the discussion? Oh my friends, my God. What I am telling, I can accept only after getting NOC. But if I send for NOC and premise is not found, not guilty, I can start the work. If I send this letter, okay, the premise is found locked and letter is back to me, okay, not guilty, I can continue the work. But make sure the address is verified. This is where you will take the address, UDN or whatever. If you are sending your own address, okay, you are taken from client database, will not work. Okay, you need to check, verify very clearly this one so that you can satisfy yourself. Sir, is this required in income tax audit also? What I told you, it is a healthy practice to send in all audits. But if he is not sending, always suggest guilty. Okay. Council has laid down the detailed guidelines on subject matter as communication required for all kind of audits. I told you, communication is required for all kind of audits. Sir, what if previous engagement were done by other professionals? And if previous auditor is CA, then I am required to communicate. Na? If previous auditor is not a CA, then institute says it is a healthy practice. Communicate. Next point, communicate, healthy practice. Okay. In government audit, who appoints you? CAJ. Okay. Yani I always say CAG. Now my question comes, okay, if CAG is appointing, okay, you send the NOC, you can start the work by giving conditional acceptance. You are not, see, in government audit, the work is very huge. You are not required to wait for NOC to be received by you. Send them, because the appointment of auditor is not done because of some reason. Na? The auditor appointed is done by CAG, CAG. So there is no worry. What they say, in case of government audit, the incoming auditor may give a conditional acceptance. Continue the work, appointment, and commence the work which need to be attended to immediately. Even if you are aware, the CAG appoint the auditor, okay, within 180 days. So already 6 months are gone if your appointment is done in 180 days. So you don't have a lack of time. Na? Acha, you are aware na, auditor in government company, who appoints the auditor? In how much time he will appoint? In how much time he will appoint? 180 days from the start of the year. So what if you are appointed in the month of September? Now if you are waiting for NOC, you will be wait for 1 October also. So rather than don't wait, you start the work. Okay, because already many months have been gone. Okay, I hope this thing is clear. NOC. Okay, so in NOC, should you accept the engagement? If you don't get an NOC, acha, 2-3 things tell me. First, should you set NOC in writing or orally? Okay. NOC, if you don't receive NOC, should you accept the engagement? Okay, if you don't receive the NOC from previous auditor, what you should do? See, understand, 2 things will happen. Say, understand, let's understand like this. There is a personal grudge always. Please do understand this logic very technically. Now suppose the auditor, earlier auditor was madam. Okay, so madam, I need to take an NOC from madam. I send the NOC. Madam, first thing, okay, there will be 2 things. Either madam will respond or not respond. Now first let's respond. Madam responded, Amita, that you take. I can start the work. Madam responded, Amita, that do not take. Now the question, why should not I take? So madam saying, my fees is pending. Now my question should be, pay the fees. Okay, then I will accept. That's it. And you can accept now. My question is that, I asked the madam, okay, give me NOC. Madam is not saying, because madam is having personal grudge. Why he is going to new CA? I provided the service to him always. Okay, why he is changing the CA? It happens, na? It's a common, na? Huh? I can accept. Okay, I can accept or not accept. If she is not sending NOC, I can accept. But I should have that I send the NOC through rapid post acknowledgement deed. It should not be certificate of posting. I should have evidence. Yani means if I send NOC, I should wait for a reasonable time. Example 10 days, and I can start the work. I will not be waiting for 1 year. Why she is not responding? Acha, if she is saying do not accept, then it would be giving a reason, na? I will take care of reasons. Okay, in this case, if suppose after 10 days I accepted the engagement, madam told, okay, I have not sent NOC, madam goes to ICI, ICI bola, Amit Tadir, I accept the engagement. Okay, ICI will call Amit Tadir, come here, yes sir. Okay, why did you accept the engagement NOC? I waited for 10 days. So, okay, madam, why didn't you respond within 10 days? Okay, not responded. Why? No, that's only I late responded. Doesn't matter. I can accept. No guilty. This is what happens with NOC. Yes, madam. You need to check that. Na? Therefore, RPAD I told. Na? What is RPAD? Registered post acknowledgement due means you received when he received the acknowledgement. Why I am not using certificate of posting? Doesn't matter. That's not my fault. I need to wait a reasonable time. After 15 days, she respond. What she will respond? She will respond either yes or no. If she is no, so no for reason will be there. So I will ensure that fees is not there. If she has not responded, other than fees cannot be reason. There cannot be any other reason only. Why other than fees can be reason? Tell me. So it's you sort out. Whatever happened in your life, it's not my concern. Na? Okay, qualified opinion, what I told you, I will check the attitude of the auditor. If there is a qualified opinion, then I will check the attitude of auditor. If I think your attitude was not correct, I may accept. So I will not accept. This is my judgment purely. Na? Purely my judgment. Na? That is what I told you in earlier. If you focus on this, can be the 3 reasons mainly. In 3 reasons, what I told you, first 2 cases you will not accept at all. Example, okay, it is a company and she was not given opportunity of being heard. Section 140. Okay, opportunity of being heard should be given to her. The opportunity was not given. I should ask him. Okay, the opportunity was given. He said no. Okay, or he does not say. She is saying no opportunity of given being heard. I am not called for AGM also. I should not accept. I will not accept. Okay, so you held this. In first 2 cases, you will never accept. The third is your judgment. If she has given a qualified report, yes, I need to check what was the attitude of the madam here. No, you need to amicably settle there. You need to amicably settle with them. Your old CA. If qualified report, what do you ask? Why I will not accept? See, when should not be accepted? When disclaimer is there. Qualified is not a concern. And if disclaimer is given, okay, your company will take care, na? Your shareholder will take care, your ROC will take care. Na? If your audit is not taking place, ROC will tell annual return not submitted, section 90 do not comply. ROC will come into picture. Director will become disqualified. 164(2) will be attracted. So what I am telling you, no other CA is coming. What is the reason no other CA is coming? My first question, why no other CA is coming? If you are a company director, why no other CA is coming to you to do the audit? Rectify that, then call me. That's it. Simple answer. Now the question is, what if you are not rectifying? Okay, then you deal with, because you will be attracting 164 subsection 2. Disqualification of directors. 2 years, 3 years, you are not filling annual returns. Okay, you are not getting audited financial statement. That's it. You are done. I can link everything to the, but I require time to explain everything. So if this is the scenario, I can tell you that this will be a problem to you. Then the next problem will start. Okay, if no audit is done, then tell me what will happen. You will have a financial statement which are not audited. You can't issue to ROC. You can't issue to anybody. So first I will tell you, rectify your fraud element. Now shareholder will be behind you. Shareholder will remove you as a director. Rather than waiting for 164 to be attracted as disqualification, shareholder will use 169 and remove you. That's it. This is how the things will happen. You can't, see, if you are saying me, I am no CA is accepting, then what is the ground not accepting? So rectify that ground in the company. Rectify that ground. That's it. Rectify. Okay, I hope you understood, Malik. Everybody? Okay, clause 9 says if you accept the engagement without checking 139, 140. And that is what we discussed in 811 also. So 811 says whatever we discussed in 811 is similarly linked with 911. But the only thing is 911, you should ascertain, please make sure, clause 9, accept an appointment as an auditor of a company without first ascertaining from it whether requirement of section 2 to 5. Now what is 2 to 5 is 139, 140. They can do a 2 to 5, but this is what a scenario is there. This is what they have writing here. The word ascertain means to find out certain. Okay, this is very important. To find out certain means, example, I will be asking with board of director. Oh, board of director. Okay, whether you are complying. Board of director say yes, yes, resolution has been passed. ORSR has been passed. Oh, okay, I will not rely on you. I want to give me evidence whether ORSR was passed or not. That is what called the word ascertain means to find out certain. Means to find out certain whether the thing which has been done is whether certain or not. Certain or not. Everybody clear? Yes or no? Certain or not. This would mean that the incoming auditor should first find out for the certain as to whether company has complied with section 130 and 140. And this is something which how the auditor were appointed. This is something technically with that point. You may be the first auditor, you may be the retiring auditor and recurring auditor. You may be the auditor which is holding office jointly with some other auditor, joint auditor. So sir, if I am saying I am a joint auditor with somebody, PwC, okay, so who will check this 139, 140? Both. I will not say PwC need to check. I will not say I need to check. Both are required to check, boss. That's a technical point they have covered here. Okay. Now the only things you need to remember. Okay. Again, I am telling you. Help me out. If I give you a question like this. Okay. Auditor before joining the appointment. Okay, ask board of director whether section 139, 140 was complied or not. And board of director suggested, yes, we have complied. Should auditor accept the engagement? Should auditor accept the engagement? Answer is no. Why? Because here the word is to ascertain. The word is to ascertain. That is only what I am telling you. It without first ascertaining. Ascertaining means to find out whether it is certain. What is meaning of to find out whether it is certain? It means to get the evidence. Give me the resolution passed. Give me board resolution passed. Give me whether resolution is submitted to ROC or not. That is exactly what you should do here. And few things are there. The following guidelines are issued by board. This is our ethical standard board. Okay. Read this. This will be a new concept to you. Where an auditor resign his appointment as an auditor, he shall send communication in writing to the board of directors of the company, the incoming auditor, before accepting appointment to obtain a copy of such communication from board of director. And if the auditor is resigning, the incoming auditor should obtain the copy of resignation from board. Second, when an auditor through willing for reappointment, he has not been reappointed, and he want to reappoint, but was not reappointed. Okay, he shall file with the institute a copy. He will file the institute a copy, huh? Okay. And it shall be obligatory for incoming auditor before accepting such appointment obtain a copy of such communication. Incoming auditor will also obtain a copy of communication. Yani two things are there. What are the two things? One, I am resigning. Okay, for example, madam is resigning. Madam is resigning. My responsibility is to obtain a copy from Ganesh resignation letter because I will know the reason for resigning. See, if she is resigning, there may be the reasons. I should be aware and I should work accordingly. Okay, other way around. She want to be reappointed, but he is not making her appointed. So it may be some reason would be there. She had submitted that copy with ICI. That is important. In that case, she has submitted the copy. When she is not reappointed, she is required to submit the copy with ICI. I need to check that copy from ICI. Because it may happen that ICI call me. If I accept this appointment, if I accept this appointment, ICI will call me for the further information. Because ICI will be noting this thing. Because there is a change in auditor because of some other reasons. There is a resignation. And second, she want to be reappointed but not reappointed. Are you getting the point? That's it. Okay, the ethical standard board review communication will be done, and the above procedure also followed in case of removal of auditor by government or other statutory authority. So what is this compliances? Help me out. What this additional compliances? Acha, listen carefully. My question is 911 says you should check compliance with 139, 140. Example, what is 139 and 140? Board resolution, special resolution, ordinary resolution. Okay, compliances you are checked. Okay, it also say these guidelines. It say if auditor has resigned, obtain copy. If auditor want to reappoint but want not reappointed, okay, in that case that auditor has given the copy to ICI, obtain that copy and go through copy, because we may call some information from you once you start the audit. This is the thing which, who will be checking this? Incoming auditor. I hope things are clear. Okay, so 911 is basically 139, 140. 139, 140. So 111 allows to practice. 211 pays or agrees to pay. 311 accept or agrees to accept. 411 okay, enter into partnership. 511 secure. 611 solicit. 711 advertise. 811 NOC. NOC, no objection certificate. And 911 139, 140. 139, 140. Okay, sir. And then comes 1011, where they say you should not charge any fees based on percentage. You should not charge any fees. A CA in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he charge or offer to charge, accept or offer to accept in respect of any professional appointment fees which is based on percentage of profits or which are contingent upon findings or results of such employment except permitted under the regulation. Means I should charge the fees based on contingency? No. See, understand, if I am charging the fees based on outcome, then I may enter into unethical means also to bring that outcome confirm. Example, Ganesh is coming to me and saying, Amit, okay, my tax refund is pending. Okay, what I will do, okay, you bring tax refund. How much tax refund you will bring? I'll give 10% to you. Now tell me what I will do. To bring more tax refund, I will indulge into unethical activity. That's the same intention of this clause. Never ever your fees should be charged on percentage basis. But I too think you are aware. Okay, help me out. Liquidator charge fees on percentage. Acha, if you are aware, project finances, bank loan. Okay, if I am doing bank loan, I charge fees based on percentages. Okay, so in that case, that is permitted. So what they say, if it is permitted under institute guidelines, if it is permitted under, it is permitted. Now question is, what are the institute guidelines? 6-7 points, read that. You can charge fees on percentage basis by liquidator. You can charge based on if you are auditor of cooperative society. If you are valuer, if you are giving management consulting services, fundraising services, debt recovery services, cost optimization services or any other services. Okay, in except these services, any other services, if you are charging on contingency, you are guilty. Fundraising can be anything, bank loan, वगैरह, anything. I can be consultant, IPO के लिए. I can become a consultant, IPO के लिए. Acha, if you remember, I cannot be brokerage. Portfolio management. So if I am doing this as a brokerage, not permitted. But if it is a consulting, it's okay. If I am going with fundraising point, if it is a brokerage, not permitted, because you are not permitted only this. IPO. No, LIC is not permitted, but LIC renewal service, renewal premium is permitted, renewal commission is permitted, LIC. But that is a clause of 11th one. That is the next one. So my question, can you charge the fees based on percentage? No, except if in examination, if any question comes on this item, okay, you will say not guilty. Other than this item, guilty. Okay, sir. What is the debt recovery services? No. Securitized SARFAIC, if you are aware, or something like that, I can tell you bank loan recovery. Bank loan recovery, asset reconstruction company, ARC, asset reconstruction companies. You can become a member of ARCs, asset reconstruction company, you can recover that, no problem. Next one is very third point, okay, you can't enter into any business or profession other than CA, baat khatam, unless permitted by council. But proviso, very important is next proviso. Proviso says nothing contained herein shall entitle chartered accountant from becoming a director of company, not being managing director or whole-time director, unless he or his partners is interested in such company as a auditor. So my question, what is 11th clause? If I engage in any business or occupation other than CA, okay, unless permitted by council to so engage, I'll be guilty. So my question, if I engage in any other business or occupation, okay, and if council permitted, will I be guilty? If council permitted, will I be guilty? No. Okay, I'm not guilty. I'll be guilty only if not permitted by council and I do that. If it is not permitted by council and I'm doing that, then I'll be guilty. Okay, now the council permission is taken in two formats. One is general permission and one is specific permission. What is meaning of general permission? General permission means institute says don't come to me and ask. You directly do, there is no required to inform me also. But special permission, come to me, ask, I approve, then only do that. If I don't approve, don't do that. I am not permitting. This is what a clear cut. So how many types of permission are there? Two types. What are the two types of permission? General and specific. So in which permission I am not required to ask council? In which permission I am required to ask council? And in some cases, okay, some cases, council permission is not there. Keep in mind this one very clearly, huh? Very clearly, make sure. This is where many of the students make mistakes. So first of all, okay, my question, to become a director, am I required to take a council permission? Not at all. I can become a director. But what I cannot become? MD or whole-time director. To become a MD or whole-time director, I need a permission. Which permission? Specific permission. Specific, huh? Acha, can I become a director in the company where I am auditor? No, that is what last line. Unless you are an auditor there. If you are an auditor, you cannot become a director there. You should not become a director. Okay. Then, see, this line is given general resolution. Read this line. These are generally, and this is specific resolution. What is meaning of general resolution and specific resolution? Permitted generally. Okay. Permission is required to obtain specifically. Yes, what is the problem? So in management consulting company, what you are becoming? What you are becoming? If you are opening a management consulting company na, so there will be 2-3 things. One is shareholder. Are you shareholder there? Okay, okay. If you are a shareholder, there they go. Whenever you are asking me question, be clear. First of all, please understand. My first question: can I open a company? Answer is yes. Means what? I can become a shareholder. I can become a promoter. No problem. If I am a promoter, I can become a director. No problem. Okay. But doesn't matter. Okay. I can open a company. I can fund out startups. I can fund out. Permitted. General permission. To become a promoter, I am not required to anything. I can become a promoter. But if you are becoming a promoter, you can become a director, but you cannot become MD in that company. Okay, bas. See, understand, if I am, this all discussion is going when I am in CA firm. If you are not CA in practice, the discussion does not make any sense. If you are CA not practicing, okay, you do anything what you want. Okay, you can start Tambaku. No problem. But if you are a CA in practice, take care. This is permission. So now few things, let me complete this, you will come to know what I want to discuss with you. Main point what you need to understand, if you have a shareholding and it is more than 20%, including you, your relatives, you and your relatives, it is more than 20%, don't ever become MD in that company or whole-time director. You will not enter into managing point. Secondly, if I am having an HUF, okay, I should not become a Karta. But because there was a death or something and because of inheritance I am becoming Karta, it is permitted, but you should not play an active role. I am not required to play active role in my interested companies. If my father is having a shop, okay, and I am telling to institute, I want to sit in that shop. I want to start that shop. I want to run that shop. My father is telling, now I have become old, you run. Okay, institute says not permitted at all. Family owned business, not permitted. If you want to run a family owned business, get out from the practice. Sir, it means I cannot become MD. You can become MD, but separately in any other company, but not in the company where you are having your own stakeholder. And the logic behind of the institute is very simple and straightforward. Institute says, boss, if your stake is there and you are becoming MD, complete efforts will be on there, that part only, rather than any other part. Then don't do a practice only. Sir, if I become a MD in any other company where I am not having significant influence, no problem. But you will be partially taking care there also, here also, in practicing also. So let's check it out that. Okay, so generally mein kya list hai, check it out. Okay, employment under CA in practice. Did you understood? If I want to become an employee in CA firm which is in practicing, I can become employee without asking institute. Again, please make sure. Okay, this is what. Acha, this section, these clauses are applicable to whom? CA in practice. Okay, so example, I am already having my AT&Academy company practicing firm. I want to become employee in another CA firm. I can become an employee, no problem. Yani I can run my practice individually also. I can be employee in another CA firm also. Yani example, if Ram is my employee, can Ram have a practicing CA firm of his own also? Yes, no problem. Okay, remember that. Okay, private tutorship. Books and articles you can write. Life insurance agencies only for limited purpose. Limited purpose, renewal in commission only. Attending classes, appearing examination, public elective offices, MP, MLA you can become. You don't need to ask. Okay, charitable institution के लिए leadership, notary, public वगैरह वगैरह. Part time tutorship with coaching institute coaching organization of institute. Not with private. Private may you require special permission. Valuation of paper, journals, surveyor, recovery consultant, agricultural land, general permission. Special is where? Okay, full time or part time employment in business concern, full time part time employment in non business concern, office of MD or full time director. Interest in family business concern. When I say interest in family business concern, I was very clear. Interest means shareholding, not MD. I can hold the shares. Okay, can I be a member of Karta? Yes. Sorry, member of HUF? Yes, but I cannot become Karta. If I become Karta because of inheritance, then I should not be actively playing the role of Karta there. Okay. Interest in educational institute, no problem. Part-time, full-time leadership, lectureship. Okay, other than institute. Okay, permission. These all things are required permission. Huh? Okay, full-time tutorship, editorship of journal other than professional journal. Any other business or occupation. I am not worried about this all things. Okay, this is what permission is required. Few of the things you will be focusing on. Now this, please make sure you understand very clearly. These are the three things which I discussed with you. Can I become a director of company? Answer is yes. This is called director simpliciter. Director simpliciter, simple director. But one question was arised. Okay, by institute they have given the answer. A question arise whether auditor of subsidiary company can become director of holding. What is the question? I am an auditor of subsidiary. Can I become a director of holding? See, if I am an auditor of subsidiary, I cannot become director of subsidiary. And even you go with Companies Act norms, section 141. Okay, employee or who cannot become an auditor? 141(3). Oh, not able to recall. Acha, body corporate cannot become an auditor. Okay, second, who cannot become the auditor? Employee or okay, officers cannot become the auditor. But who is employee officer of the company? If employee officer of the company cannot become auditor. But my question, if employee officer is of holding company, then law के हिसाब से सही है. Law के हिसाब से it is okay because law is not restricting. Law is saying only employee or officer of company cannot become auditor. But employee, if my officer is of holding company, can I become an auditor? If I am an auditor of subsidiary and I am a director of holding, can I become auditor? Can I become a director of holding? Okay, institute says no. Other way around is automatically not possible. Why? I will tell you. If I am an auditor of holding, I cannot become a director of subsidiary. Why? Because I am automatically auditor of subsidiary also. How? CFS. CFS I will be auditing na. So I am, therefore that is directly answer. I do think everybody clear. So other way around was a problem. So institute give this answer. Read the answer. Auditor of subsidiary company can't be director of his holding company as it will affect independence. Clear. Promoter, director. Members are not required to obtain. I can directly start. I am not required to obtain a permission for promoter or promoter director. and HUF doing the business. I told you, okay, this can be done. It would be necessary for the member to provide evidence that interest in the family business concern devolved on him because of inheritance. Okay, is everybody clear? Okay, this is separate point. This was D point. It has been mentioned here. This is D point. This is D point. Private tutorship. It should be in part D point. Okay, can a CA practicing CA can teach in private coaching organization? Yes, but he need to take a permission. Permission, specific permission. Acha, to teach in institute? No permission is required. But to teach in private organization? Permission. Whose permission? Institutes. But he need to ensure the person who is teaching hours should not exceed 25 hours a week. Make it sure. Any example, suppose I am a practicing CA, I should ensure what this batch I took should not be capable, I will not be capable of teaching this batch. Because in 6 days, we have spent almost 45 hours. It is not permitted at all for a person who is in practice. The person who is in practice can teach how much hours maximum in a week? 25. Yani how much hours a day? 4 hours a day. Approximately 3 or 4 hours a day. Everybody clear? But that's the maximum time limit. Morning 7 to 10. After that, come to office. Have breakfast. Meet client. Greet client. Okay, enjoy the practice. But nevertheless, 11:11 clear, Malik? Everybody? So after becoming a CA, if I want to join a practice, if I want to become an employee, can I become? After starting a practice, can I become an employee? Yes. Specific permission. If I want to become an employee in CA firm, no permission. Did you understand the difference? Can I become MD? Permission. Permission required. Can I become MD in my significant influence or my own interested company? Not at all. Not permitted. Make sure. Not permitted. If you want to make a note, make a note. Okay. If CA is significant influence, means 20% से ज़्यादा shareholding, he cannot become MD even with permission. What about recorded classes? Can I give the recorded classes? Recorded classes not categorized there. Okay, taking a lectures. Recorded classes can be anything. I can deal now. Okay, that is covered in 61171. I should ensure in recorded classes I should not solicit. If I am going on YouTube, I am going on recorded classes, I should ensure 25 hours will not be calculated in recorded classes. Recorded classes can be played any number of times. Then the only 1 hour lecture I can take. If then also 25 admissions. If there is 50 admission, half an hour. If there is 100 admission, if 1000 admission, no, coming in class. Recorded class is not taken. This is basically taking a lecture. See, understand what is the main agenda of the institute. Why institute is telling you go there? We don't have an issue. The institute agenda is you give appropriate time to practice. Everybody clear? And the last clause, close that, then take a break. Okay, 12:11. Okay. After that also now it's Panchat, now it's almost done. The thing is, your main first part 1 is basically a technical point, and I can bet what you studied in last point, 101%, I'm telling you. Okay, you will be getting bare minimum 2 questions. Whatever we discuss here, bare minimum I'm telling you, whatever we discussed in this session. Okay, so make sure. Clause 12 says, if I allow a person who is not being a member of institute in practice or a member not being a partner to sign on his behalf or behalf of firm any balance sheet, P&L and report or on financial statements. So who can sign financial statement on my behalf? Employee nahi. This is very biggest problem to read this one. Ye biggest problem hai. Only CA in practice and my partner can sign. It is the other way around. This English is the other way around. When I will be guilty of professional misconduct? If I allow, if I allow a person not being member of institute, or yani suppose he is member of institute, but matlab he is my employee, or a member not being a partner. So if I allow employee, I will comply with this one, but I will not be complying this one. So while 12.1.1, who should sign the balance sheet P&L for me? CA plus CA in practice matlab member of institute plus partner. Simple the logic. If employee is signing, employee who is CA is signing, not permitted. It's a other way around. Read it settle way. It's other way around. If I permit the person who is not member or who is not my partner, then I am guilty. So I need to ensure other way around. Okay, the person who is signing the balance sheet should be member and partner. Are you getting the point? Everybody? Okay, so 12 clauses part 1 is done. Part 2, part 3, part 4 and the other part will take care. But part 1, help me out. 1.1.1 allows to practice. 2.1.1 pays or agrees to pay. 3.1.1 4.1.1 partnership. 5.1.1 secure. 6.1.1 solicit. 7.1.1 okay, 8.1.1 NOC. 9.1.1 139 140. 10.1.1 percentage basis by fees. The fees based on percentage. 11.1.1 other occupation. And 12.1.1 allows to sign balance sheet P&L. Allows to sign balance sheet P&L. Everybody clear, Malik? Okay. Take a break. Break के बाद we'll start it out. Okay, Malik. So, projector. Okay, Malik. So we have already completed before the break. That is your part one. Part one we have completed. Now we are going on part two. Part two is basically nothing extraordinary. Part two is professional misconduct in relation to member of institute in service. Now please remember. Okay, do you remember 211 311? What is 211 311? Acha, 111 allows to practice. 211 pays or agrees to pay. 311 accept or agrees to accept. That's it. This is nothing but. Okay, 211 and 311. But the only thing is this 211, 311 is for CA in service. So a person, a CA in service, if he pays or allows or agrees to pay directly, indirectly to any person, any share in emoluments of employment undertaken by him. Yani example, you should get job on your that degree. That's it. You should not get a job because you are paying some commission to somebody. You should not pay anything out of your emoluments. Are you getting the concept? Okay, basically it is for CA in service. And clause 2 is if you accept or agrees to accept any part of fees, profit, gains from lawyer, okay, or a chartered accountant or a broker engaged by such company, firm or person or agent or customer of such company, firm, person by way of communication, commission or gratification. Example, suppose you are working with a particular company or you are working with a employer. If your employer requires a lawyer, okay, and lawyer approach to you, okay, then he says, you appoint me, you suggest my name. If I am appointed, I will be giving you a 10% commission. Okay, if you are agreeing with this as a CN service, you will be guilty. Here there is no exception. What was the exception in 211 and 311? CN service, there is no concept of exception. In CA service, there is no exception. Even example, suppose you recommended one CA to your lawyer. Example, okay, if you remember, okay, this is Ganesh is my client. Ganesh requires one employee who is a CA employee. I recommended madam's name as a CA employee. Okay, now please understand, a CA in practice recommending madam's name for this particular point, and I am taking some commission. If she is a CA, there is no problem. But if I am an employee of Ganesh, already I am an employee of Ganesh, and in this case he is paying me a salary already. Okay, so if he is telling, okay, Amit, we require a CA to be appointed for accounting work. Okay, I asked madam whether she is ready to work as a chartered accountant, and I told madam, okay, I suggested madam's name. Now I should not take any commission from madam for suggesting her name. So this is basically nothing but 211 and 311 for CA in service. Okay, so please get it correctly. Okay, if CA in service, okay, first what is this number? This number is 121 and this number is 221. What is 121? 121 is 211 for CA in service. What is 221 is nothing but 311 for CA in service. And 121 is basically pays or agrees to pay, and 221 is basically accept or agrees to accept. I think everybody clear, Malik? That's it. No exception here. No exception. Okay, in 211, 311 there were exception, na? You can accept commission from blah blah blah, accept this one. Remember, na? This is not there in this particular part. That's it. This is part 2. Part 3 is professional misconduct in relation to member of institute generally. Now you may be CA in service, you may be in CA in practice. Doesn't matter. This part 3 is attracted to you. So what are the 3 points? Okay, there are 3 clauses. Clause 1, if you recall, okay, I do think it will be very easy to recall. Clause 1 is what? Acha, what is the number now? 131. What is 131? Clause 1, part 3, first schedule. 131 is you are not FCA and you are telling FCA. Do you remember today morning I discussed with you? Okay, this is a clause which is attracting. If you are not FCA, you are telling FCA. Okay, what is 231? 231 is basically clause 2. Okay, ICAI. When I say ICAI, okay, it means disciplinary directorate, board of discipline, disciplinary committee, okay, the council or anything. Anybody calling for information, and you are not giving information, okay, that is 231. Make it sure here the concept is that you are not giving the information, or you are not complying with the requirement. This is 231. Okay, understand this. You are not supplying the information, you are not complying the requirement, then this clause is attracted. If you are giving the information, but if you are giving the wrong information, that is taken care in second schedule. If you are giving the information but you are giving wrong information, that will be covered in second schedule. Make it sure. This is, you are not giving information. Example, institute is calling you and telling how many articles you have employed. You are not telling only. This is this clause. Everybody clear? And what is 331? 331, do you remember 611 and 711? What is 611, 711? Solicit and advertise. Okay, my question, can I advertise? No, we can, yes, complying 611, 711. Can I advertise? Complying 611, 711. Okay, now when you advertise in 611, 711 and you give the false information in that will be attracting 331. Okay, so in 611 and 711, if you give false information, I am member of parliament. Okay, I should not mention this if you remember. Okay, but can I mention that I am having other degrees also? Can I mention the qualification of other institute? Can I mention Amit Tatir, ACA, CS and something? Okay, but what if I am not CS and I am mentioning ACS? Now this is attract. See, first of all, I should not mention Amit Tatir, Chartered Accountant, Company Secretary together. This is 711. Stopping me. Is that point clear? I should not mention two designation together simultaneously. Okay, sir. But when I am mentioning, can I mention my degrees against my name? Yes. Suppose what if I am not a CS and I am mentioning ACS? Okay, now this clause is attracted 331. This is a clause which we need to attract 331. That is the concept which we are attracting for clause 3. Everybody clear? So make it sure you are very clear. 131, 231, 331. 131, okay, FCA is not there, you are giving FCA. 231, institute is calling for information, you are not giving. 331, 611, 711, you are giving false information. You are giving which information, beta? False information. Example, while inviting professional work from another chartered accountant or responding to tenders. Remember the tenders? Okay, you are giving information which is going to be false. I hope the things are clear. Sir, what if institute is calling for information and you are giving false information? If is clause, no, clause 3 nahi. It is, this is the 611, 711 false information. What I am asking you is, what if ICAI is calling information and you are giving false information? This will be your second schedule, and second schedule will be your 322. This is your point. 322. Okay, if you go on 3, clause 3, part 2 and second schedule, you will come to know ICAI false information, that attracted. ICAI not giving information, this is attracted. In 611, 711 false information, this is attracted. Make sure you are clear with this all. These all things are very easy, just only little bit confusing. So make it sure you are clear with what I mentioned on the screen. Huh? Okay. So once again, when I go on that clause, I will make you link with this clause. That's it. Okay. This is your part 3. So part 3, how many clauses are there? 3. 1, 2, 3. One is for not FCA, telling FCA. Second, information not giving for ICA. And third, 611, 711, false information. And last point is part 4, other misconduct, which is other misconduct. Other misconduct. Here only 2 clauses there. First clause, okay, you are in a jail not exceeding 6 months. You have been convicted in a jail for not exceeding 6 months. So sir, it means if I am having a jail for more than 6 months, I will enjoy. No, that will be covered in second clause, and that will be covered in, see, understand, this is 141, which is less than 6 months. And if the question comes, 132 will be more than 6 months. 132 is clause 1, part 3, second schedule, more than 6 months. 141, okay, clause 1, part 4, first schedule, okay, less than 6 months. That is less than 6 months, 141. More than 6 months, 132. I do think, I hope clear. And last is a general clause. If you bring disrepute, if you remember, Ram has did the forged signature. For that forged signature, he has brought disrepute on to the profession, to the institute. Okay, the action is taken against you. This is something which you need to understand with respect to 241. So 241 is basically bringing disrepute. That's your first schedule. The first schedule, if you look out, you will come to know that part 1 is only cumbersome. Okay, part 1 is only cumbersome, and that is why we are the major reason I told you before the break also. If you remember, I told you 100% sure short question will be there. 100%, because that is the main agenda. Okay, this question may come but easily tackled. So that's your part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4 of first schedule. The first schedule is done and dusted, and I hope that conceptually clear, and I hope you can recall it out now very quickly. So first part 111 allows to practice, 211 pays or agrees to pay, 311 accept or agrees to pay, 411 enters into partnership, 511 secure the work, 611 solicit, 711 advertise, 811 NOC, 911 139 140, 1011 percentage fees you are charging, 1111 into other occupation, 1211 you are allowing non-CA to sign the balance sheet. Allowing non-CA to sign the balance sheet. This is your first point. Okay, then comes is your clauses 121 and 221. 121, 221 is 211, 311 for CA in service. 121, 221. 121 pays or agrees to pay. 221 accept or agrees to pay. Accept. Who? The CA in service. Okay, then comes is 131, 231, 331. 131 FCA nahi, FCA bata raha. 231 information called by ICA, you are not giving. 331, okay, false information you are giving for 611, 711. And last point is 141, 241. 141, 6 months less than jail, and 241, you are bringing disrepute. Disrepute on ICA. I hope the things are clear now. Everybody? Okay, then comes to your next schedule, that is called second schedule. Now, when I am discussing about second schedule, make it clear, you are understanding here, that the things is easy. Even again here, part 1 is very important. Huh? Part 1 is important. Part 2, part 3, again, 5 minutes come. Part 1 is also very quickly now. Part 1 does not have various points, but you need to understand this part 1 does have 10 clauses. So in 10 clauses, you need to understand some concepts to be remembered. First point, okay, please understand, a CA in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Okay, if he, now tell me numbering, what is the numbering here? 1, 2. 112, 212, 312, 412, 512, 612, 712, 812, 912, 1012. What is 112? Full form? Clause 1, part 1, second schedule. Everybody clear? 212, 312, 412, 512, 612, 712, 812, 912, 1012. Quickly. Everybody clear? So 112, confidentiality. 112 is confidentiality. And I do think we have discussed this point during the NOCLAR. Okay, so today morning I am discussing more elements into it. Okay, I will be guilty of professional misconduct if he disclose information acquired in the course of his professional engagement to any person other than his client, so engaging him without the consent of his client or otherwise than required by law from the time being in the post. Yani when I can disclose the information? Okay, there are two things. One, I need a consent, or there will be required by law. Okay, so make it sure. 143.12. If there is a fraud against the company, am I required to tell CG? If I am an auditor of the company? Yes. Okay, that is required by law. But what is the meaning of consent? What is the meaning of consent? Suppose a client, okay, Ganesh appoints me and tell, okay, Amit, prepare one report which is required by SEBI. Prepare one report which is required by, everybody with me? Prepare a report which is required by SEBI, and we need to submit this to SEBI. So Amit, prepare the report which is required by SEBI and submit to SEBI only. Okay, now tell me, I am preparing the report. After that report, if I am submitting to SEBI, okay, do you think there will be a confidentiality issue? Why? Consent. This is not required by law. This is consent. This is what I am telling you. You need to understand, consent doesn't mean that you are telling me, you are okay, I am agree. Agreement may have implicit consent also. When you appointed me to give the report to whom? You appointed me to give the report to whom? So it is implicit consent that you are telling me to give the report to SEBI. Okay, why it is required by law? Okay, is that SEBI law applicable to me? SEBI law is applicable to you, na? Client, na? So why you are applying to me? Required by law is at my end, na? Understood? Understood? If there is a requirement of law, it should be applicable to me. Okay, not to the SEBI requirement is applicable to you, na. So you have given me an consent, but it is which consent, express or implicit? That is an engagement consent itself. So you need to understand, you need to take two things very clearly. But make sure you are applying this to only disclosing information. You are not applying this logic to working papers. Working paper is a property of auditor or a chartered accountant. Working paper is not discussed here. They have discussed information of the client. Working paper is my property. Even client give the consent. It's my wish if I want to share or not. There is no forceful for my working paper. Okay, if client says submit, auditor submit this information to SEBI, I'll submit. Okay, client say show me show this working paper to SEBI. It's my choice whether I want to show or not. Make it sure we are discussing about disclosing information. We are not discussing about sharing of working papers. I hope the things are clear. Huh? That's it. Okay, done, understood. First point. If disclosure is required as a part of performance of professional duty, understood this one? Okay, by practicing member in relation to client, the fact that such performance is required by client would itself amount the client consenting such disclosure. Okay, I hope this example was, you understood. This example was of SEBI. SEBI example, that is SEBI example. Read this example, read this paragraph again. And there is a difference between sharing of working paper and sharing of information. I told you, which you can force me? Information. Working paper is my property. So far as information is concerned, he can provide the same to the client or to the regulatory body after obtaining a consent of client. But not working paper. Working paper is my choice, Malik. It is not possible to set out all the circumstances under which disclosure of information may be required by law. It is very difficult. So I told you today when we discussed NOCLAR in morning, okay, if any legal compulsion and if it is not legally permissible to claim privilege under Evidence Act, then disclosure made by member of such information may not be considered as misconduct. Yani example, okay, what is saying, if I can't take a privilege, I can't take a privilege under Evidence Act, okay, so disclosure is compulsory. What is the example of privilege? Today morning, if you remember, I told you, banker and lawyer are having privilege. Why? They will take a privilege under this act, Evidence Act. I am not required to share this evidence. There is a privilege, okay, but CA, if he can take a privilege, he will not share. But if he can't take a privilege, he is bound to share. You need to check the Indian Evidence Act as such. That's it. This is what your clause 1 is. So what is 112? 112 is confidentiality. 112 is confidentiality. 112, full form? Clause 1, part 1, second schedule. 112, 112. Then second will be 212. Everybody clear? 212. Read 212. If I'll be guilty of professional misconduct if I certify or submit his name or name of firm a report of examination of financial statement unless the examination of such statement and related records has been made by him or by partner or by employee in his firm or by another chartered accountant in practice. So my question, if any report is there which is I am giving and I am submitting my name, okay, my name should be submitted only if this report is, okay, examined. If this report is examined by whom? Either it can be examined by me, it can be examined by my partner, it can be examined by my employee or another CA in practice. So whenever you are signing any report, my friends, okay, you can sign the report only if, okay, the things are examined by you or your partner or your employee, okay, or any other CA in practice. Please make it sure. I do think everybody can technically understand what is the meaning. The logic behind the meaning is that you should not submit any report without reviewing the work, without examining the work. Example, client is telling me, okay sir, sign the report. I don't check it out. It's everything correct. Sign the report. I will give 1 lakh rupees. And if I am signing 1 lakh rupees, this clause is attracted. 212. Okay, I need to examine. I need to check, man. But who need to check? It is compulsory. I need to check? No. Who can check? My partner can check, my employee can check, and even another CA in practice. What is the meaning of another CA in practice? If you remember, joint auditor. We discussed yesterday. If you remember, joint auditor. Okay, suppose the balance sheet was checked by PwC. Remembered? And P&L was checked by me. Now help me out. The audit report will be given in joint audit report will be single audit report. If both opinion is same, how many audit report will be given? Okay, single. And that will be signed by me, na? That will be signed by me and PwC both, na? But I have not checked the balance sheet. Balance sheet is checked by PwC. How can I will be guilty here? Therefore, one word came, another CA in practice. If this is deleted by ICA, if this is deleted by ICA, I will be guilty here in joint audits. Because I am signing the audit report without examining balance sheet, which is examined by whom? PwC, who is not my partner, not my employee. I hope this you understood how the clause has been drafted here. So this is the reason why clause is drafted, man. If this point would not be there, I do think you understood there will be a big problem with for joint audits. So when 212 is attracted, when you sign anything without examining. Just remember. 312 is our favorite here, okay, which we discussed yesterday. 312, read 312. What is 312? Read 312. What is this? If you remember, okay, vouching what? Vouching, okay, permit his name or name of the firm to be used in connection with an estimate of earning contingent upon future transaction in manner which may lead to believe that he vouches for accuracy of forecast. He should not vouch accuracy of forecast. He should examine what? Assumptions. And if you remember, it means if you comply with SAE 3400, you are not guilty. I hope you are able to recall 3400. 3400, you are not guilty. If you are not complying with 3400, you are guilty. Okay, and even if you remember, even with 3400, you are guilty now. Kolkata High Court, which I discussed with you yesterday. So this clause may modified at a later one, but to the extent this is what a clause ka concept is. So help me out. Okay, 112 confidentiality, 212 without examining. 312 vouching for accuracy. Vouching for, once again, 112 confidentiality, 212 without examining, 312 vouching for accuracy. Vouching for, but it is 312 in vouching of accuracy is basically for forecast. Okay, acha, for audit, can I vouch for accuracy? That is, I need to vouch for accuracy only in audit. In audit, I will of forecast, can I do the audit? Okay, forecast, what examination will I do? In forecast, what is the engagement name? Forecast, what is the engagement name? Assurance. Okay, but HFI? Audit or review. But in audit, we always vouch for accuracy. So where we vouch for accuracy, in forecast or HFI? HFI. So you are required to vouch for accuracy for HFI. But for forecast, you cannot vouch for accuracy. Make it sure. Okay, so 312 will be attracted. 412. If my brother is giving opinion on my financial statement, 412 is attracted. Okay, if you are an employee of the company, you are giving an opinion on that particular financial statement, your 412 is attracted. If you are trustee of one trust, you are giving an opinion on their financial statements, 412 is attracted. Okay, if you are internal auditor, you are becoming statutory auditor, giving an opinion on statutory auditor, 412 is attracted. If you are GST auditor or tax auditor, you are becoming statutory auditor, 412 is attracted. Then what is the 412? 412, if you express opinion on financial statement of any business or enterprise in which his firm or his partner, okay, has a substantial interest. If my firm or my partner is having substantial interest, I should not express the opinion on financial statement. I should not express the opinion on financial statement. Sir, what is the meaning of substantial interest? More than 20%. लेकिन remember, okay, if I'm a director of company and I'm not holding any share, even the director of company will called as substantial interest. Okay, even if I'm a director of a company and I'm expressing an opinion on that particular point, it is also called a substantial interest. So substantial interest should not be considered only 20%. Substantial interest means even if you are employee, it is also called a substantial interest. Read the case law there. The word financial statements used in this clause would cover both reports and certificates usually given after examination of accounts or financial statements or any attest functions under statutory enactment or for the purpose of income tax assessment. Both statutory enactment or income tax assessment. Wherever you give reports, okay, the same will happen. Public conscience is expected ahead of any law. Okay, even company law is not restricting, then also you should take care. If you remember, I told you, if I am a director, if I am an auditor of subsidiary company, should I become a director of holding company? We have discussed this one before the break. If I am an auditor of subsidiary company, should I become director of holding company? No. Public conscience is ahead of law. Law is not restricting. Public conscience, like basically consciousness of yours towards the public, which need to be taken care. Okay, the council has decided CA should not be himself or his firm name. Okay, read this 2 point. He should not accept auditorship of college if he is working as a part-time lecturer there. So even if substantial interest is not in 20%, but he is a lecturer, even part-time, he should not become auditor in that college. I hope you are understanding. Huh? Okay, he should accept the auditorship of trust where his partner or is either an employee or trustee. Okay, you should not become auditor, boss. No auditor. An accountant is expected to be no less independent in discharge of his duty as tax consultant or as financial advisor. Yani you don't tell me only statutory auditor need to take care about independence. No, why? Even a tax auditor, okay, even a tax consultant, even a financial advisor should be independent. Members not to write books for audit client. This is very clear. 144. You cannot write books for your client. Which client? Acha, I cannot write books of account for anybody. I can write books of accounts or not. My question is very simple. Can I write books of accounts or not? I can write books of accounts or not? Yes, but I cannot write for client. Which client? Audit client. Perfect. Statutory auditor should not be internal auditor. Internal auditor not to be tax auditor. Internal auditor not to be yes auditor. MCQ whatever or theory. Remember this all points. Sir, okay, suppose I was director. I resigned. Can I become auditor of the company? Okay, see, logically simple answer is that as per company law, no issue because I am not a director. But our institute says public conscious. Okay, so it says schooling period should be there of how many year? 2 year. And if I was a director of company, next 2 year I should not be auditor of that company. This is not suggested by law. Huh? This is not suggested by law. This is suggested by whom? ICI. Okay, member to satisfy whether appointment is as per statute or not. That is what we have already discussed in 911. 911, remember ke 911? What is 911? Compliance with 139 and 140. In case appointment is authorized by the regulatory authority, member must satisfy whether regulatory authority have authorized the managing committee of society or trust to appoint the auditor. This happens in case of cooperative societies. Cooperative society, the auditors are appointed by registrar. But sometimes registrar give this authorization to managing committee of cooperative society. So if managing committee is appointing you, make sure, okay, managing committee is having power given by registrar. Then the appointment will be valid. That's it. These are the things which clue goes on 412. I think so. I hope 412 is clear. 412, you are giving opinion on financial statements where you are substantially interested. You are giving opinion on financial statement where you are substantially interested. I think clear, Malik? Yeah. Clause 5. Failed to disclose material fact known to him which is not disclosed in financial statement, but disclosure which is necessary in making financial statement where he is concerned with that financial statement in professional capacity. Means what? Sir, something is not disclosed in notes, where disclosure were necessary and you are aware about the disclosure. If you have not disclosed that, okay, then you will attract 512. So what is the meaning of 512, sir? 512, material fact not disclosed. What is not disclosed? Material fact. Okay, I am just giving an OFU for here. Sir, what is the material fact? Okay, the example, debenture. Are you aware about debenture fund? Debenture, we always keep debenture redemption reserve. Okay, what purpose debenture redemption reserve should be used? Debenture redemption reserve. Debenture redemption reserve should be used only for debenture redemption. Okay, managing company has created debenture redemption reserve. In month of November, there was a problem with money. They took money from debenture redemption reserve. They used that money. In month of January, they put back again money, all money. On 31st March, debenture redemption reserve amount is very clear, no problem. Okay, and this point is not disclosed in notes. Auditor was aware about this fact. 512. This is a material fact which should be aware to the shareholder that the company has used the money of whom? Debenture holders, which is not permitted as per law. This should be disclosed in note number 17. Whenever I am saying note number 17, don't assume note number 17, but I am telling you notes में disclose होना चाहिए था. Where it should be disclosed? Notes. They have not disclosed in notes, therefore it is guilty of professional misconduct. Material fact. Understood क्या material fact? Everybody? अच्छा. Provident fund. Provident fund money is for whom? Employee or company? Employee or company? Employee. Okay, company use that money. Okay, is that permitted? That should be disclosed. Not disclosed, 512. Okay, what is 612 then? 612 is fails to report material misstatement known to him to appear in financial statement which he is concerned in professional capacity. Yani what he did in 612? In 612, there was material misstatement, but he gave which opinion? Unmodified opinion. Sir, what is the difference between 512 and 612? 512 and 612, what is the difference? 512, financial statements are good, but material fact is not disclosed. 612, financial statements are not good, and you have not disclosed that through your opinion. So 512, 612, 512, material fact, 612, material misstatement. 512, material fact, 612, material misstatement. Everybody clear? Okay, so 112, confidentiality. 212, without examining. 312, vouch the accuracy. 412, opinion on substantial interest. 512, material fact. 612, material misstatement. Okay, 712 is very common, which can be applied anywhere. 712 is basically gross negligence. Should you check the inventory or not? You didn't check, gross negligence. Should you check the cash or not? You didn't check, gross negligence. There may not be material misstatement, there may not be material fact, but you didn't perform your duty correctly, diligently. 712 is attracted. Just for your information, okay, make sure you understand. Whenever there is 512 and 612, whenever there is 512 and 612, okay, do understand this point. Always 712 is a common element. If material fact which should be disclosed by me, I am not disclosing, it means even I am gross negligent. If material misstatement I have not shown to you, which should I have shown, again I am gross negligent. So whenever you are writing for 512 and 612 answer, whenever you are writing for 512 and 612 answer, you should always mention 712, gross negligence. You always mention 712, gross negligence. I hope things are clear. Everybody? Yes or no? Understood? So 512, material fact. 612, material misstatement. 712, gross negligence. And 812, okay, you didn't obtain sufficient appropriate information or evidence. Okay, acha, sir, if you are not able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence I am telling, what you should do? If you don't obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence, what you should do? Modify the opinion. Which opinion? Disclaimer or qualified? Qualified bhi or disclaimer bhi na. Yesterday we discussed na. If the item is material, then material pervasive nahi hai, qualified. If material as well as pervasive, disclaimer. Okay, if you are not able to obtain this evidence and you give disclaimer, this is not attracted. This is not attracted. 812 is not attracted. Okay, 812 is not attracted. When this is attracted, when you have not obtained the evidence and you are giving unmodified opinion. If I am not able to obtain the evidence, can I give disclaimer? If I am not able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence, can I give disclaimer? Yes, okay, that is possible. Okay, if I am giving disclaimer, this is not attracted. This is attracted if I am not able to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence and I am giving modified, unmodified. That is a scenario. And even without examining the facts, if even without examining or obtaining the evidences, if I am giving an opinion also, this particular clause may be attracted. Okay, look out. Fails to obtain what? Sufficient information which is necessary for expression of opinion. Aram say, what is the clause? Clause 8 says, fails to obtain sufficient information which is necessary for, to express an opinion, I require to obtain this information. If I don't obtain that information, clause 812 is attracted. Or its exception are sufficiently material to negate the expression of opinion. Means what? This line is matters a lot. First point, I am highlighting in green. This means if you have not obtained sufficient information for expressing opinion. Without obtaining sufficient information, you express opinion. Example, you didn't obtain the evidence, you express the opinion, you're gone. This is something which you need to understand. Or now this is a pink line. Its exception are sufficiently material to negate the expression of opinion. Means what? This pink line means what? Pink line means its exception are sufficiently material to negate. Negate means what? You should have given modified opinion. You should have given which opinion? Modified. So in clause 812, two things are there, beta. What are the two things in 812? 812, two things are there. Malik, once again, 812, two things are there. First, without obtaining sufficient information, I am giving opinion. Without obtaining sufficient information, I am giving opinion. I am guilty. Huh? No, that is first part. Therefore, I am telling you there are two parts. We are discussing first part now. Green color. I am very clear in green color. This clause is covering two elements. Without obtaining sufficient information, I am giving opinion. Example. Example. First, understand green color. I am in green color. Suppose financial statements are true and fair, but I didn't obtain any evidences and I give the opinion. This is 812. Fails to obtain sufficient information which is necessary for expression of opinion. This first thing, you didn't obtain the sufficient appropriate evidence. That is the first thing. Second, pink color says, its exception, yani you are not getting that evidence. It's an exception. Its exceptions are sufficiently material. Its exceptions are sufficiently material to negate the expression of opinion. Means it was exception that you are not getting the evidence. But it was so material that your opinion should be negated. Negated means negative. Example, your opinion should be qualified or disclaimer. The second point is that one. So if I ask you, a CA is there, listen carefully on this example. This example is not written here. You may check your module question or past question, but this is a very tricky question. And many students get confused in this question. I am asking you, one Times of India comes to me and they say, Amit Ated, give us a certificate, that how much newspaper has been sold in last month. That we sold 5 lakh newspaper in last month. Give the certificate. Without obtaining any information, I just certified 5 lakh newspaper is sold. This is called 812. This is your first one, green color. Am I clear? Now what is the problem? Many of them may click the 212 clause here. Check for 212. 212, what is 212? Without examining. Now tell me, without examining also can come here. If I am saying without examining, tell me, Times of India is asking me to give a certificate that how many newspaper copy they sold in last month. Without examining, I am giving an opinion. So basic difference is why it is 812 not 212, because in 212 the word is financial statement. Make sure if it is financial statement, without examining financial statement, if I am giving an opinion, 212 comes into picture. And if it is nothing to do with financial statement, it is about certificate and other things, 812 will come in picture. If I say you that I have certified the copies without checking whether copies are sold or not, which clause you will attract? 812. But I am telling you are certifying any financial statement item. Example, inventory. Inventory, which is financial statement item. Financial statement item, which one? 212. When I am saying financial statement item means inventory, whatever balance sheet, P&L, whatever financial statement related item is there, 212 will be attracted. Other than financial statement, 812 should be attracted. Okay, if I say you, this is the difference between green color and pink color. I hope this is clear now. Acha, if I am unable to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence, what opinion should I give? If I am unable to obtain qualified or disclaimer, pink wala. If I don't give disclaimer, I am guilty, 812. I hope this is clear. Huh? Okay, sir. These are the two case studies they have given. You can read this case study, the same scenario what I have discussed. They have issued the certificate without checking it. Pardon? Which one? Pink color. It's exception. Exception means, okay, help me out. With the you are not getting information. It means exception. Na? Its exception, it's continuing the statement. Its exception means with exception, you are not able to obtain sufficient information. It's an exception, na? See, understand, whenever you go for engagement, what is common? You will obtain sufficient information or not? You will obtain, but you are not getting, means it's an exception. Acha, help me out. Okay. No. Okay, then it will be charged with 612 punter. 612 will attract, na? If you obtain sufficient information, okay, and you are coming to know that the financial statements are materially misstated, and you are giving unmodified opinion, then 612, you fail to report material misstatement known to you. This is exception which is sufficiently material. What is meaning of exception? This green lines is an exception situation. You are not getting an information, it is an exception situation. See, what is the common situation? Help me out. Okay, what is meaning of exception? Okay, exception means what? Okay, it is happening with everyone or few of them? Few of them. Okay, now tell me, if you go for an audit, what is an exception? Okay, getting evidence or not getting evidence? So that is exception. It says the first line you discuss, if you didn't obtain the information, guilty. But, okay, it may happen that I may not obtain the information because management is not giving. Okay, it's an exception. Its exception are sufficiently material. It is material to negate the opinion. It was so material that your opinion should be negated. Negated means what? Okay, qualified or disclaimer. So if you are not able to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence, and if you don't give qualified opinion or disclaimer, you are guilty. Okay, but if you obtain sufficient appropriate evidence, you know it is materially misstated, and then also you give unmodified. 612, 612, 812, difference. I hope clear, Malik? Not. Everybody clear? So if I say 812, there will be two things. First is, I have not obtained information and I gave the opinion. I didn't do anything to obtain information. I gave the opinion. Guilty. Second, you are not getting information. You try to obtain information, but you didn't got information. Yeah, you are means what? It is an exception that you are not getting information. In this exception, you should have negate your opinion. If you don't negate your opinion, guilty. Okay, so two things, 812 you will make a guilty. First thing is, one example once again. Times of India came to me and told, Amit, certify us. Amit, certify that last month we sold 1 lakh newspaper. 1 lakh newspaper copies. Okay, without checking, I certified. Okay, 812, I am guilty because of green line. Understood? Now understand, I want to check. I ask, give me evidence, and you are not giving. Okay, it's an exception. So what opinion I should give? What should I do in this case? I should give disclaimer. I should give disclaimer. In short, I didn't give disclaimer. I gave the opinion. Guilty. He is not guilty. No problem. No problem. Na. That is given by SA 705 also. Na. SA 705, what you say? If you don't obtain sufficient appropriate evidence, you can go with qualified. Second option is if you are not getting and you are giving unmodified. That who told unmodified opinion? Okay, if I see, understand, therefore I made highlighting with green and pink. Green line is saying if you do not do work only, without doing work you give opinion. Okay, any opinion, it can be you are not giving that one. You fail to obtain without fail to obtain. See, understand, the interpretation is you are expressing an opinion. Okay, you are expressing opinion. Which opinion you are expressing? Give me answer. Which opinion you are expressing? Green. You failed to obtain information. Okay, qualified or disclaimer you are opinion again. Then continue the statement. Then don't stop on green. Okay, you don't stop on green then. Go ahead then. Okay, fail to get opinion or its exception. It is an exception. Na? Okay, exception was sufficiently matter to negate. You negated. What is the problem? Then what is the agenda of including green? Therefore, I made that word green. You read green as one separate concept. The person has not obtained sufficient appropriate evidence only, and he gave unmodified. Okay, understood? Acha, tell me. Okay, if 705, remember? 705, what are the circumstances for modifying opinion? What are the two circumstances? Financial statements are materially misstated, unable. Okay. If this is there, you will give qualified and adverse. This is there, qualified or disclaimer. Now, my question is, you should have given this, but you gave unmodified. Which clause? 612. Are you getting the point? And if this would be the situation, but you gave unmodified, this will be 812. But 812 is much wider in scope what you are thinking. Therefore, I told you green color I separately. Think about the situation which I am telling you. Think about the situation where you are required to certify the magazine, that how much rotation of the magazine is done in the last month. You are required to certify without examining any records. You certified. So without obtaining any information, you certified. So only green line can be applied also. So that's the logic how it is. But technically, this is how the concept works. I hope the things are clear. This. Okay. So 512 material fact, 612 material misstatement, 712 negligent, 812 unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. See, understand, don't apply only audit evidence. To recall, it is audit evidence we are discussing. Unable to obtain sufficient information. If you are not able to obtain sufficient information, guilty. Ensure giving a opinion, correct opinion. Bharat Mata ki jai. I hope things are clear. Everybody clear? Huh? See, 712 is etc. Negligence. I am telling you, gross negligence. 712 can happen in 112 also. If you are sharing client information to other, don't you think it is negligence? Fundamental principle you are not complying. It's a negligence. 712 is like etc. 712 is etc. But 712 can be used when nothing is applied. Are you getting the point? Yani I am not able to apply 512. I am not able to apply 612. I am not able to apply 812. 712. Best example. I didn't check the cash. I didn't count the cash. Okay, the cash counting was not there. And the employee did the fraud, which I was aware. But because I am not responsible for TOC, I didn't comment it to management. The employee fraud took there. Okay, I didn't comment it to you that employee fraud controls are weak. Okay, I didn't report it because I am telling I am for financial statement. Now, first thing, 512 cannot be there because it is not material fact for financial statement. That is your disclosing. 612, there is no concept of material misstatement. 812, okay, there is no concept of sufficient information for opinion. So which will you apply? Okay, which one will apply? 712, gross negligence. Na? Acha, once again coming to point. Help me out, my friends. Please listen carefully. My question is on opinion on financial statement or controls. Financial statement. Okay, but I found one deficiency in controls, but I didn't report it. Okay, where you will put? You tell me where you will put. Okay, you can't do it 512, 612, 812. Not possible only. Okay, and who will complain against me? Client, because client saying you checked DIC but you didn't update it. Then is a part of which? Gross negligence. I hope I do think now gross negligence. Understood? Yani anybody not coming anywhere. Gross negligence is there. But understand that techniques are very easy. Material fact 512. Material misstatement 612. I told you whenever you apply 512, 612, apply 712. 812, apply 712. That's it. These four are brothers and sisters. Siblings. That's it. Clear, Malik? 912. Okay, if you don't comply with standards. Okay, sir, am I required to comply with standards? Yes. All standards on auditing, general accepted audit procedures, I am required to comply. If I don't comply, I need to document and I need to mention in report. If you remember in report, okay, you always write we have complied with all standards issued by ICI. I need to mention this one of the standard I have not followed. If I am mentioning this, I will not be guilty in 912. But there was a departure from standard and there was a material departure from standard and I didn't mention alert user about the departure from standard. I will be guilty in 912. So 9121 says fails to invite attention to any material departure from generally accepted procedure of audit applicable to the circumstances. Yani example, if there is a material departure from generally accepted procedure, okay, what is generally accepted procedure? Yeah, standards. Okay, general standards. It depends. If I am doing statutory audit, I will be focusing on standards on auditing. And they are not using the word only standard of auditing. It can be any standard relating to audit applicable to the circumstances. It can be any audit. Example, bank audit you are doing, where RBI is telling something. RBI is giving some standards to be followed. Okay, RBI is telling to some standard to be followed. You need to comply with that standard. And if you are not complying, you should highlight in. If you are not complying, acha, can there be a departure from standard or not? Okay, if there is a departure from standard, should you mention in your audit report? If you don't mention, then you will be guilty. When you are guilty, read the clause once again. Fails to invite attention. Fails to invite attention to any material departure. You fails to invite attention. Documentation. You should have a documentation that the standards were there. This is the reason why I didn't follow this. Okay, in audit report you mentioned this standard was not complied. That's it. You should have a documentation. What is the reason why didn't you follow it? You are safeguarded. That's it. You are safeguarded. Okay, audit of listed company, which we have discussed yesterday, you require a peer review certificate. The person whose peer review certificate is cancelled or expired, they should not take audit of listed entities. Okay, FRA number, membership number should be mentioned always. Okay, UDIN number should be always mentioned. This is what I discussed with you. Certifying figure circulation of newspaper. Now question, okay, if you remember, newspaper certification should be done. Now which standard I will follow in that certification? I will not follow standard auditing. So therefore there may be some standard given by Audit Bureau of Circulation, ABC. There can be ABC. ABC means what? Audit Bureau of Circulation. They may have given standard. I need to comply that standard. If I don't comply with the standard, or if I don't comply, I don't highlight them that I have not complied, I will be guilty here. Okay, that is your certifying figures of calculation of newspaper. And verification of behalf of banks. I told you, you need to respond to the bank, RBI, that which standards have not been followed or not. That's what overall structure to be taken care of here, Malik. So Malik, okay, make it sure. Okay, what I'm asking. I'm telling you, Times of India is coming to Amit Tathed, and Times of India saying to certify last month's figure. Okay, Amit Tathed certified last month's figure without checking. Without checking, 812 fails to obtain sufficient information. Okay, Times of India approach Amit Tathed to check certify the figure. Amit Tathed asked which standard I should follow for certifying this figure. They told ABC standard, ABC Audit Bureau of Circulation Standards. Okay, Amit Tathed watched ABC, but he didn't follow that ABC standards, and he also didn't mention in his report that he didn't comply with ABC standards. 912. Understood? These two things are different. Okay, if financial statement is verified by me without examining, financial statement are signed by me without examining, 212. 212, not 812. Financial statement without examining, 212. Material fact not disclosed, 512. There was material misstatement, but I didn't disclose, 612. Skeptically clear, make it clear. You need to take it very patiently, this one. But just take it advantage that now you are aware what is happening where. That's the only scenario you need to take care. So if I discuss with you ekdam clearly, once again last time, if Times of India says certify, I certify without examining, 812. I certify, but I don't follow ABC. I didn't mention in report also, 912. Okay, if Times of India says to certify financial statement, but I didn't check anything without examining, I signed, 212. In that financial statement, there was some fact, material fact, which were to be included in notes, but not notes may include nahi the, 512. Okay, that financial statement was materially misstated, but I didn't mention only, 612. Okay, financial statement was showing cash, I didn't check cash only. I didn't check cash only, 712, gross negligence. Everybody clear? I hope things are clear, whatever the make sure structure. Okay, and last point is 1012. If client give you money, other than fees or remuneration, client gave you money other than fees or remuneration, and you fail to keep in separate bank account. Okay, the client money should be kept in separate bank account. It should not be used by you. The simple logic. See, this clause in today's era is very rarely applicable. Rarely. Earlier it was very important when the online payment was not there. So earlier when advance tax used to pay, TDS used to deposit, client would give this money to chartered accountant, and CA would deposit this money with the bank, because that is a cumbersome task. Okay, nowadays what we do, okay, we send the link to client and client pay online. Earlier, if client send this amount to you, you need to understand you should keep in separate bank account. An example, that separate bank account name will be Amit Tathed only, but that will not be used by me for any other purpose except the purpose mentioned by client. Client told, so today client told, okay, Ganesh told, sir, I am giving you 10 lakhs rupees. Please pay to one of the creditor. I will not be able to pay. You pay. Okay, so he gave me 10 lakhs rupees. I invested in share market. Okay, 1012. Understood? 1012. This is 1012 context. Fails to keep the money. I hope, I do think everybody is clear. So 10 clauses, damn easy, Malik. So 10 clauses, what are the 10 clauses? Fast. First point, 112, confidentiality. 212, without examining. 312, vouching for accuracy. 412, substantial interest, opinion on substantial interest. 512, material fact. 612, material misstatement. 712, gross negligence. 812, okay, gross negligence, unable to obtain sufficient information. Sufficient appropriate audit, but sufficient information. 912, not complying with standards. And 1012, separate account, money in separate account. I hope these things are clear. Lord Malik, I do think it's already clear, Malik. Then comes your part 2. Part 2 is about professional misconduct relation to generally, where read 1, clause 1, contravenes any provision of this act, regulation made or guidelines issued by council. Yani if you remember today I told you in morning, if you are not complying with any section, suppose branch office ka section 27, separate person should be allocated for branch, na? Remember? If you're not complying, you will attract 122. 122. Understood? 122. Okay. This all guidelines can be related to article. If your boss is using article or is misusing article for personal purpose, okay, you can tell your boss 122. If boss is not paying the money, okay, money means stipend, 122. Boss is not giving a leave on Sunday, 122. Okay, this all, yani whenever you want to, whenever your senior is exploiting you, senior means CA, he should be CA in practice, is exploiting, tell him, boss, I am aware about 122, you may not be aware. Make yourself aware. It is a big challenge for you, sir. Sir, okay, but make sure you don't say like this. You say this only inside your Atma. Because if you say like this, okay, there will be a danger implications you will face. But to be very precise, these are guidelines. Then comes this 22222. What is 222? Sir, do you remember confidential information should not be shared? Who will not share confidential information? CA in practice. But what about CA in service? If suppose I am in HDFC Bank as a CA. Okay, can I share confidential information of HDFC Bank with world? That is 222. 22 is confidentiality for CA in service. So 222 is not applicable to CA in practice. So 222 is being an employee of a company, firm, person, disclose confidential information acquired in the course of employment except when required by any law or with permitted by employer. That's it. Okay, then 3 point, very important. If you remember 322, this is very important. If you remember, ICA calls for information and you give which information? False. If ICA calls for information, you don't give information. Okay, 231. If ICA calls for information, you don't give information, 231. If ICA calls for information, you give false information, 322. Remember na? I told you that two comparison. Understood, Malik? Okay. And you do embezzlement of money which is received in a professional capacity. Whenever you received anything in professional capacity, you do embezzlement of funds. Okay, then you are guilty of professional misconduct. And part 3 is only one clause. Part 3 is one clause. What is that one clause? More than 6 months in jail. So 132. Okay, more than 6 months in jail, you are guilty of professional misconduct. That's it. Okay, other misconduct, not professional misconduct, other misconduct. This is your 2 schedules to be focused on. I hope the 2 schedules are clear at your end. So 3 hours we have spent all together with respect to schedules. I hope the schedules are clear at your end. How the schedules are working, okay, technically it needs to be done here. I bet in class 2, by this second schedule also, what we discuss about, I am telling you exam easily. 212, 512, 612, 712, 812, 5. I bet one will be there, guarantee. 101% sure. But the only thing is you need to apply which one is there. And I hope we have understood now very clearly. It's only required now patience at your end to prepare that all things. Okay, how it works. Clause 10 and clause 4. No, clause 4 is embezzlement of receipt. Embezzlement of embezzlement of money. Okay, it is nothing to do with you kept money in other point. Embezzlement means what? It does not link only with, okay, only with taking a client money. Even if client's money come to me as a remuneration, I am not using or I am doing the embezzlement. It can be in the service also, it can be in practice also. Suppose you and me are partner. I received a fees from a client. I didn't show you only. Okay, we did some work. What is the logic? As a partnership firm, we do a common work. We'll share the profits. But I didn't show you. There was client money only. There was client money to be kept separately. This is embezzlement. This is jhol. This is pap. That one is not pap. That one is only applying mind to use the money where. If client money, see, technically speaking, if client money is there, if client money you are getting, and it is for 15 days, definitely we should use Nare. But the risk is that if you use in the market, and the market is crash, and on 15th you need to pay advance tax. And the client will say, okay, pay advance tax. You will say, advance tax is not applicable, don't worry. Don't pay advance tax, anything. That's it. This is exactly what our circumstance comes into picture. I hope the things are clear now. Okay. The last part or last portion is basically guidelines and self-regulatory measures. These are just guidelines need to be taken care. Okay, it's quickly you can go through it. It's a summarized version very quickly. Okay, acha. Tell me one thing. If I don't comply with these guidelines, then what will happen? Guilty. How? 1, 2, 2. 1, 2, 2. Read on page number 27. Okay, contravenes any of the provision of the act, regulation or guidelines. Understood? So whatever right now I am discussing, if you are not complying with guideline, which clause attract? 1, 2, 2. Okay, I hope the things now you are clear. So let's close these guidelines. Chapter 1 guideline, this is deleted, this is deleted. Don't worry, these both are deleted, not in syllabus. Okay, not in syllabus, matlab not in act only. Okay, so avoid. Okay, there were 2-3 things which has been avoided. Okay, acha, sorry, the deleted portion I have deleted. Oh, yeah, I'm stopped. Sorry. The chapter 3 is there, chapter 4 is there, that has been deleted. Okay, so the chapter 3 and chapter 4 is deleted. Preliminary, nothing to be done. You are not required to do anything. Acha, conduct this, read this line, this chapter 2. Conduct a member being an employee. Now tell me, if a CN practice is gross negligent, will he be guilty? If CN practice is gross negligent, he will be guilty under which clause? 712. But what if I am CN service and I am gross negligent? Okay, no, there was confidentiality. Clause 2 was confidentiality. Service. Any CN service, if he is grossly negligent, he will be in this guideline. If these guidelines, this chapter 2 guidelines are covered there. So in this guidelines, it's suggested, what they are suggested? Any CA who is in service should not be grossly negligent. If CA in service is grossly negligent, which clause is attracted? 1, 2, 2, because of these guidelines. Understood? If CA in practice is negligent, then 712. So remember this one, huh? CA in practice negligent 712. CA in service negligent guideline, this guideline and guidelines. Okay, and therefore it is 122. I hope both are clear. Done, Malik? Okay. Next chapter, chapter 6. Tax audit assignment. Just remember how many tax audit assignment can be taken? 60. Okay, per person. If it is firm and having 3 partners, 60 each. So how many tax audit can be there if 3 partners are there? 180. Okay, make sure when we are discussing about this tax audit assignment, okay, if partner is taking some tax audit assignment in individual capacity, that should be removed. An example, suppose I am a partner in partnership firm also and I am an individual CA also practicing. I am taken 10 tax audit in my individual capacity. And in partnership firm, there are 2 more partners. Yani total 3 partners including me. So in that partnership firm, how many tax audit assignments can be taken? Only 50. Okay, I hope you understood the logic what I told you. Okay, A, B, C, 3 partners are there. How many can be taken? 60, 60, 60. But Amit Tated has already taken 10 in his name, already in personal name. So here Amit Tated can take 50. So total will be 170, not 180. I hope this is clear. But what if tax audit assignment is of HO and branch? Will it be treated separate or one? One tax audit is required for HO, one tax audit of branch, same company. 2 assignment or 1 assignment? 1 assignment. Only one. HO branch will be treated as one. 2 branches of the same company. Okay, once again one. Same company, Same company. Yani this assignment is based on company. It is not based on engagement. It is based assignment. Assignment is based on company. Am I clear? Huh? Separate. Holding subsidiaries I am not discussing. In same company, HO and branch, separate assignment. Don't treat separate. It is one only for case calculation. If 2, 3, 4 branches you have got, separate branches assignment is there. Read one. And the same logic is applicable for statutory audit also. When you are doing statutory audit also, you will be calculating same logic. If I am getting HO assignment also and branch assignment also, it is the same only. Na? If 2 branch of that one company, okay, it will be treated as one only. In tax statutory audit, how many numbers will be there? 30. Okay, we discuss. Statutory audit. Tax audit, 60. As per company law, statutory audit, 20. We'll come there, we'll discuss it out. Check it out. Close that one. Okay, I hope this is very clear. This both are points are clear. Read this highlight point. Next page, page 29. The audit of HO and branch is regarded as one. Pardon? UDN is compulsory. So it doesn't matter. So, but that is taken care of. ICI is giving a guideline. Now, what is the problem? I am not giving guide. It's not my guideline. You go with the see. Once you become a CA, once you become a CI, you become a member. You will get a. This is a summary version in CFNL. You will get a 800 pages book. Professional ethics code of ethics complete. We are studying only CA Act. In that you will come to know this all guidelines. So getting a more UDN also. So for one company you can use that one UDN number. That is the provision which has been taken care. The audit of, listen carefully, highlight this one, fatapat quickly. I am not spending more time on audit of one or more branches of same concern by one chartered accountant. In practice shall be considered as, here assignment is one for calculation of 60. A CA being in part-time practicing partner of the firm shall not be taken into account for calculating tax audit assignment. Make sure everybody active. If I am saying out of ABC, C was part-time partner. Is a part-time partner. No calculation of C. C will not come. So calculating firm tax audit assignment, you should consider only full-time partners. Part-time partners will not be considered for tax audit assignments. Make sure. From firm point of view, I hope all 3-4 points are clear. Same logic is now coming on appointment of an auditor in case of non-payment of undisputed fees. This we have discussed already. If the fees is not paid, okay, undisputed, which fees? Undisputed or disputed? Undisputed. Disputed means their negotiation was going on. That is a different. Undisputed means earlier one. Okay, so you should not accept unless it is which unit? SIC unit. SIC unit you can continue the engagement. Next, specified number of audit assignment. I hope this is clear. How many audit assignment is there? 30. And while calculating 30 assignment, okay, whether in respect of private company or other company, with exception of OPC and dormant. Yani while calculating 30, which will not be calculated? OPC and dormant. So see, when I see TCA means Companies Act. The Companies Act. The Companies Act says 20 except OPC, dormant, small company, private 100 crore, less than 100 crores. So other than this company, how many company I can take? Other than this company, I can take how many? 20. Understood? Even in listed, I can take only 10, but not written here. Okay, but our CA Act says, guideline says, extend this, and you take 30 only, but while calculating 30, don't calculate them. So my question, can I take 100 OPC company audit? No problem. 100 dormant company audit? No problem. But can I take 50 private company, 80 crore wali company audit? No. This is restriction. As per Companies Act, I can take. But as per apna code of ethics, I need to keep in limit of 30. including listed, unlisted, private, everything should be maximum 30. So as per our act, how many? 30. Excluding office government. In Companies Act, 20. So keep SEBI aside. My question, how many maximum listed entity I can take? 20. Maximum listed. How many maximum public company I can take? No, forget listed now. Every time new question comes. Maximum public company. Acha, maximum listed company? Only those two concepts are there. Cover this only. Maximum listed entity, 20. Forget now. New question. Maximum public company, 20. 20 only. First clause, 20 only. तो कंपनी एक्ट के हिसाब से 20. कंपनी एक्ट में नहीं है. 10 पब्लिक कंपनी नहीं. वो सेबी LODR का पॉइंट है. That's only I'm telling you, na. So that's what I'm telling you. LODR don't include here. LODR. Now, abhi LODR is not in our syllabus. Otherwise, I would have increased that scope also. SEBI, if then listed entity comes into picture, na. Then 6 listed entity, 10 listed entity also there. So forget that. This is the only two criteria. Keep in mind. Now my question: if forget everything, okay, how many public company I can take? 20. How many private companies of 500 crores I can take? 39. 20 or 30. Private company 500 crore. 30 or 20. As per link is given. Link is given in bio. 20 only. Because 20 is the biggest restriction for me. Now I am asking you, how many private company 50 crore audits can I take? Forget everything. 30 is the maximum limit. Why 30? Because in this 20 limit there is no problem. Okay, but other limit is there. Acha, how many OPC I can take? How many dormant? How many small company? Maximum 30. 30. 30. If see this exception apply here. So our institute is also giving exception, na? Our institute is also giving exception for that, na? Are institute Company Act is giving, huh? Oh, there is no, don't count OPC in numbers. You can take any number of OPC audit, statutory audit. While calculating this number, they say 30 calculation, they say you calculate this one except this. Everything clear, Malik? So when I am discussing about Companies Act, how many was the limit? 20 except 4. Except 4. Okay, as per CA Act, 30 except. Pretty clear? If you are becoming an auditor, okay, if you have got the appointment or engagement of auditor for these companies, which, okay, is statutory auditor of PSU, government company or listed company or public company having turnover of 50 crore or more in a year. If you get the appointment of statutory auditor, check whether the fees of assurance service is more than non-assurance, then only accept, else do not accept. Example, okay, assume I am doing an audit of PSU company and I am also giving non-assurance services. Okay, make it sure non-assurance service does not include section 144. Non-assurance services other than this. If I am selling you assurance service fees is 50 crore and non-assurance service fees is 75 crore, do not accept. But if I am saying assurance is 50 crore, non-assurance is 5 crore, I can accept assurance services. It's all about compromising thing. This is a condition. Everybody clear? Okay, indebtedness. How much indebtedness should be there if I want to accept? Okay, up to 5 lakhs. This was Company Act. But if there is no law or regulation where indebtedness is not defined, focus on 1 lakh is the limit. Example, Income Tax Act. If Income Tax Act is not giving any limit of indebtedness, which limit you will apply? 1 lakh. Okay, so my first question. First you will apply the limit of? No, law and regulation. If law regulation is silent, then 1 lakh. And when should we use this? Okay, if law is silent, if law is there, then apply law wala logic. Understood? So if you are taking cooperative society audit, assume cooperative society audit, assume cooperative society act says you cannot be indebtedness more than 10,000. So 1 lakh or 10,000? 10,000. Okay, but if cooperative society act is silent for indebtedness, 1 lakh. I hope you clear. If cooperative society is saying 5 lakhs, 5 lakhs, law will prevail. Clear? But our firm policy procedure can be modified. Our firm policy procedure may say indebtedness should be 0. It may happen. What? SQC1. Firm policy procedure can be said 0 also for SQC1. Are you getting this point? Okay. Direction for in case of unjustified. We have discussed this one already. If there is an unjustified removal of auditor, okay, we need to submit the information to ICI. You are not required to appoint the engagement. Okay. Guidelines of tender. I do think everybody is clear. We have discussed. UDIN. Okay, 3 figures. Remember 3 dates. When UDIN started compulsion. Okay, for all certificate, it was 1st February 2019. For GST tax audit, 1st April. And for all other audit and attestation, 1st July. Remember this for MCQ when UDIN started. What is the logic of UDIN? The logic of UDIN was, okay, there should not be any malpractices. Somebody should not do any false signature and sign a report on your name. And that particular person is taking a bank loan and you are going. This should not happen. Okay, guidelines for network. Now this is a network is basically a very conceptual point. Now what is the concept of network? Make sure these are few last guidelines. Thoda summary wise hai. Listen carefully. Okay, it may happen that A firm is there, B firm is there, C firm is there. Now 3 firms are there. 3 firms may have a partners also. All 3 firms combine together, okay, and that is called network. Okay, now these 3 firms combine together, okay, giving one name XYZ. This is a network firm now. XYZ is a network firm. This is called the concept of networking concept. Our ICA say this networking is okay, permitted nowadays. No problem with this network. This network is basically what will help. Suppose A here. Okay, what was the earlier scenario? If you remember, what we have discussed. If I want a work, can I go to another CA? Okay, and if another CA give me work, I will give him commission. Rather than doing with unknown person, create a network. Now A firm, B firm, C firm, what they will do? Any work which is received by whom? A, which is related to core area of C, will be shared to C, and the commission will automatically shared in XYZ. They will decide mutually what to be shared. This is called a concept of network. How network is created, or on what basis network is created? There is no criteria. Our institute guidelines say it can be created on any basis. Example, suppose I am using this room, and suppose you all are employee. We are 3 CA firms, A, B, C. We CA firms, 3 firms are firms. Okay, we may use this common infrastructure. All firms may use common resources as such. An example, now your employee will work for A also, B also and C also, because you are employee of not ABC, you are employee of XYZ. Okay, yani SQC will not be complied 3 times, SQC will be complied 1 time, XYZ. This is called a network firms. And you need to take care, if you are aware, okay, if A is a statutory auditor of X Limited, okay, B and C cannot give section 144 services to X Limited. That is very common, because now you are network firms. Because you are sharing resources, you are sharing fees. Whatever ground is there, you share it out. This is called a concept of network, which is there in guidelines. Now this network can be a mutual entity, which I discussed with you now. It can be a partnership firm, it can be LLP, it can be company subject to guidelines. What is subject to guidelines? Corporate form of practice. Company, which this particular network, if it is a company, it will not accept audit. You can go it. Sole proprietor, partnership or any entity can become, okay, can add to networks. A firm is allowed to join only one network. Firm having common partner shall join only one network. If suppose, okay, I am A, okay, AT is a partner in A also and Z also. Now Z can be a network, okay, only with this XYZ, cannot go with another firm network. Yani if there is a common partner in two firm, okay, that both firm need to be connected under one network. Now if somebody is debating, oh, what if sir Z is not becoming XYZ network ka part, okay, then AT does not have a control, simple answer. Then they will be telling to move AT, because this is compulsion. If you have a common partners, both the firm will be a part of one network. Okay, yani one firm cannot become a part of network of PwC, one cannot become a part of KPMG. So how we get a network? We need to apply to institute. Remember, form A, B, C, D. First of all, I'll go to institute. I'll say institute, please, okay, I want a network name. XYZ is my network name. See, it is network name is a separate name altogether. It is not my firm name. I'll go to institute. I want a register of name. Okay, network name. Institute will verify whether this name is available. Institute will communicate to me this name is available. After that 3 months, this name will be kept. In 3 months, I need to do the registration process. Then in 3 months, I'll do the registration process in form B. The name I'll reserve in form A. The registration process in form B. Okay. Form C basically for changes. Whatever changes is required. Any example, there is a change in address, there is a change in resources, whatever. Form C will come into picture. And if this network need to go international. International means where? Outside India. This required to form a practice outside India. Okay. So you need to practice outside India, or you need to associate with outside firm. And you need to have one firm as a network which is outside India practicing firm. You can become, no problem, but you need to update to the institute in form D. These are something which is a procedure task which has been given here. Next point. And last point, next point will be ethical compliance, which need to be done by network, and framework or bylaws should be there for network. These are something the next 2 pages answer for network. So what is the first scenario? First scenario, take the name for network, approval of name. Sir, what is an approval name? You just read it once, okay, at least it should go from your mind. Okay, so make sure it's going from your mind. The network may have a distinct name which should be approved by, who should approve? Institute. The firm, if name is found undesirable, then name will be not given, or if it is given, it will be withdrawn. The institute shall approve or reject the name of network in form A. Within how many days? 30 days from the date of submission of that form. And most important, mere approval of the name shall not entitle network to carry and practice its own name. So you need to do which process? The next page process. Registration process. In which form you need to register? Form B. Form A name, form B register. You need to register in how many months? 3 months. 3 months from the date of approval of name. Okay, the name will be approval. Achha, first which form I will give to ICI? Form A, in which I will give a name. Once name is approved, the name will be approved in how many days? 30 days. If 30 days it is not approved, then again process same, form A. If it is approved, then in how many months I need to register? 3 months. Okay, get itself registered with ICI. Registration of network is mandatory. Different Indian firms are network with common multinational accounting firm, no problem. Can I list this network outside India? Yes. Which form is required then? Form D. Form D, Form D. Form C is for change. And in how many days we need to update to institute? 30 days. 30 days from the date of entering into network arrangement. Yani go enter with outside world. Then within 30 days inform to us. And same logic, if there is a change, okay, then how many days we need to inform? 30 days of change. Form C. So remember, form A, form B, form C. A, B, C, D. This is your form for network firms. Remember, MCQ वगैरह it can be there. Ethical compliance, you are already aware, we have discussed. Ethical compliance is panchat. And framework, okay, it's about bylaws which need to be taken care by network. It's okay, you can just go through it. Bylaws and other things. Logo guidelines, you are already aware, we have discussed logo guidelines. Which logo you should use? Which logo you should use? Institute's common logo. You cannot have your own logo. Guidelines for corporate form of practice. I told you, can we create a corporate form of practice? Yes. The only concern is, you should take care that you cannot do which practice? Audit practice. What is a corporate form of practice means? I will open a company. Okay, so I will be a director there. I will be give a service of CA. This is corporate form of practice. Is it permitted? Yes. But what should not be given? Audit services. Okay. See, allows member in practice to hold office of MD, whole-time director or manager of body corporate within the meaning of Companies Act, provided that body corporate is engaged exclusively in rendering which services? Management and consulting services. The members can retain full-time COP. There will be no restriction on quantum of equity holding. You can hold as much as you want. Main point, on abundant caution, it is clarified that no audit practice can be done in corporate form. Make it sure you can't do audit services in corporate form, Malik. Write up we have done. Website. Can a CA firm can have a website? Yes. They are free to create own website. The format is not prescribed. It should run on which mode? Pull model or push model? Pull model. Push model should not be there. I'm on page number 33. None of the information, okay, so every information should be on pull model, Malik. Okay, so none of the information circulate on their own. Not issue any circular or advertisement on website. The following information is allowed to be displayed. What are the information? I can give member name, trade name, year of establishment. Acha, do you remember I have discussed this before the break? Year of establishment cannot be disclosed in visiting cards, letterheads, but can be disclosed in website. Members telephone vagera vagera, you can give the detail. Nature of services, very important, remember this point, fourth point. Nature of services can be displayed in which model? Full model. Partner detail can be given, detail of employee can be given, job vacancy can be given, number of articles can be given, nature of assignment handle can be given, but make sure you can't give the client details. On pull request also client details cannot be given. You can display passport size photograph. The member may include article, professional information, bulletin boards. Chat rooms can be there, but chat room should be only with whom? Members, not outsiders. If question comes, a CA firm has created a chat room for students so that they can become CA very quickly. Guilty. It is soliciting, not permitted. 611, not permitted, boss. So chat room should be only for members. The firm can provide link of its pages of social networking website. You go on networking website, no worry. The firms can provide online advices. Koi dikkat nahi. Detail of website should be designed. It should not solicit. The website should have adequate secrecy. No advertisement should be there. Okay, link can be given to ICA website link. No other link is given. No link to Aaj Tak. No link to ZTV. The website address should be near as possible to the individual trade name. Okay, sir. Yani ATN company is a trade name and I am writing www.toad.com. The website should mention the information which is not at material variance. Variance should not be there. Online third party application. I don't know how many of you are aware. Suppose bank is preparing their app, HDFC Bank. HDFC Bank says we can consult with you tax also. HDFC Bank is saying that we give you tax services also. Now for giving tax services, HDFC Bank approach us. HDFC Bank say, okay, please associate with us. Can we associate with such kind of third party application? We should say yes, no problem. Just make sure you will not write Amit Tated Chartered Accountants. You can mention C. Amit Tated. Designation should not be mentioned. Firm name should not be mentioned. You are giving these services on behalf of HDFC Bank. You will be getting some, definitely you will be getting some circumstance or something like that. But that is what a criteria here it is. So online third party application. Some of the websites may request CA or CA firm to provide consultation and advise there through websites. This would be permitted subject to the condition on website. Contact address of CA is concerned is not provided. No contact address. You can only be CA Amit Tated. That's it. How to contact CA Amit Tated? No link, no way. Huh? No, why they require to contact? You are giving services on behalf of bank, na? The client approached you or bank? Bank. On behalf of them, I am giving services. Why I am giving services? I am getting a fees from bank. It's like how doctors are also associated nowadays. Online apps. There's online apps. Third party app. It is not my app. Third party. Suppose tomorrow A.T.Academy app I am creating where I am giving tax services, but I am not sure. So I am telling my brother who is CA in practice, okay, to give the tax consultancy. Can he give? Yes, but he will not mention firm name or something like that. Okay. This is publication of name or firm name in telephone or directory. This is what we discussed. If you remember today morning box. Okay. It should be in chartered accountant section. Okay. It should be for town. Everybody should be access to this. Alphabetical order mein hona chahiye. Differential or prominent manner should not be there. It should be open to all. Okay. And should include trade and social directories also. Application based service aggregator. I don't know how many of you are aware about this aggregator. It is not permissible except if all this thing is done by CA. Example, what is an aggregator? Zomato is an aggregator. What is Zomato? Zomato, what it does? Okay, it aggregate all buyers and demand discount from hotels. They say, hotel, he was coming individually, he was coming individually, he was coming individually, now I am coming together. Aggregator means we are giving all together aggregated services. Example, urban clap. You have seen urban clap, na? Urban clap, which is giving service for plumber, maid, and everything. Okay, our institute say it doesn't look good that you are in urban clap. Okay, where plumber services is getting and even CA services is getting. So our institute is very clear. Okay, buyer aggregator is not permitted unless until if this aggregator is based on all CA. But this will never happen where all CA firms are aggregating to provide services. See, what is the meaning of aggregator? It is basically creating a monopoly kind of thing. Okay, the example. Okay, in aggregation, we can ask. Suppose you are all Ganesh is the client who want auditor. He search on app which auditor is available, and we all 10 auditors is available, and he can give work to any of them. This will not be suitable because nobody will come. We all are fighting with each other only. So therefore, it is not permissible. Clear cut. Special directories for limited permission. Make sure what is the purpose of publication. Make sure you keep in mind. Sir, what is this special directories? I don't know. But in Jain, in our Jain, being Jain, there is a Jain Samachar which comes, Jain newsletter. If I need to, as a CN practice, my brother want to give in that newsletter some advertisers, something, he need to take care. Okay, whatever information he is supplying should not involve soliciting. Okay, example, okay, he has done some, example, my brother has done something good for Jainism. Okay, now the publication will happen in the Jain newsletter. My brother should ensure it is not attracting 611, 711. Okay, so that is then exemptions we have discussed already. Okay, earlier which has been discussed here. That's it. And the last concept is self-regulatory measures, which says this is not compulsory. Acha, till here. Whenever we discuss, we discuss the guidelines. We told guidelines not complied, guilty. But self-regulatory measures is not compulsion. It's optional. Optional means self-regulatory. If you do, you will benefit small firm also. If you don't do, okay, then it's okay. ठीक है, अभी क्या करेंगे? Okay, institute will suggest only. The first point, branch audit. So if there is a branch audit should be given to whom? Local firms which is member are less than 10 members. If you are a HO auditor and a client asks you, they want to give branch audit to some auditor, you should tell them, give it to local firm which is having less than 10 partners. If joint auditor, if I am a joint auditor and firm says we want one more joint auditor, I should suggest practicing firm which is less than 5 members. Ratio between qualified and unqualified, it should be 1 compared to every 5 non-qualified. Disclosure of interest by auditor in other firm. If he is in other firm, he should disclose healthy practice. Minimum fees depends on tier of city, class A, B, C has been defined. And there is one more important and the last point. For non-public interest entities and for public interest entity, what is sold? If any auditor is receiving, for non-public interest entities, if any auditor is receiving 40% of total fees, okay, from the one client only, he should disclose. He should disclose to the client, he should disclose, okay, if their disclosure required, where there 2 consecutive years this happens. Okay, if it is a public interest entity, if this happened for 2 consecutive years, he should disclose if it is more than 20%. Okay, above it was more than 40%. Sir, what does it mean? It means if I am a ATN company, okay, and Hindustan Limited audit I am receiving, it is which entity? Public interest entity. If I am receiving a fees of 1 crore and my total income, total annual fees is assuming, okay, 3 crore, 4 crore. So 1 crore is how much? 25%. Okay, wait for second year now. Okay, this was 22-23. Check for 23-24. Again, if you are receiving 1 crore and you are receiving, okay, 4 crore. Okay, if this is still 25%, yani it is greater than 20%, disclose to ICAI. Give disclosure to ICAI that I am receiving HUL audit fees which is more than 20% of my total annual fees. The total annual fees which I am receiving more than 20%. If this is not public interest entity, then 20% shift to 40%. Sir, why this disclosure? Okay, can anybody help me out? Why this disclosure are required? Very basic. Why this disclosure are required? Which threat? Which threat? Which threat? No. Self-interest threats. When, okay, the auditor is solely dependent on one of the client on major fees. Because if I give unmodified modified opinion, this client I may lose and it may go my major share. And therefore they told when you should inform after 2 years. You are not required to inform in 1 year. 1 year it may happen, but it continues to 2 years is same situation. It means now your opinion can be compromised. But make sure if your total fees is very garib firm. Very garib firm means very small firm. Your total fees is not exceeding 20 lakhs. Not required to disclose anything. Total fees, Yani example, suppose my total fees, I receive total fees is 20 lakhs in a year. Okay, which is less than 20 lakhs. That whatever percentage it may be, don't disclose. Total annual fees. So this disclosure is required to which firms? Which firms? The firms which are more than 20 lakhs wala. Okay, till that not required. This is what exactly you can focus on with respect to your ethics point. So almost 5.5 hours. Okay, it's 5.5 hours, 5:45, 5 hours, 45 minutes. But the concept about ethics is this much. Make sure if this is for 25 marks, bang it on, score it on. It is definitely damn easy to score, I bet. The only thing is what you need to understand is make sure that you are comparing this one. Out of this point, I may suggest this self-recommended measures, you can ignore it out. Read once, ignore. Guidelines, read it out. Because guidelines is non-compliance with 1 to 2. But your clauses which are very important and section very important. If institute bangs on 25 marks, my guarantee is like this. You may get one question on section which was morning session 9 to 11. If you get a section, if okay, one question is pura chance on section. Okay, 4 questions will be on clauses. And 1 section will be on guidelines. This way 6 questions can come, or probably 1 question may reduce 5 questions. 5 questions nowhere gone, boss. Okay, one of the question may come in MCQ then. It can come in the form of MCQ. Okay, you make MCQ also, whichever we discuss. So remember it out. Relatively, if I discuss, okay, the standard we studied, okay, for last 4 days. Okay, 4 days we have studied standard. It was approximately 60 marks. Okay, and this 5 hours what you studied is basically 25 marks. So technically, if you apply Pareto analysis, okay, if you focus on these 2 things very thoroughly, but more precisely this thing, ethics, you can have a control. Now, okay, definitely, okay, taking a break ke baad, we'll start with 560, 710, 720. Again, a technical standard, I'll complete that standard first. But after that, when we start a small chapter, okay, tomorrow morning, okay, our starting point, make sure you remember that 2 chapters stands to be very important from your examination point of view. One is digital audit and one is ESG. Because there is sure short question there. So tomorrow when I'm starting, okay, morning, okay, we'll be starting with, okay, digital audit and ESG. Once ESG is done, then we'll start with internal audit
and then forensic audit, digital audit, forensic audit. Investigation is easy portion. It will be a quickly portion. Do this, do this, do this, do this. Investigation. And after that, one PSU audit and one is group audits. The CFS, Consolidated Financial Statement Audit. This is what your tomorrow portion will be there. Okay, in bank and NBFC, I already communicated. I will be giving you important. Read that one. Okay, that's it. Okay, overall, this is how the structure has been come on. Okay, so make sure whatever you are studying it out. Okay, studying thoroughly. And I hope now, even after this one. Okay, see, at the end of the day, with respect to this batch, outcome of this batch, what is the main agenda? You can't tell me in 40 hours you can remember everything. Not I am expecting you to be remembered. But what is objective is done. Now you know what is happening where. What is linked with what. Make sure day after tomorrow you are completing this within a week, 10 days. It will be more beneficial. If you skip, okay, see, your batch is not a main batch. Understand this. If this would be main batch, this all concept would be adapted in 30-35 days. It would be very different scenario because adaptability is there. So when you are on 20th day, you are already adapted the concept of first, second days. Here you are on 5th day where the things were not adapted. Yeah, it's not because you are spending a wholesome quantity. Okay, so right now because you are giving examination in immediately after 2 months, 1.5 months, you don't have a time also. Okay, if you think after this batch, okay, so tomorrow and you take, okay, let's do one thing, let's take a break. Okay, I'll start with direct tax, I'll start with AFM, I'll start with FR. Okay, so you can start, I'm not debating on that. What I'm telling you, okay, make a habit that every day you study at least 1 hour, 1.5 hours with the audit. Because once I start revision marathon on YouTube on 28th, 25th ke beech mein, okay, then I'll be completing in 5 days, that's it. You'll be using base of this book only. I'll be using more concise book in that because my book will be almost 100 pages. But you refer this book only. You don't change the book. Okay, you are not required to order that book. Huh? Okay, if somebody is interested, I want very small book again. If you want, you order. It's your choice. But my suggestion would be not required at all. But that is a marathon book which is for open lecture for everyone. 7 hours, 8 hours wala point. Okay, when you are in that, okay, don't spend the same time what you spend 45 hours here. Okay, if you are connected with the content, your time will be less what you spend with me. If you are not connected and direct on 25th March, you are sitting again in marathon, everything will be new for you, okay, and it will take again a time. So best option I would suggesting, day after tomorrow, be gradually connected with audit. Don't leave audit. Okay, because if you, see, there are certain warnings which I made on day 1 also, I'm making on day 5 also, and will make tomorrow also. See, day 1 I was very clear whatever our agenda, initially only. In first half an hour, I made it clear what is expected from this batch, okay, and how we can get maximized result. Okay, and I hope, what I don't know whether before the first day, 5 days back, okay, what were his expectation, but I do think, okay, I am on the mark of that expectation. Okay, bhai, the things are now in control. 5 days back, I was not aware, the things, what are they going on house pouch. At least now there is structured way with me to go the things. Now put more 7-8 days, that's it. There are 15 days, everybody require 150 hours. You are putting 50 hours with me, 100 hours, 80, 70 hours, you will be putting it out. That's it, complete it out. And additional question bank, I told you, if you are done with this, do question bank today only. Okay, if you don't want to do yourself, okay, join with me on YouTube. Okay, definitely I'll be in hybrid version, but I do think you will be understanding very easily. Don't worry, my Excel and other things will be there. And I told you, if you don't understand, mention, sir, English. That's it. What is an additional point? But help me out. Okay, if I'm revising the content, now the thing is very easy to understand now what I'm revising. Now it is not a nuclear science for you, because you are already aware what I discussed with you. So everything is discussed with you. Now if after this we do a mistake, we are biggest cute. And what is a cute in Hindi? There is one word, okay, which we give to our friends. I don't know whether in Hyderabad it is used or not, but that is a very common gali we give. But that was gali when I was childhood, but nowadays it is emotions. Okay, so we always, I don't know whether you are aware. Okay, understood, if you understood. Okay, if you don't understood, it's okay. But this is, I always, whenever I discuss in class, I don't discuss that gali. Gali means bad word. I always say cute. So don't be cute. Okay, make sure you are achieving the targets, man. नहीं देखो अपन खुद डिले करके मतलब it doesn't make a sense at all, right? We are creating a burden on how many people? We are creating a burden on how many things? Close. And again, I'm telling you, I am not worried about what people are saying. Ghanta till date. Yesterday, last point I told you, it's never effect. But what about ourselves? How many years will be spending time in this only? There are many things in life here. Okay, many other things in life. Do that. Okay, the example, one batch is over, my sense of satisfaction. Yes, I close the batch. After that, I do something, enjoyment. That's happened. But what about you? Clear it out as soon as possible. Don't खींचो मत उसको और लंबा टाइम मत करो. ओके, हो गया भाई, डन. What is required? Okay, compromise sleep na. So compromise sleep. Okay, compromise some days. It's a matter of 2 months na. Compromise. Don't get habitual. Don't, वो मैंने बोला, don't pity you. तरस मत खाओ यार. ओके, मैं बोल रहा हूँ तुम्हारा, मेरा गला भी गया ना. मैं अपने ऊपर तरस ही नहीं खाता. आई नेवर पीटी माई सेल्फ, बट टू अचीव द रिजल्ट्स. दैट्स इट. गुड मैन. टेक ए टाइम आउट, ब्रेक लेते हैं, एंड आफ्टर ब्रेक विल स्टार्ट विथ 560. लक्ष्मी जी क्लियर? एनी डाउट लक्ष्मी जी? Okay, Malik. So Malik, basically focusing on 2-3 standards which are balanced. Just closing on that. Okay. How much we'll close in next 45 minutes we'll do, and balance will start tomorrow. Tomorrow morning 8 o'clock will start. 8 o'clock in the morning only for tomorrow, one day. 8 o'clock. But we'll be closing at 5:50. So suppose somewhat कुछ 19-20 I just calculated. If some half an hour, if it is here and there, okay, I will just close later on once I go in Pune. After Mahashivratri, I'll close at 15-20 minutes ka revision lectures to revise short clips quickly. But tomorrow we'll complete like this only, structure wise. Morning 8 o'clock till 5 o'clock. Probably it may require approximately first. If this point is there, so we can complete out technically. So tomorrow morning 8 o'clock, 8 to 5:15 approximately we'll end it all. Okay. Sir, 2-3 things we are pending with is basically with standard 560. 560 coming on 560 is on page number your chapter 6. It is chapter 6. Come to the chapter 6 now. Chapter 6 and 7 we need to shift it out again and again. I don't know how many of you are able to link this. This will be one of the best link you will ever have when we are discussing about this particular concept. 6. Okay. So it is 6th, chapter 6 we are starting it out. Now everybody on the screen, now let's discuss this example like this. Okay, I am on 560, 710, 720. Very quickly and understand very logically. Yeah? Okay. Suppose this is my date, this is my financial statement date, 31st March. 31st March is financial statement date. Suppose this is date of 18th April where financial statement was approved. This is date which is 28th April when audit report is given. Okay, this is date 19 June of AGM and this is a future date. Now please do understand, this is financial statement date. This is financial statement approved by, who approves financial statement? Board of Director. This is audit report date and this is FS issued date. Okay. Now when I discuss about SA 560, please do understand, for technically understand this. Okay, when I say, see, audit report cannot be before FS approved. Audit report cannot be before FS approved. That is technical point. Okay, first FS should be approved, then only audit report can be given. Now please listen carefully. When we are discussing about subsequent events, SA 560, when I am discussing about SA 560, SA 560 will be covering these 3 elements. Understand what are the 3 elements which is covered. See, understand. Here, okay, accounting standard 4th. If you are aware, accounting standard 4, India's some Indies, okay, that events occurring after balance sheet dates, which can be adjusting and non-adjusting. Okay, that will be taken care, and this will be taken care in FS. I hope this is understandable. Okay, now what auditor is required to do? Auditor is required to do about this area. This is his first area to focus on. Okay, which the events which are occurring after balance sheet date but before audit report date, whether that events are adequately covering in audit report or not. I'm discussing in audit report or not. These events are adequately covering in audit report or not. That is what exactly you need to understand. This is called SA 560 ka first point, subsequent events. Okay, and if at all I tell you what is audit procedure for subsequent events, what is audit procedure for subsequent events, this is the answer. Audit procedure for subsequent events, this is the answer for you. Here we'll be writing this points. Okay, if I focus on this point, this will be the answer for you here. So I'll be creating one answer. I told you black portion, not there in syllabus, but I am discussing with you. So here I'll be discussing it to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points, which is again in a black portion. So first of all, you understand about this area. Now one more element is this, that once audit report is given, okay, make it sure auditor has no liability to perform any procedure. The logic is simple. Tomorrow batch is over, there is no liability at my end. There is no liability at my end. That's it. My batch is over, my report is given, I am done. Now, but later on, okay, after batch is over, if I come to know the facts, which if I were come to know today, okay, my report would have been different, my content would have been different, my teaching would have been different. Okay, I need to perform the procedure. Same logic here. If auditor come to know about the fact, okay, which if he would known to earlier, if he known earlier, okay, it would have impact audit report, then he will do the procedure 1, 2, 3, okay, and then particular point, whatever point will be there. The same logic happens, okay, for the fact which came to known to auditor after FSR issued. Yani this is again the same scenario. Please listen carefully and don't worry, I will give it an example. Okay, therefore I kept it separately. This is with example. I am not only phacology. I am giving a thorough example with you how it is may be discussed. First of all, remember we are focusing on total 3 areas. One area before this date, one area after this date but before this date, and one area can be any further date after 19 June. Okay, yani probably now the discussion comes like this. First understand, I am discussing audit procedure for subsequent events. Whenever I discuss audit procedure for subsequent events, whenever I discuss audit procedure for subsequent event, your answer will be, okay, the first one, the blue one. Example, what I will be doing in sir audit procedure for subsequent events, I will be doing inquiry with management about subsequent events. Okay, second, I will read latest minutes of meeting of management and TCOD. I may read latest legal cases outcome. Okay, contingent liability. I may read latest cash flow statement or interim financial statement which is prepared by management. I may read latest budget or something like that by management. Latest, and I may obtain WR. This is end of the answer. If at any point of time I ask you, please explain audit procedure for subsequent event, this is your answer. That's it. This is your answer. Audit procedure for subsequent event. So we technically आपको समझना पड़ेगा. Okay, that audit procedure for subsequent event means what? The events which are occurring after balance sheet date but before audit report. Events occurring after balance sheet date but before audit report. What auditor procedure is there? The auditor will perform the 6th procedure. Your module is not having any 6th procedure. If you focus on your module, okay, your module is discussing this one, objective and auditor. That's it. This one, okay, if you focus on this one, this is the answer which we have discussed right now. 1.4, read 1.4. The auditor shall perform audit procedure to ensure that all events have been identified. So what he will do? Inquire. Then auditor will consider auditor's risk assessment. If such events are identified, determine whether event is appropriately reflected, and WR. So what auditor is doing? Auditor is doing this all things. Based on RMM, he will focus on how to respond, whether it has been appropriately reflected or not. Okay, that's it. Example, latest legal case, the outcome has been given by the High Court. Now tell me, it should be in contingent liability or in liability? Liability, okay, but it is mentioned in contingent liability. Okay, respond, it is an RMM. This is what you need to check, okay, before audit report. That's it. This is your first structure. First, understand this fact clearly. So if I ask you, what is the audit procedure for subsequent events? I am telling you, okay, audit procedure for, acha, I am on which page number, beta? Chapter 6, 6.1. I mean, page number 6, 6.1, essay 560, yeah? In chapter 6, we have covered 3 standard, 560, 570, 580. 570, 580 we covered, 560 I am discussing. If I ask you, audit procedure for subsequent events, means the procedure, the events after balance sheet date, okay, but before audit report. So technically speaking, these events are almost similar like going concern. You always check for going concern, the same thing which we are doing here also. Now the question comes here is, the question what we discussed, the question comes here is the fact which came to known to auditor, which it earlier would have been known. Okay, it would have impact on auditor, but before reading this point, let me give you clear idea. Once my audit report is gone, there is no liability for me to perform any procedure. There is no liability for me to perform any procedure. Okay, then sir, why procedure is coming? What the standard is saying, standard 560 say, if any fact is there which came to known to auditor at later stage. Okay, what is the later stage? after audit report, but before FS issued. After audit report, before FS issued. Once again, after audit report, before FS issued. If this fact would known to auditor earlier before audit report, it would have impact the audit report. It would impact the, I am not discussing it would impact audit opinion. I am discussing it would impact audit report. Okay, in this case, auditor will perform the following procedure. What is the following procedure? First, auditor will inquire. Don't worry, I will give an example altogether. Don't worry. First, auditor will inquire. Inquire with management TCFG. Auditor will inquire. Okay. Second, auditor will determine whether FS needs amendment. Determine whether FS needs amendment. Whether FS needs amendment. That is the second point you will determine. Auditor will determine whether FS needs amendment. Third, okay, inquire from management how this will be addressed. How FS will amended. Okay, these are the first three procedure. Understand this one. Okay, you go on the page 6.1, the last one. Read 6.1 para 1.5. Fact which came to become to auditor after date of audit report, but before date of financial statement issued. When I say financial statement issued, means these financial statements are given to shareholders, outsiders. It can be ROC also, it can be shareholder also, it can be anybody. What auditor will do? First, discuss the matter with management. Inquire the matter with management. Second, determine whether financial statement needs amendment. Inquire how management intend to address the matter in financial statement. An example, inquire how management you are modifying the financial statement. How you are modifying this financial statement. This is your third point. The first 3 points, make sure you understand clearly. Then comes the fourth point. Sir, what is the fourth point? Fourth point, okay, is whether management amends. So now tell me, there will be two things. Whether management will amend or not amend. There will be two things. One, management will amend or management will not amend. Okay, once again, how many steps are there? Acha, my question, when we are discussing these steps, what is the situation? Fact which came to known to auditor after audit report, but if before FS issued. If this fact would be known before audit report, it would have impact audit report. The auditor will perform the following procedure. The first procedure will be inquire with management. Second procedure is, okay, second procedure will be determine whether financial statement needs amendment. Third, what he will do? Inquire how this financial statement will be amended. And fourth, there will be two things. Either management amend or management do not amend. First, okay, now there will be 4A. 4A, if management amends. Okay, if management amends, perform additional procedure. Perform additional procedure for whatever amendment is done. Additional procedure for amendment is done. For amendment is done. Amendment is, and give audit report. Give new audit report, and in this new audit report, it may have dual dating also. What is the concept of dual dating? Dual dating example, this audit report will be having 2 dates. How 2 dates? One date will be of 20th April and one date will be, assuming one, tell me any date between this one, any date here, any date, 15th May. So this audit report, if I am amended, this audit report will have how many dates? 2 dates. What are 2 dates? Okay, 20th April and 15th May. And I do think you understood. If there is a 2 date, I need to tell shareholder why it is 2 date. So I will put EOM paragraph also. That there is 2 date. Okay, my question, when you are following this procedure? Okay, my first question, acha, when you are following this 1, 2, 3, 4? When auditor came to know the facts, which came to know to auditor before, after audit report, but if it would have came to know before audit report, the audit report would be different. That time he will be doing. So first, what he will do? Inquire with management. Second, determine whether, where amendments where are needed. Financial statement. If amendment is needed in some other thing, that is not my matter here. Determine whether financial statement needs amendment. Third, inquire how management address this issue. Okay, now management may do 2 things. One, management may amend. If management amend, what will happen? Perform additional procedure for that amendment and put dual dating audit report. and dual dating audit report, you will have EOM. What if management does not amend? Management say, I will not amend, whatever you want to do. Okay, tell management, ask management not to issue audit report. The audit report is given to you, not to issue audit report. Or, okay, if audit report is not given, okay, give the modified audit report. Give the modified audit report, and modified audit report will be inability to obtain sufficient appropriate audit report because management is not modifying. It can be qualified or disclaimer. This is the scenario. Okay, what is the example for this and other things? Give me a 5 minutes. Next 10 minutes, you will be master in this. You will understand this concept. Well, right now, I do think even a theory is not understandable. What it is saying, we are not knowing only. Well, exactly what it want to convey. What exactly it want to convey. We are just doing a theory. But what exactly it want to convey? Read the niche ka line. Read 4.1, 4.2, read. Okay, page 6.2, read 4.1. If management amend financial statement, the auditor shall extend procedure and either amend the audit report to include additional date restricted to the amendment. I do think everybody clear? Additional date means dual dating, or auditor can provide new amended report including statement in EOM and OM. This can be done either completely new report or additional dual dating point, whatever. If management does not amend, audit report is not yet provided to the management, modify the opinion. If audit report is already provided to management, notify DCFG not to issue to third party. I hope the things are clear. My first question, is answer clear? Theory wise. Theory is easy answer to remember. So theory I am not getting confused. I hope theory wise I am remembering. Now I am going with an example. Listen carefully. Now what is the date of my audit report? I am discussing OFU very clearly. What is my date of audit report? 28 April. Okay, what is my date of financial statement issued to people? 19 June. Now, okay, see, understand. Here I did give my audit report. Now, along with this, okay, I need to understand. I am linking one more standard that is called SA 720. Now, SA 720 is in your chapter 7. Okay, SA 720 is about other information. Now, question is, what is other information? Anything which is mentioned in annual report is called other information. Anything which is mentioned in annual report other than financial statement, is called which information? Other information. Now, as per 720, what is auditor's responsibility? What is auditor responsibility? Auditor responsibility is to check whether other information and financial statements are consistent. Whether other information and financial statements are consistent. This is auditor responsibility as per 720. Okay, as per 720, this is auditor responsibility. Okay, as per 720, this is auditor responsibility. Are you getting the point? Okay. Now my question, to check the consistency, my question, does auditor have financial statement with him? Does auditor have financial statement with him? Yes or no? Does auditor have other information? No. Nahi. Other information he need to take. Hello, Lee. Other information. Acha, my question. Does auditor have financial statement with him or not? But other information who will prepare? Book देना मेरे को एक book मेरे को page number reference के लिए चाहिए. Okay, help me out. Okay, my first question. Who is check? Okay, is acha. What is the responsibility of 720? Tell me 720 responsibility. Other information is consistent with financial statement. This is your responsibility. Okay, I will just show you page. Just 2 minutes. Book में आया. इसमें ऊपर नीचे करूँगा तो it will take a time for me. Okay, other information should be consistent. Who told to check this? 720. 720 is bounding on me. Chaku, knife on my. Other information should be consistent with financial statement. Okay. Other information should be consistent with financial statement. My question, as a auditor, you are here only, na? As a auditor, do you think financial statement is with me or not? But is other information with me or is it with other information is with me or with management? Management. So I need to ask other information. I need to ask other information. I need to ask other information from whom? I need to ask other information from whom? My question is, who will give my other information? Management only. Okay. So help me out. Okay, when I should take other information? When I should take other information? Okay, my question is before 28.4 or after 28.4? Everybody agree? But what if management has not prepared other information before 28.4? Not prepared other information. Annual report, it takes time sometime. Management may saying I will prepare later on. Why? Other information. Is other information based for modifying opinion? No, boss. Other information not prepared by management. It's okay. So what 720 suggests to us, listen carefully. 720 suggests, auditor, I will tell you the page, don't worry. First of all, listen to me. Auditor, obtain other information before audit report. Obtain other information before. But if other information is not prepared, you can obtain later on so. But obtain WR from management that he will give other information before FS issued. Yani my question, when he should obtain other information? My question is, when he should obtain other information? He should obtain other information on timely basis before audit report. But if before audit report other information is not prepared, then he should obtain WR from management, where he will be writing that he will be giving me other information before FS issued. Yani help me out, two areas where I will be getting other information. First, I may get other information here. I may get other information here. Everybody agree or not? I may get either of the place, na? I do think, are you getting the point? My first is conceptually understanding or not. Come to page number 7.14. 7.14. 7.14. Page number 7.14. I am not showing on the screen. Okay, let's go into the book. 7.14. Okay, read 11.2. Obtaining other information. First, okay, are you on the same page? The auditor shall determine through discussion with management whether there is other information or not. B. Make appropriate arrangement with the management to obtain in timely manner and if possible prior to the audit report. Understood? If possible. They can read C point. When some or all of the documents determined in A, it will not be available until after the date of audit report. Request management to provide that final version of document will be given before FS issued. Before FS issued. Are you clear? I do think first of all how to obtain other information. 720 is altogether going simultaneously. Look, my question 720. Okay, help me out. Obtaining other information. When you should obtain other information? First point. Okay, you should ask management whether other information is there. You should obtain before audit report. If it is not possible, obtain WR that you will be giving other information before FS issued. Everybody clear? Now the question is what should be done next? Either you obtain before or you obtain after audit report, but before FS issued, whatever it may be. What you should do? What you should do? Check for consistency. Read next point. Reading and considering other information. Read that one. Page 7.14. Okay, the auditor shall read other information and in doing so shall consider whether there is consistency between other information and financial statement. Gaya, B, leave it B. First of all, did you understood this point? So help me out. What is the audit procedure for 720? I want audit procedure for 720. What is the audit procedure for 720? 720, we have done first procedure. Auditor will obtain other information. He will obtain timely, okay, before audit report. He will obtain WR if it is not available before audit report, but after audit report. And he will check for consistency between financial statement and other information. Even auditor understanding other information, same logic is there. So I hope you understood the procedure of 720. Yani whatever I am writing on the screen, it is not a nuclear bomb. It is the same thing which is there in your book, which is there in standard. So now listen carefully. Now I am coming back to my original concept of 560. Everybody, okay, think logically here. I am getting other information here. I am getting other information here, boss. Okay, yani I am getting other information after audit report. I am coming on this point again, back to 560. Okay, so 560 we are discussing which point? Fact which are came to known to auditor after have a tell after fact which came to known to auditor after audit report before FS issued. Okay, so please understand, listen carefully. Suppose other information is received on 15th May, which is after audit report, but before FS issued, and now you are checking for material consistency with. I hope you are understanding the example. Okay, and I do think if you are understanding this example, now you will be having interesting concepts altogether. Oh my God, what is happening? You are getting this point. Now the happening is like this. Suppose this is other information and this is FS. And we assume in FS, sales is written 80 crore. In other information, there is bar diagram where they have prepared the sales pie chart. In sales pie chart, they have mentioned this is sales chart, which is other information. Other information is anything which is mentioned in annual report other than FS. Other than FS, you can read that in 720. So my question here, it is written, okay, 85 crore in diagram. Okay, or even if I am discussing sales to debtor ratio is also other information. Okay, in sales to debtor ratio, I come to know that sale is 85 crore. Where they, in sale financial statement, they have mentioned sale is 80 crore. This, if fact is known to auditor before audit report, it would have impact audit report. Now auditor, what who should do? My question comes. Understood? So now you give me answer now what he will do. First, he will discuss the matter with inquire. Oh management, 80 crore, 85 crore. What is this problem? Management. Second, determine whether financial statement needs amendment. Yani example, when I am discussing this, I am asking you, oh management, okay, what is correct? To let me know. Now tell me what is correct. Okay, either what will happen? What is correct? What is correct? It can be either other information may be correct or financial statement may be correct. So let's take an example. First, listen carefully. Management may say, Amit, okay, 80 crore is correct, 85 crore we have just goof up for reporting. Okay, standard 560 over. 560 go ahead only if there is a need to amend financial statement. So what is correct? First point, what is correct? Financial statement is correct, other information is incorrect. Now you may ask, sir, okay, leave 560 now. Okay, now problem is, now you may say, sir, the other information is incorrect. Now this is the problem. This will be dealt in 720. Keep quiet. Right now I am in 560. So I am discussing only from 560 point of view. Are you getting the point? Yani if other information is not correct, okay, it goes with 720. But if financial statement is not correct, then our discussion comes here. Then what should be done? Now the question comes. Now I do think now the answer you can close it out. Now I am asking management. Management, what is correct? Management is saying 85 crore is correct, 80 crore is not correct. How this is happening? It may happen like this. Okay, one branch have missed out while collecting the data. There may be possibility. So I told, oh management, okay, okay, check it out. So how you will be amending? The management saying, I am amending this financial statement 80 to 85 crore. First option, this is 4A. If management amends. Now tell me, if management amends, what you should do? Perform additional procedure on 5 crore only. Because you are audited. 80 crore were already audited, na? Oh my God, did you understood? 80 crore were already audited. Okay, how much crore were not audited? 5 crore. Audit that branch. And once you audit this 5 crore, I do think you understood. You will give new report and that will be dual dating. And you will mention, okay, if you remember 28 April as well as 15 May. In 15 May you will refer, we have checked 5 crore of sales in UM. Understood? This is what happened in 4A outcome if you remember. But what if management say, okay, whatever you want to do, auditor do, I will keep 80 crore only. Whereas what is incorrect? Financial statements. It should be 85, but they are mentioning 80 because tax they don't require to pay. They don't want to pay tax. Management and Gopi bhai na? वो तो आज आए नहीं. He went yesterday. That Raju bhai told, my God, this is Raju bhai is discussing, oh bhai, very high load bhai. Company is unable to, we can't manage this company. But nevertheless, coming this point, okay, Gopi bhai, this matter is there. 80 crore, it should be 85 crore. Okay, please ensure you don't issue my report which have been given on 20th April to anybody else. If report is given. If report is not given, report is given to you. Modify as qualified or disclaimer depending on scenario. You can't give financial statement or material misstated because you don't have evidence that 5 crore is there. It's based on other information, you can conclude financial statements are materially misstated. But you will be giving unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. I do think now you can link this answer what we have discussed. I hope this answer is having a linkage. You understood? I hope you understood how the things have worked. Everybody clear? Yes or no? Pakka. Okay, please come to the position. Everybody with me now. So 560, one part is clear to everyone? Yes or no? Okay. Now I am discussing 720. Listen carefully. Help me out with 720. What was the first answer? 720. First, obtain other information. When should be obtained? If not able, obtain WR that you will be giving. It means you obtain after audit report also, but before FS issued. Okay. After that, check for consistency. Okay. My question: if financial statement other information is consistent, standard over. 720 over. Problem is when 720 move ahead, when it is not consistent. Now the question is 720 reporting I am discussing. Listen carefully. This reporting comes only when there is a inconsistency, and this is not normal inconsistency. There should be material inconsistency. I do think everybody with me. 720 I am closing. Next 5 minutes you are done with 720 also. So 560 ka major portion done, 720 done. Together with link, I hope you understood. Okay, now what is the 720 reporting? Listen carefully. Now my question, you may have received other information before audit report or you may have received after audit report. So first, it is two position, na? You may report before or you may received after. The first I am discussing if you received before audit report. My question is if you received before audit report. So my question, we will discuss like this. Okay, first, you are saying financial statements are materially misstated, other information is correct. Here, okay, other information is not correct, financial statements are correct. Okay, see, tell me, what is, when both are inconsistent, what is incorrect? When both are inconsistent, what is incorrect? Nahi, matlab it can be either financial statement or other information. Are you getting the concept? So in first situation, what I am telling, what is incorrect? What is incorrect? What is incorrect? I am saying financial statement is incorrect. And second, what I am saying, what is incorrect? Other information. Now my question, if before audit report, I am aware financial statement is incorrect hai. Financial statement is incorrect. Yani what is correct? 85 crore or 80 crore? 85 crore. 85 crore or 80 crore? 85 crore. But 80 crore is incorrect. And they are not modifying financial statement. What should be done? Okay, definitely before that one line will be there. Ask management to rectify. Ask TCFG. Oh TCFG. Okay, so Gopi bhai, check it out. If they don't rectify, then our discussion start. Aag band karke 705. Why 705? Why modify? Reason simple. It is materially misstated. You are aware. Now, in can be related with unable to obtain, or it can be related to financial statement materially misstated. Okay, you decide. But standard. So who tells to modify the audit report? 720. So my question, listen carefully. If before the audit report is not given, okay, if I come to know that financial statements are materially misstated, other information is correct, what should be done? What should be done? Ask management to rectify. Ask TCFG to rectify. If they don't rectify, modify opinion. Modify. But now tell me what should be done in next. So I will tell you other revision to be corrected. You say no. I ask Gopi bhai, other revisions to be corrected. Gopi bhai says no. Get emphasis of matter paragraph. Okay, can you tell me, madam, emphasis of matter paragraph, if you remember 706, you set hopefully, you had watched the lecture also. Okay, which item will be showing? Financial statement item or other items? So it is nothing to tell with financial statement item. What is inconsistent? Other information. That's only what, that's a water discussion. How 720 deal then? You can't tell that you go in UM you can insert which matters? Financial statement matter, and it should not affect your opinion. Okay, when other information is there, it is nothing to do with financial statement. In this case, 720 says we can't do much on this. 720 says, okay, report this to ECWG. Okay, that's it. And if you want to emphasize, okay, you can emphasize with other matter as auditor report, audit responsibility, or audit report there may be certain things. These are the certain things. Are you getting the concept, Malik? Everybody? So help me out. If other information is incorrect, then tell TC you don't have, you can't modify the opinion, yaar. Why you can't modify the opinion? Because you are giving the opinion on financial statement, na? How you can modify the opinion here, yaar? I hope you are getting that clarity. Everybody? Now, what the situation arises if you get other information after audit report? Now, my question, okay, again, I do think everybody is aware there will be two situations. One is financial statement is incorrect, other information is correct. Okay, and one is financial statement is correct, other information is incorrect. Okay, how you deal with? Linkage. Huh? Perfect. The first answer, okay, standard 720 says, don't look at me, look at 560. Understood? This is now 560 answer is covered there. If this is the situation, what should be done? This is the situation fact which came to known to auditor after audit report, before FS issued. What steps? So I do think you are getting the point. So the answer will not be dealt with 720. The answer is dealt with 560. And what is the answer of 560? This one. I hope you understood. I do think you understood. This is what. So what is 7? Understood, kya Malik? So in 720, when you read 720, here there will be no answer. They don't say do this. They will say perform procedure as per other standard. As per, now other standard you are aware? Which is other standard? 560. I hope you understood the linkage. Huh? Understood? Yeah. And the last concept, it says, after, if financial statement is correct and other information is incorrect, after audit report, now what should be done? Now again, okay, the same concept, okay, report to PCWG, and if you require, if it is very serious issue, you can take a legal help also. That's it. Okay, this is 720 and 720. So help me out. 720 deals with how many situations? Two total situations are, but it does not deal with 4 situations. It deals with 3 situations, and 1 situation it tells to deal with 560. 560. When I studied 560, it was the matter of 720. I hope you understood the example. This was the matter which is dealt with 560. I hope this is clear, Malik. Okay, and this is the matter which need to be taken care here with respect to this element. Bharat Mata ki jai. I do think clear, Malik. एकदम आराम से check it out. Clear or not? Yes, madam. Not issued to third party. Yes. Yes, but they will not issue only, na. See, they cannot issue financial statement to outsider without audit report. Compulsion, section 134. They need to modify at any cost. Then they see, understand, if you go with the situation B, this will be a very worst situation for them. Because as per section 134, they can issue financial statement to outsider only if it is audited and having audit report. Now it may arise circumstance that they are issuing my original old audit report where I have given unmodified. I need to take a legal help. I need to ensure, because I can't publicly say also they are incorrect, because today we studied, okay, the clause 112 will attract. So I can't tell publicly also they are worst. This is also not my scenario. I hope understood, Malik. Everything very clear, Malik? Okay, and to be very precise, okay, after financial statement date, if I focus on if a financial statement issued, now think about this year. I am discussing, suppose this year is 2024. 19 June 24, the fact which came to known to auditor after FS issued. After S issued. Now this can be any year na. Imagine in 26, you come to know the matter, which if you would be known in 22, 23, 24, the audit report would have impact. You need to perform that procedure. Yani example, whichever procedure I will be writing here, you will perform when? After financial statement issued, means how many years? Any year. There is no limit, there is no date. It can be next year, it can be next year, it can be next year. Oh my God. Yes, but when you should perform this procedure, only if the fact came to known to you, and if it would not been earlier, it would have impact audit report. So to be very precise, the answer over there is also similar to second answer only. An example, in 560, how many answers are there? 560, how many answers are there? 3. 1, 2, 3. Third answer is almost similar to second. Read third wala. We'll come to know. Okay, read this one. Page number 6.2. Read page number 6.2. Page number 6.2. Page number 6.2. Just read. First, what should be done? Acha, read this line. Fact that become known to auditor after FS have been issued. So first point, discuss the matter with DCPG. Same line. Second, determine whether FS needs amendment. If FS does not need amendment, okay, so leave it. Okay, and third, if inquire how management enters. Same logic na? Okay, then review if management has taken steps to inform if they have changed financial statement, and if management has took the steps to inform everyone, ROC vagera vagera. Okay, boss, if steps taken, issue new report with EOM paragraph. And if steps are not taken, then take appropriate steps to prevent reliance. Okay, then if management is amending, then what should be done? Give new report, put EOM OM. And management is not changing. Okay, steps not taken, then take appropriate steps to prevent reliance. An example, don't go publicly, don't rely on my report. Not this, take legal help, understand how should be communicated, inform ROC that my report issued in 23-24, please don't rely on that. Then ROC will do anything, whatever. If you tell them, don't rely on them, they will do whatever, then they will understood, my God, let's inquire on this. Are you getting the point? So, to be very precise, the answer for second and third is almost similar. Now, the third we'll discuss tomorrow morning with 7:10. Okay, so go home, if you are going home or whatever it may be, read at least 7:20. 7:20 we have done. So 7:20, but 7:20 will not be having answer. So whatever I written here is the answer. I'll share this point anyway later on. But tomorrow I'll upload the Google Drive link there, so you can get everything there. Huh? Everybody clear? So tomorrow morning we'll be starting at 8 o'clock, and 8 o'clock I'll be first discussing 7:10. I'll be completing 7:10, and after 7:10 we'll be starting with 7:20. 7:20 BOD. Okay, I'll be starting with digital audit, ESG audit, and then internal audit, and so on. Okay, but tomorrow lecture will be more of remember this one, more of reading process rather than linking process. Okay, this point, because that there is no concept. Where concept will come, I will tell you. I'll just make you remember shortcuts, not memory code, but how this 2 point, those 2 point, you understood how I make you remember. That will be more of the lecture. So tomorrow more of the lecture will be on narration, not with concepts. Just remember how many questions are there, how many questions need to be remembered. Okay, which type of question can come. Understand that. Baki, if you ask me some logics, I'll be discussing. Example, malware, okay, phishing. I'll discuss with you few of the example, but not with everywhere we require an example. And if you ask me about ESG, environment and social governance, I also don't know example. I can just give you the report. Okay, because I also didn't take care of environment yet. Okay, example, I am using a plastic bottle. That is the best example. Okay, so technically what I am telling is ESG is very niche area. I only know BRSR from that. So certain ESG principle will be a reading. Okay, example, poverty, we need to take care of poverty and other things. Okay, that is what exactly what our will be a BRC. Yeah? So take care about it. See you tomorrow morning sharp at 8 o'clock. Don't get delayed tomorrow because at 7:20, 7:10 will be there. Huh? So only for one day, handle it out. Okay, if anybody is in sleep is same, same. No, so I just mentioned Ganesh very clearly. In 700, we separate as other information as unaudited. We only separate the heading. 720 is checking for consistency. If it is other information, this is other information, should be written unaudited. That's it. This is 700. And this should be checked with financial statement. This is 720. I made this clear. 700 May and 720. 700 supplementary information is checking for whether it is separated. I hope clear. Tomorrow I'll again explain this one. Okay. नहीं आया याद आया कि नहीं याद आया